is a very hungry organ, and vascular dementia is the second most common form of dementia, actually. But nicotine does seem to have some really protective effects on the brain. It seems to reduce neuroinflammation. It might act in a way as an antioxidant in the brain. I'm not recommending it because there are risks, of course, but they've shown that it seems to be protective in these animal models against these poisons that would otherwise cause Parkinsonism. And some other cool facts about nicotine, actually, because I did do a little bit of a deep dive recently into it, because I do notice a cognitive benefit when I use it. Nicotine.
How do you use it?
I just use it. I use it like before.
But what in what form?
A lozenge, like a little lozenge. And I don't have an addictive personality, so for me, I'm not like, it's not something that I feel compelled to do every day. But I do it before, like, I have to go on like a TV show or do a big podcast or something. And I do see, I do definitely see like a cognitive, like it's a stimulant. That's pretty well known. But yeah, nicotine also, it has a very short half-life, so its half-life is only about 2 hours. I mean, you compare that to coffee. Coffee's is like 8 hours, so it's relatively transient in your system. But then I think the more interesting compound is its primary metabolite, which is called cotinine, cotinine's half-life is 20 hours long. And it seems to also boost cognitive function, mental health, insofar as animal models can show us that these compounds boost mental health. Might even enhance what's called fear extinction. So for people with PTSD, it might play a role. So it's a really interesting compound, but again, it's highly addictive. And
what is cotinine?
It's nicotine's primary metabolite in the body. So when you ingest nicotine lasts in the body only about, the half-life is 2 hours, so it lasts presumably about 4 hours. But it converts to this compound called cotinine in the body. And the half-life of that compound is about 20 hours. So it's in your system for a long time. And that compound doesn't have any of the negative side effects of nicotine. It just seems to do all these interesting, cool...
So it has all the positives and none of the negatives?
It seems to. I mean, it's not a stimulant.
Short and long-term effects of... Oh, that's codeine, bro.
It's COT...
Trying to spell it. And I fell down the path.
Different compound.
Like, yeah, that stuff will fuck you up. That's in cough syrup.
Yeah.
Cotinine.
Yeah.
How do you spell it?
COTININE, I believe. Yeah, it's super interesting stuff.
And do people take this as a supplement?
No, but your body readily will create it from... I don't know if it doesn't have the
cotinine.
Yeah, there we go.
Produced by the body after exposure to nicotine, the main metabolite of nicotine. 70-80% of nicotine is converted to cotinine. Cotinine is often used as a biomarker for exposure to tobacco smoke. It can be detected in urine. Okay. Cotinine can remain in the body a day or more. Nicotine disappears within a few hours.
Yeah, but you can Google like cotinine fear extinction or cotinine
which
cognition.
Is probably why people say that cigarettes relax them.
Yeah. Definitely. I mean, it's an anxiolytic. It reduces anxiety.
Interesting.
Yeah. See, I mean, it does seem to be this, it's like this really interesting compound where it does all these, it has all these effects in the body that many of which I'm sure are negative, but it does seem to do some good stuff for the brain, which is fascinating, So I think, again, I'm not promoting it, but if you're able to forge as an adult a responsible relationship with it, then maybe it's worth experimenting with. If particularly because of its, its potential to. I don't want this to come off as an endorsement for nicotine, but its ability potentially to protect against Parkinsonism is very interesting.
And so, when a person, you're saying, so this is something that starts to happen in midlife and then it really expresses itself in dramatic ways years later. What are, other than the environmental factors, what dietary factors contribute, except obviously pesticides and herbicides that are unfortunately a part of our food system now?
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing, like organic is, as I mentioned, it's not a panacea, and today on social media, if you in so much as mention organic and that debate organic versus conventional. I mean, there's so much controversy, but I think as we've seen, right, with Paraquat and this Chinese company that has shrouded the data, and in fact they've assembled internally a SWAT team to essentially suppress data suggesting harm due to exposure to this herbicide,
even though it's banned.
Even though it's banned in China, yeah.
Wow, just so they can keep selling it.
Just so they could keep selling it. But there was another article that came out recently in the publication ProPublica, written by, I believe her name was Sharon Lerner, another journalist who I connected with at this DC event that I was at recently. It was this crazy 3M has been hiding the health harms, shrouding the health harms, suppressing the health harms due to exposure to these PFAS compounds that are forever chemicals, known endocrine disruptors.
Band-Aids.
Yeah. So there's like all this corporate collusion and shrouding of the truth. And I'm just like, I think insofar as you can reduce your exposures to these kinds of things and selectively, if money is scarce, selectively buy certain things organic, I think that makes sense.
Do they have organic Band-Aids?
That's a good question. I don't know. But they recently identified these compounds, and
Yeah, I read the study about the Band-Aid thing, and I was like, Jesus Christ, is anything safe? It's not fucking Band-Aids?
We've all got microplastics in our balls these days, microplastics in our atheromas, right?
Yeah.
Like they found in our arteries that the presence of microplastics was associated with 2 to 3 fold increased risk of cardiovascular death.
So here it is, partnering with Environmental Health News, Consumer Watchdog sent 40 bandages of different brands to U.S. Environmental Protection Agency certified lab. The lab found that 65% of the bandages contain detectable levels of synthetic forever chemicals, or PFAS.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and
that is so crazy because that's an open wound.
Yes.
It's like literally mainlining right into your bloodstream.
It's nuts. And you talk about this stuff today on social media and you're accused of fear mongering, of being alarmist. You're not.
Yeah, what is that, though? Is that trolls from pharmaceutical companies? I mean, that's something that I guarantee you corporations use. If nations use it, and we know they do, and we know we do, we know that there's troll farms in Russia, we know this is a real thing. Why wouldn't corporations use that too? Especially if they could farm that off and be removed from it as far as like being able to trace back the paperwork.
I mean, we see it even within our own government, the USDA, the dietary guidelines for Americans, 95% of people on that committee have had conflicts of interest with the pharmaceutical industry and the food industry.
Yeah.
At least 50% that I'm aware of today, working on the 2025 issue. We see all the time there's been a number of great journalism done in the Washington Post exposing how the food industry pays dietitians to promote, a certain ideology around food, that all foods are cool, you just have to eat less and move more, all foods fit. There are no good or bad foods, which
it's hilarious.
It's hilarious. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, these companies they pay these people that are body positive influencers as well. So they're basically paying people that are ill because of eating these things to tell other people it's okay to eat these things, and that it's somehow or another phobic, whether it's fat phobic or whatever it is, to not encourage body positivity. And it's stupid. It's just stupid. It's stupid for the people that are getting it. It's stupid for the people that are promoting it. It's stupid for our culture to be inundated with this nonsense and misinformation where we have to sort through it and try to do deeper research and consult people who actually understand what's going on. It's so disheartening that we live in this world that's so compromised by money, that information about key things like your own health is so distorted that it's hard. You talk to people and so many people have like a basic misunderstanding of what is good and not good for you. And all of it is because of this kind of thing, that it's just so prevalent and it's so confusing. And you're getting expert advice from people which is one of the wildest ones for me. When you look at,
Oh, thank you.
get some coffee in your system there, fella.
Excellent.
Cheers, sir.
Cheers.
Good to see you.
Same.
One of the things that's crazy to me is that we get expert advice from people that are clearly sick. How many times have you had nutrition or dietary advice from someone who is obese?
Yeah.
You're fat. You have no muscle. Your body looks like it's just in decay, and you're the person giving advice.
Yeah. I mean, most of the social media, personas that I've observed that purport to be experts, or that that seem to have, I don't know whether it's credentialism, a degree of authority. I mean, I wouldn't send a loved one to. It's just gaslighting on a mass scale, because your average person today comes across this ideology that all foods are fine, it's all good, and they try to reduce their consumption of the crap that they're already eating, and they end up failing at that, because it's really hard to moderate your consumption of these foods, which have been engineered to be consumed quickly and regularly, and then they feel as though they're, they feel moral failure, and then it just creates this vicious cycle of yo-yo dieting. We're not being honest about the way that these foods impact behavior. And today, 60% of the calories that your average person consumes comes from ultra-processed foods, which are foods that are highly calorie dense. They are nutrient poor. They are minimally satiating. They're uber delicious. I mean, they push your brain to a bliss point beyond which self-control is seemingly impossible. And by the way, it's these ultra-processed foods that are a major route of ingestion for these kinds of chemicals that we're talking about, these industrial chemicals, forever chemicals. Ultra-processed foods are, if you want more phthalates in your body, consume more ultra-processed foods. There was a study that recently was published that found that for every 10% increment in ultra-processed food consumption, pregnant women were ingesting about 14% higher levels of these phthalates, right? I mean, you did such an amazing episode with Shauna Swan a couple years ago, talking about the fact that our exposure to these chemicals are reducing the anogenital distance in boys, right? Which is a very easy, well, I don't know about if easy is the right term, but it's a very simple proxy to use to identify how these compounds might be affecting us, right? But that's only what you can observe. Like, how are these chemicals affecting us in other ways?
Right.
And so it's crazy. And these are the kinds of foods that we're just eating en masse, day in and day out. And 60% is the average. Children consume about 70% ultra-processed foods today. On average, Black Americans, unfortunately, consume 80% ultra-processed foods. And there's obviously, this is not all choice. There are systemic issues. Many people today still live in food deserts. Accessibility is an issue. Cost is an issue. I know all that. But the messaging that we're getting from our most trusted sources is essentially that everything's fine. Just eat less, move more.
Yeah, and it's so difficult for the average American to access information from people that they can trust, or to figure out who to trust. You get experts that tell you, oh, you don't need to take supplements, you just need a well-balanced diet. And you go, oh, vitamins are bullshit. And you have people expressing that. It's just, how could someone say that when there's so much data on the efficacy of vitamins and the benefit of vitamin supplementation?
Of course, and vitamins, I mean, we need vitamins. Supplements can be really helpful. And I get asked this a lot, like, who do you know who to trust on social media? I think a really good heuristic is, somebody, actually, I was giving a talk recently, and somebody highlighted that one good indicator of somebody who is likely trustworthy is somebody who is willing to present the opposing viewpoint. And not strawman the opposing viewpoint, but actually steelman the opposing viewpoint. Like, to actually make clear what the opposing viewpoint is, right, and then to refute that viewpoint.
So they're not ideologically connected to the result.
Exactly. Yeah. So I try to do that. I try to share where I've changed my mind in the past, or where I've evolved my viewpoint. I try to be clear about the things that I don't know. I'm also not trying to be one of these people on social media that purports to know everything, to have the magic routine or protocol, for everything, as like some kind of all-knowing arbiter of health information, because I feel like there are still so many unknowns, and I could easily one day develop what it is that my mom developed. I hope I don't. I had a health scare in 2022 that, just proved to me that, there is a lot of like luck that goes into this, into this equation as well. My back hurts. I don't know how to fix that. Like,
What have you been doing for your back?
Well, I try.
You have ball tooth discs? What do you have?
Oh man, I have like mild, or it's probably progressed, but it's like disc desiccation between L5 and S1, and then so it's like basically a dehydrated disc, and which I got from just squatting improperly 10 years ago, and my back's like never been the same since.
Have you ever used a reverse hyper?
No.
You don't know about that?
No.
It was a piece of machinery that was designed by Westside Barbell, Louis Roberts. What's his name? Louis Simmons, sorry. Louis Simmons from Westside Barbell developed this machine that strengthens the back and actively decompresses the back. And what it is your body weight with your chest down sits on this bench, and underneath it you hook your legs to this thing that's like a leg curl, and you lift up, which strengthens your back, and on the decel, when it brings it down, it's actively pulling your back. And it's phenomenal. Whoa, it's really good. It's really good at decompressing your back. It's really good at strengthening all the muscles around your back to keep your back stable. This is the machine right here. We have one. Yeah, we have the Rogue version of it out there in the studio. I could show it to you after we're done here, but I love it. It's phenomenal. It's great for developing leg strength and hamstring strength and glute strength, but really I use it for lower back, for decompression. Show a video, Jamie, if you would, so we could see how it worked. This is Louis. He was on the podcast back in the day. He was an amazing guy and very innovative. So he was a power lifter and developed some back problems himself. But you see how on the downswing, it's actually pulling your back, and you can feel it pull your back. So you can feel it like separate everything. You feel like little things pop in there, and it provides relief. And for him, they were telling him that he had to get his disc fused because he had too much compression. He said, well, what about decompression? And they were reluctant to consider that. And so he's a genius, a fitness genius. And so he designed a machine that would actively decompress the spine while strengthening the muscles around it.
Whoa, that sounds awesome.
Yeah. Have you done any decompression stuff?
I bought this thing that you like hang upside down on it. That, this was like a couple of years ago. I don't know if it helped that much. You know what actually has helped me a lot? I took up during the pandemic boxing.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, so what's going on is it's strengthening your lower back, which is helping it.
That's helped, yeah.
Yeah, you need to strengthen it for sure. This is better. Another thing, when you're talking about the hanging, you're talking about a teeter, right? Which teeter, I like that unit, but teeter makes what I think is a far better unit, which is the Dex.
Whoa.
And so we have that outside too. And what that does is, instead of hanging from your ankles so your legs tense up and your legs resist the weight of your body, instead of that, everything hinges down from your hips, and you will immediately feel when you get on there, your back popping and decompressing. I use that every day. It's called the Dex, DEX2. And, just buy it off Amazon. It's not expensive. You also could do back extension exercises on it. It's a very versatile machine, but man, for decompressing the back, I've never found anything better.
Changed my life. That's awesome.
Yeah. And I also use those kinds of things with weight. So what I'll do is I'll hold 2 20-pound dumbbells in my hands, and I'll do back extensions. So I'm developing strength around all those lower back issues. I've had a lot of back issues from disc degeneration from jiu-jitsu. 20 years of wrestling with men and getting your neck strangled, and so it does a lot of stuff to your back that's not good.
And you've never had surgery, right?
No, everyone that I know has had problems. I do not know anyone that has had back surgery that's like, that's the best thing I ever did. Everyone, like Daniel Cormier, UFC champion, he's like, I was never the same. Once they cut my back open, it was never the same. There's ways to also deal with it with stem cells. And one of the things they're doing now, because the FDA has such restrictive rules on stem cells, people are going overseas and other countries to do it. And I have some friends that run a clinic down in Tijuana the Cellular Performance Institute. And I know many people, including a good friend of mine, my friend Shane Dorian, who is a world champion surfer, who's had pretty severe back problems. He went there, and they're injecting directly into the discs. And there's a very strict protocol of recovery. You're not doing anything physical for like a couple of months after that. You can walk, essentially. They don't want any stress on the back, anything that's going to impede the healing process. He said within 6 months after that, all of the issues that he had went away. Wow. Like getting up in the morning, it was always like, oh, just stiff. No stiff. Like a new back now.
Wow.
Wild. Yeah.
Wild.
And you could do that again, and you could do it again, and you could do it again. Like, it's not like a thing you could only do once, right? It's not like a surgery. They're going to go in and remove part of your disc. So they do that, the discectomy. They'll take a chunk of your disc out that's pressing against a nerve. But now guess what? Now you have less disc tissue. You have less cushioning in between your spinal column, which is not good. And this is a way that they're doing now that seems to work, and is certainly at least worth a try. You know, for people that are considering something that can have life-changing effects.
Yeah, I mean, whenever I sneeze, I have back pain. Tilting over a sink, putting on my underwear, it's. But I live with it. Like, I'm strong. I'm, the strongest I've ever been. I'm in, good shape. But it is sort of my Achilles heel.
Do you ever do windmills, like kettlebell windmills?
No.
Another phenomenal lower back exercise. Great for the entire core. But it's you clean and press a kettlebell, and then you turn to the side with so if I'm holding the kettlebell up with my right arm, my left foot would be pointed that way with your knee bent, and you drop down like this.
Whoa, yeah.
All the way up like that. And so it's on both sides, it's strengthening all the supporting muscles around your spine, and it just gives you much better range of motion. I could feel things that sort of pop and move and twist around when I do it. It's great.
Whoa.
Love it.
Yeah.
Phenomenal.
I'm going to do that.
Yeah. Turkish get-ups, another one. You ever do those?
No.
Not a very sexy exercise, but phenomenal for your core and just your overall ability to move things. Because it strengthens all of the connecting areas. Instead of strengthening different specific muscle groups, it really is working on strengthening all the weaknesses in your system. You know how Turkish get-up works?
Yeah.
So you're lying flat on your back, you press this up, you sit up, you get to one knee, you post the other knee, you get up, you stand up straight, and then you lower yourself back the same way.
Damn.
Very, very difficult exercise. Difficult to do, but phenomenal for the whole thing.
Wow.
And I think one of the problems that people have when it comes to weightlifting and developing problems, and I've certainly had plenty, is that you're overloading certain muscle groups and then all the stuff that connects things together, the lower back, the neck, all these different issues. They happen because your whole system is not strong uniformly. Like you're developing strong muscle groups like quads, but how are the hamstrings? How are the things behind your calves? How are your tib muscles? How's your lower back? Like what's going on? What exercises have you done to make sure that your spine is protected?
I find that unilateral movements are really helpful, like Bulgarian split squats.
Oh yeah,
as painful as those are to do, I find that those help a lot. They don't aggravate my lower back at all. Like I can't barbell squat. I can't even really, because my range of motion is now so limited, do like leg presses like on the machine.
Your range of motion for your back?
Well,
you do leg presses.
It's just limited in the sense that like I don't know the terminology, but it's like hip mobility or something. Like my legs only get to a certain point where I get that butt wink thing, like my lower back starts curving up.
Okay.
Words on the leg press, and that's like strain.
Do you do slant board exercises?
No, I don't know. What is that?
Okay. There's a guy called the Slant Board Guy that made this dope product, and one of the things I love about his, go to Slant Board Guy's page. One of the things I love about his is his has these little hooks on the side where you can add bands to it as well.
Whoa.
And so what a slant board is a board that you do squats on where the back of it is raised, so your toes are pointing down, your heels are pointing up. And what this allows you to do is get a very deep bend of the knees, and you get your knees that push out over your toes, and you really lower, ass to heels. And what I do with those, that's it right there. I have that one at home. He made me one of those.
Cool.
So you can do this. They're doing it with different exercises here. These are just calf strengthening exercises. I do them with body weight squats, and one of the things I do them with is goblet squats. I have very strong legs, but I never do deadlifts, and I never do like regular squats. The heaviest thing I squat with is a 100-pound kettlebell. So I hold a 100-pound kettlebell in front of me, and then I do goblet squats on that. And what that does is it strengthens. When you have a heavy weight, like a 100-pound kettlebell, and you're holding it in this position, just to hold it there, your whole body wants to go forward, right? Because it's all this weight out in front of you. So you're stabilizing it with your lower back, you're stabilizing with your abs, and then you're dropping down very deep into this body weight squat and then up for this goblet squat. And I do it on the slant board. Phenomenal, and it doesn't put a lot of strain on your back.
That's awesome. I've noticed that front squats, or maybe I guess I've used dumbbells to do goblet squats.
Those are great too.
Yeah. A lot less load on the spine. So that's helped me a lot too.
And really hard to do. Yeah. So this is it right here. This gentleman's doing it right here perfectly. So he's doing a bunch of different variations of it. So he's doing, he's going side lunges. So the goblet squat is there. So who's this guy right here? Oh, it's on the Slant Board Guy's channel. So Slant Board Guy, like I said, he sent me that, and he's been doing this. He made these quite a long time ago, and I think it's just a phenomenal piece of exercise equipment that I have in every gym. I have here, I have one else.
That's freaking awesome. Yeah. I mean, fitness is a huge part of my life, but it's I've been limited for the past decade
because of the back.
Yeah.
After this podcast, I'm gonna take you next door and show you that reverse hyper, and you get to experience that DEX.
Yeah.
Just those two things alone, I think, will provide you tremendous relief.
So excited.
And the DEX you just have in your house. It's like simple, easy to set up.
I'm so down.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot that I obviously don't know, but I know what I know, and I know that from a nutritional standpoint, from an environmental exposure standpoint, your average American today is inflicting self-harm unwittingly on a daily basis.
Yeah.
Via the foods, via the exposures.
Yeah, we're just constantly taking in things that give us inflammation.
Yeah, and where our circadian rhythms are all dysregulated, we're more sedentary than we've ever been. We're exposed to, I believe it was the Environmental Working Group identified 217 industrial chemicals in cord blood, of pregnant women. We're being exposed, from every which way. And it's not necessarily that it's like one compound that's causing all of our problems, but it's cumulative injury. It's like our bodies are resilient, but they can only contend with so much. So you throw all these exposures against the backdrop of widespread nutrient deficiencies, unprecedented sedentary behavior, chronic stress, poor sleep, and it's a recipe for chronic disease. I mean, it's not, to me, it's very clear as to why so many of us seem to be suffering.
Yeah, and it's very difficult for someone who's swimming in a sea of that to figure out how to course correct.
Yeah, and to quote unquote detoxify, which has become one of these contentious words now on social media. Granted, maybe possibly for good reason, because it's used to sell detox supplements and things like that. But I mean, our bodies can detox. We just have to make sure that we're giving our bodies the right raw materials to do that. And that's actually one reason why I think, I'm not a carnivore dieter. I'm a big advocate of consuming grass-fed, grass-finished meat. I'm a huge protein guy, but I do think dietary fiber plays an important role in terms of helping us detoxify, release some of these compounds when we go to the
How does dietary fiber play a role in detoxifying?
So the three primary means in which a body detoxifies is via peeing, pooping, and sweating. And when you release bile acids into the lumen of the gut, with those bile acids come compounds that the liver has essentially has marked for removal from the body. And fiber, dietary fiber, soluble fiber specifically, sequesters these bile acids, and they because they're absorbed by the soluble fiber, they disallow reabsorption, and so you poop them out. That's one of the reasons. That's actually the mechanism by which soluble fiber can reduce LDL cholesterol, ApoB, because it sequesters bile acids, which your liver creates using cholesterol, and so you essentially like poop out lipids, toxins. I mean, if you're not pooping on a regular basis, you're harboring, toxins. That's why I think that's probably one of the mechanisms by which fiber seems to be so consistently associated with health span, lifespan, and those observations are not necessarily causal. Like there's healthy user bias there. I think, obviously people who eat more fruits and vegetables today, they likely have other healthy dietary and lifestyle habits. Like that's clear, right? But I do think there's a mechanism for fiber to help remove some of these toxins and the like.
And is the idea behind that mechanism that fiber encourages defecation?
Fiber, the soluble fiber, like traps. Basically, bile acids get released into the lumen of the gut, which help break down fats, right? You need these compounds to break down and assimilate fats from your diet, right? But there's a very small, I believe it's at the end of the small intestine, where these acids essentially would otherwise get reabsorbed, but because they're trapped by the soluble gel-forming fiber, they get passed.
And so how is that different than what would happen if you just ate meat and you have these compounds?
That's a big question mark, but I think that's something that is not often discussed and should be discussed. One of the potential benefits of fiber is the fact that it helps trap toxins in the gut.
And meat does not?
No. Meat is a low residue food. Meat is largely absorbed in the small intestine. I mean, when people, the bulk of stool is made up of fiber and dead bacteria and cells that have been sloughed off the, epithelial layer of the large intestine, small intestine. But yeah, fiber is generally what makes up, the majority of stool.
And if you just eat meat, then what is your stool?
Well, I've never personally done a carnivore diet, and I'm not a gastroenterologist, but, carnivore dieters say that they poop fine, but I think it's a missed opportunity to not be getting fiber in your diet. I don't think that the carnivore diet long-term is optimal. Short-term, and also I will say that people that see reprieve from awful conditions like, Crohn's or, IBS or whatever these autoimmune conditions are that people who adopt carnivore diets, like I would never say stop doing this diet that seems to be helping you. Like I would never say that.
So the primary function of fiber that you think is beneficial versus having a carnivore diet is the fact that it can absorb these compounds inside the gut, whereas if you're just eating meat, that's not going to happen.
Correct. I think that's one of the benefits of fiber. I think fiber has a few benefits. So for one, fiber is satiating. It's not as satiating as protein, but it does mechanically stretch out the stomach, which turns off the hunger hormone ghrelin. So fiber containing foods are satiating because it's are beneficial because they're satiating. Two, for this lipid regulation, hormone regulation, toxin removal function that fiber plays. But then three, fiber seems to promote gut bacterial diversity. There are some studies that suggest otherwise, that it's not necessarily the fiber, it's fermented foods that play a larger role in promoting gut bacterial diversity. But we know that fiber feeds gut bacteria, and as a result, we get beneficial postbiotic compounds like sodium butyrate, which is anti-inflammatory, feeds cells in the gut that use it as a fuel source. So I think there are a few benefits to fiber consumption. I'm not like one of these I don't think that fiber is the primary thing that we should be looking for in the diet necessarily. I prioritize protein. I think eating a protein-rich diet, there seems to be many benefits of that. And fiber is not an essential nutrient. But it does seem to do good things in the body. So I mean, I'm not anti-fiber.
Yeah, it's one of the weird arguments from the carnivore diet side is that fiber is not necessary. And when you see these people that have been eating nothing but meat for 5-10 years and show an alleviation of all sorts of symptoms of different autoimmune conditions and different issues that they've had, it's interesting.
Totally. Well, first of all, there's no such thing as a one-size-fits-all diet, and plants, people have different tolerances to different plants. It's red meat, for example, is much more well tolerated by the vast majority of people. I mean, there's a complication of Lyme disease known as alpha-gal syndrome, where people develop a sensitivity to red meat. But by and large, red meat, provided you're producing enough stomach acid, you should be able to.
Is that officially a Lyme disease? Or I thought it's from the Lone Star tick. It's a different.
That, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe you're right. I'm not 100% sure, but it's associated with, it's one of these tick-borne.
I had a buddy of mine got it. Yeah, my friend Evan had it for a year, and it actually went away and then came back again.
Crazy.
Yeah, for a year he couldn't eat red meat. He was allergic to red meat.
I feel for those people.
Yeah, it was rough. He's a hunter too.
Wow,
crazy. So he's eating chicken.
Yeah, I mean, I love my steak, but so red meat generally very, very well tolerated, chicken very well tolerated, but it's these plant products, these plant items that seem to people have different sensitivities to them. So I wouldn't say you have to eat broccoli or you have to eat spinach. People have different, and we're also today there's widespread gut dysbiosis. So people have problems with their guts. They have immune systems that are not fully competent, as evidenced by the soaring prevalence of autoimmune conditions and allergies and the like today, which I think is attributed to, there are many factors that play a role. It could be overuse of antibiotics. It could be the hygiene hypothesis. We've just become so sterile as a culture. Fewer people today kids are being breastfed or being born via C-section. Travel can play a role. You travel to some foreign country, you get an infection, that changes the microbiome. And so I think we have these sensitivities that are not surprising. But I think by and large, for most people, these plant foods have a lot of good to offer. That the benefits, generally speaking, outweigh risks.
I'm glad you brought up the overuse of antibiotics, because there's a very interesting case. That belt on the wall up there, the Abu Dhabi Combat Club, that's the most prestigious grappling competition in the world, and the guy who won that is the greatest grappler of all time. His name is Gordon Ryan, and he's a guy he's only 28 years old, which is really wild, and hasn't been beaten in forever.
Whoa.
And it's not whether or not he beats people, it's how he beats them. He's that good. He's one of the most dominant athletes of any sport of all time. But he had staph infection, which is very common amongst grapplers. It's very common. People get a lot of staph infections. Well, he was getting it so often that he was essentially on antibiotics for a whole year. And his gut is fucked up, real bad, to the point where he's constantly nauseous. He's seen a bunch of different doctors. They've tried to fix it in a bunch of different ways, and no one can really figure it out. When someone has developed a really destroyed gut biome because of antibiotics and a long-term, really irresponsible long-term use of antibiotics, what could someone do to try to come back from that?
Yeah, I mean, most people would reach for a probiotic, but there was actually a study that came out a couple of years ago that found that probiotics, after a course of antibiotics, I believe the antibiotic was Cipro, actually delayed recolonization of the gut by healthy bacteria.
How so?
I don't know, but it's just the microbiome is a big buzz term, and there are still so many more unanswered questions than there are answers. I think based on my assessment of the literature, and I've written about it in my books, I think that the best thing to do would probably be just to slowly get back to a diet that contains that contains fermented foods. I think fermented foods have been shown to be really supportive of gut bacterial diversity.
Kimchi and things.
Yeah,
that's what I like. Kimchi.
More so than probiotic supplements. I think fermented foods are really what's up. Kimchi, I'm a huge fan of natto, raw sauerkraut, raw pickles. You have to make sure that they're raw, not pasteurized. But yeah, that seems to be really helpful. And then essentially just eating, because what you feed, you breed. So eating.
He has a hard time even keeping food down.
Yeah,
he's in this position where he's constantly nauseous, and he tries to train, but he gets nauseous while he's training sometimes.
That's rough.
What would you recommend to someone like that?
Yeah, I would say, I mean, it depends. Some people do really well on low FODMAP diets. So these fermentable carbohydrates that include fiber, but also include other specific carbohydrates that are easily
What are
fermented.
those?
Like there are certain prebiotic carbohydrates that are found just across the, like throughout the produce section of the supermarket that are usually eliminated when attacking SIBO, bacterial overgrowth in the small intestine. People can Google, like, there's a whole list of, like, it's a low FODMAP diet.
Because Gordon has been trying to deal with this for like a couple of years now. Here it is: low FODMAP diet, so vegetables, fruits, dairy alternatives.
These are all high.
High food FODMAP groups.
These are low diet.
And the low stuff is vegetables like eggplants, green beans, bok choy, bell peppers, fruits, cantaloupe, cake. Okay, so all sorts of different things that you can eat that can potentially help you. But
Yeah, so
he's on a bunch of medications. It's like nothing's happening.
I would probably adopt a low FODMAP diet, and at a certain point, again, I'm just speculating, but so this could be the worst advice. So don't take with a grain of salt. But I would probably adopt one of those diets, and then first maybe even like an elimination diet, like a really aggressive one. Because people with serious gut issues, again, I'm not like a carnivore advocate, but seem to do really well,
Yeah.
at least in the short term, on these carnivore diets. So I would say maybe try something like that. If that is too restrictive, then I would try maybe a low FODMAP diet. But
You ever thought about trying a carnivore diet just to see what's up?
I've thought about it. I would do it. I have nothing against it. I would do it. I just, I think I enjoy dark leafy greens. I think there's benefit in them. But just to see how I felt on it, I would try it. But
It's very interesting. Yeah, one of the interesting things.
you do it every year, right?
Yeah, I pretty much do it most of the time now. But I'm not strict. I'll eat fruit. I certainly like kimchi. I like to eat kimchi and steak together. That's like a nice combination.
I love that.
But most of my meals are meat and eggs. Like the vast majority, 85-90% of my meals are meat and eggs.
Mm.
And it's like the regulation of my energy level is incredible. It's just changed everything. Like I used to get tired in the afternoon. It used to be like the afternoon, I'd be like, oh, then I have to power through, get a cup of coffee, wake up, figure out and then go to a show. That's not the case anymore. Like I'm wide awake all day long.
Mm.
It's very different. It's very different. And when you eliminate essentially most carbohydrates from your diet, and then your body starts to produce glucose via gluconeogenesis through absorption of protein and meat, the whole thing changes. Like you have like a steady, manageable level of energy throughout the entire day.
Mm.
And cognitively, it's been one of the best things I've ever done. When I first started doing it again, I'd gotten off of it for a while, and I first started doing it again. All of a sudden, I was like, Jesus Christ, I have like an extra gear in my brain. Because it's like conversationally, it's like for podcasting for me. I found it very beneficial.
That's awesome. Yeah, I'm like, I don't.
But again, you said like there's no like one size fits all. Like,
Yeah.
For me, that seems to work.
I would consider myself carnivore adjacent in the sense that I am a huge fan of. I think red meat's a health food, which I know. Saying that in and of itself is a controversial statement today. I take a very protein-forward approach with my diet. Like I think that protein, there are many benefits to prioritizing protein. It's the most satiating macronutrient. You've got a 6-fold higher thermic effect of eating protein as compared to carbs and fat. Obviously your body is made of protein. It supports muscle protein synthesis. It halts muscle protein. There's so many benefits to prioritizing protein, which I do. But I do think that, like dark leafy greens, for example, is known to be one of the most nutrient-dense forms of produce because of its low calorie density, and it's a great source of vitamin C, folate. But also I think dark leafy greens, take kale. Kale is the top source of these carotenoids called lutein and zeaxanthin, which we know directly support eye health and brain health. And so I don't see a reason to deprive myself of these greens that I know have these compounds that literally migrate up to the brain, where they help to reduce oxidative stress. They might even improve the way, cognitive function and the like.
I think the arguments against eating those, to me, always are like some of the silliest. Is that plants are producing these chemicals to avoid predation,
Yeah.
and that these phytochemicals are bad for you. Like, Jesus Christ, in a world today where there's so much that's bad for you, to concentrate on salad,
Yeah.
seems fucking crazy. I don't think anybody's dying from salad. I don't think you should live off salad. And everybody that I know that tries to eat only vegetables winds up feeling like shit. And there's only a few exceptions to that. And again, there's no one size fits all diet. But the people that I know that have gone into a vegan diet, almost all of them get bad blood work.
Oh, yeah.
And they try to figure out what's wrong, and then many of them try to supplement, and then one day they'll have a piece of salmon and feel like their body just returned on, and then they go, oh, okay, I gotta stop doing this.
I hear that all the time. Yeah, veganism is a psyop to me.
It's an ideology. It's an ideology just like any other cult. And once you become a part of that, you lose all objectivity, and you're no longer willing to talk about these things in a rational way. You're defending your religion.
Yeah. I think one thing that's really interesting is that, even within the nutritional orthodoxy, saturated fat still continues to be demonized, right?
Mm-hmm.
But only 3% of the saturated fat that your average American ingests comes from steak, comes from meat. The vast majority of saturated, like if you were just to accept that saturated fat is the worst dietary nutrient one might ingest.
And by the way, that's a psyop. Literally from the sugar company.
Because saturated fat isn't a fat. Like, are we talking about saturated fat in dairy? Because that seems to have no negative cardiovascular impact, right? But 3% comes from red meat, excluding mixed dishes. The vast majority of saturated fat that your average American ingests comes from desserts, comes from mixed dishes like pizza, lasagna, egg rolls, things like that.
Stuff.
Dairy. Yeah.
It's making me hungry.
But it's like we've demonized steak, right? Which is like one of the most nutrient-dense things a person can eat, right?
Yeah, we're in a very strange position, this country at least, is with regards to our understanding of what is actually good and not good for you. When I tell people that I eat mostly meat, they're like, what about your cholesterol? I'm like, it's like to try to walk them down the rabbit hole of good cholesterol, bad cholesterol, a balance of cholesterol as it relates to plaque in in your arteries. Like, what's really wrong? And is it actual food that most people eat? Is that really what the problem is? Because I doubt that it is. I doubt that it's meat. I doubt that it's eggs. I doubt that that's the problem. And when people are willing to readily consume this processed bullshit on a daily basis, but then demonize steak, I'm like, that is one of the dumbest things that we have become accustomed to. This idea that a steak is delicious, but it's ultimately bad for you.
Yeah. No, it's
we should consume less meat. Bill Gates saying it with a big pot belly.
Yeah.
Like, Jesus Christ.
No, it's crazy. I mean, especially contextually today with you look at health statistics, right? Like 1 in 2 people are almost obese today. 40% of people are obese today, and by the year 2030, half are going to be not just overweight, but clinically obese, okay? Half of adults today have some degree of insulin resistance, right? We know that 90% of adults have some degree of metabolic dysregulation if you factor in things like waist circumference, low HDL triglycerides, and things like that. And so for a health expert today to demonize any whole food to me is just absurd and actually really unethical. And red meat is again and again it comes up on these lists in the data as one of the most nutrient dense foods. I mean, it provides the most bioavailable source of iron, heme iron, right? I mean, iron deficiency anemia is still a major global health problem last I checked, and red meat is the ultimate iron supplement. It's highly bioavailable. It provides zinc, it provides creatine, it provides carnitine, all these really incredible and valuable micronutrients. And again, when talking about steak, that's where 3% of the saturated fat is. So what's wrong with steak? What's the big problem with it from a health standpoint? I don't think there is any.
And yet there's people that will tell you need to eat less.
Yeah.
Which is like so strange.
Well, our beef consumption actually over the past few decades has declined. Our chicken consumption has gone up, but we are eating less red meat. And look at our health is trending worse and worse and worse. Where today your average American is largely on a plant-based diet. It's a plant-based diet of it's not a whole foods plant-based diet. I'll concede that. It's a largely ultra-processed plant-based
bread and ketchup. Yeah.
yeah. But I mean, it really is a huge problem. And foods like eggs. I mean, there was this like thing where for a while it was like all animal source foods are bad, right? The antidote to disease is to shun all animal source foods, right? But then we started to see, oh, wait a minute, fish is actually associated with better health outcomes. So let's like eat more fish. And then the data came out showing us that, oh, wait a minute, cholesterol, this nutrient that we've demonized for decades, actually has no negative downside, no downside with regard to cardiovascular risk. For the vast majority of people, consuming dietary cholesterol, very little impact on serum cholesterol, right? And then dairy. Turns out that, oh my God, wait a minute, it's not low-fat and reduced-fat dairy that seems to be associated with better health. It's full-fat dairy that seems to be associated with better health. What the hell? Right?
Yeah.
And so I do think it's just a matter of time before we realize that there is a lot of good to be gained from foods like red meat. But there's so much politicization.
Yeah, and then people cite things like the China study, which is very flawed.
Yeah, it's a narrative. It's just a narrative, and as far as red meat is, it's highly nutrient dense. It's very satiating. It's the perfect antidote to boxed mac and cheese. How many people for dinner in this country are eating boxed mac and cheese for dinner? Butter, or margarine worse. And I just think it's a huge thing. I grew up in a household that was largely, my mother had bias towards vegetarianism. She wasn't a vegetarian. She ate chicken. She ate occasionally fish, but she was very concerned about autism. And so she, growing up, we were like, she never saw her eat red meat. She never ate any eggs. She served me my first egg when I was a child. She served me a warning to not eat these with significant frequency because they have the potential to clog your arteries. Yeah, she was She bought into, the advice at the time. She didn't have the internet. She wasn't online, but whatever the magazines or the TV, the nightly news would share about eating. And certainly with the marketing, at the supermarket, if you were pushing your shopping cart around the supermarket aisle, anything with a red or healthy logo on it would end up in my shopping cart at some point, make its way through my kitchen. And so I grew up in a diet that's largely ultra-processed and mainly, I was encouraged to eat low cholesterol, low saturated fat. I grew up consuming energy. And I remember the big plastic tub of corn oil, but always had out that stove. Crazy. Yeah,
crazy they trick people into taking that stuff. And that's also when you see like incidences of Alzheimer's kick in. Like a lot of that starts to happen. Regular cholesterol processed foods get introduced into the American diet. You see it uptake at Alzheimer's.
Yeah, well, we now have data. So, like, even when I wrote my first Genius Foods, this data hadn't come out yet, but we now see for every 10% increment in ultra-processed food consumption, there's a 25% higher risk of developing Alzheimer's.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy. It's like it's the craziest scam to ever get pulled off. That the commonly known foods that people have eaten for eternity, forever, are the ones that are the problem. And that these ultra-processed foods that have recently been introduced, or fairly recently been introduced into the American diet, those are the things that you should be grabbed.
And you still have these personas on social media credentialed social media personas going to benefit them. Yeah. Acting as apologists for getting paid.
And getting paid, which is the dark part of it. It's like they are committing a crime against humans, an information crime against humans, and it will result in those people taking choices that are negatively going to affect their lives.
There was an umbrella review just published. Look it up. Also, processed food consumption 32 negative health outcomes. In this review, they looked at all of the available research on processed foods to poor health the negative health outcomes, they couldn't find one single benefit of processed food consumption. It was bad. And yeah, I think it goes back to the fact that these foods are, we tend to overconsume them, and they're a route of ingestion for these chemicals and the like. They drug obesity, insulin resistance, consume events. I'm not saying that you can consume any. I think, I think it's important to be a pragmatist, and it's not that my diet is free of ultra processed foods. We've consumed too many today. I think we're smart enough to the fact that we're adequately taught. It's never adequately taught how these foods behave. And it's here.
I think people are really aware of it now. Unfortunately, people like you that are spreading this information in your podcast, we have an adjusted sense of why they've been misinformed, and that's a new thing, and the ability to access information from unofficial sources now, it turns out to be real information and very beneficial. That's a new thing, and so in that sense, we're boys that are not so small. There's shit you have to deal with, and so many people are just so their informed idea is so incorrect that in order to shift that, it takes so much effort, and then they have to deal with all the people around them. Oh my God, cholesterol. Oh my God, you're going to get this and that. You're having a heart attack. You're having a heart attack. Right? Yeah.
I know there's so many complete voices and misinformation out there on social media, fear-mongering play, fear-mongering our animal foods, which I think is a problem. As I've said, I'm not a carnivore doctor. I think it's just it's really insane that today anybody fear-monger any sort of whole food. And I think that really, I used to be more interested in the appropriate, for example, ratio of carbs and fats to one's diet for optimal. I really do think it's, for most people, a big lever. Diets are prioritized into the consumption of these foods. They're essentially things you just don't. Yeah. And there are other tools. I think intermittent fasting is something that a lot of people are talking about today. I think that's like, there's nothing magic about it, but that can be used. There are lots of tools at people's disposal. It frustrates me sometimes on social media where you see, people, especially those in the so-called evidence-based community, that seem to be that get so down on what they're simply not. They tend to write these tools as being trivial, or they'll even talk disparagingly about them. I think whatever tool is at your disposal that you have the ability to use today, I think that's a great thing. The more awareness we have, the better.
So, for your documentary, when you're discussing the causes and what you sort of effects of these things, what's the primary concern in to some? So you say this starts to show itself in middle age or begins, and by the time you see the symptoms, you're in the late stage.
Yeah. So by the time you present and you're diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease, I think that it's irreversible at that point. So I think the sooner you can get a handle on your risk factors, some of which include nutrition, but also social isolation is a risk factor.
What is it about that?
Well, there's that 80-year-long ongoing study at Harvard that study of human development. That loneliness is the top area of smoking cigarettes or drinking alcohol. And, I think humans are first and foremost for social beings. That's one of the reasons why, a human unit is more than half-baked. We continue our development in the present as they call it the fourth trimester. Relative to other animals, the human is born with zero capacity to survive. We need those around us. I think that's it's just hardwired as species that we are social beings. And today, whether it's attributed to living in cities and remote work or social media, it's taking a huge toll on us from a standpoint of mental health. And that creates downstream biochemical consequences. This is not just an emotional phenomenon of something that actually has real life, real life health impact.
What about exercise in terms of like seeing people who develop Alzheimer's or dementia? How many of those people are sedentary, and how many people develop it that are avid exercise enthusiasts?
That's a great question. I mean, exercise is medicine when it comes to the brain, but with regard to the epidemiology of exercise and dementia risk, I don't think that's clear. Because also, as people get older, they tend to become more sedentary. But we do know that exercise does have a profound impact, even just light exercise.
Is there instances or like measurable decrease in instances of people that have dementia and Alzheimer's with people that are enthusiasts that have never stopped exercising? Like people that are like 7-year-old marathon runners.
Yeah, I mean, people with greater cardiorespiratory fitness, particularly in midlife, seem to have reduced risk in midlife for an Alzheimer's diagnosis. Because again, it's about being healthy in midlife. That really seems to be the midlife associated with increased risk for Alzheimer's. Being actually heavier in late life is associated with lower risk because people have less well nourished as they go on. So the obesity and Alzheimer's disease is actually quite interesting. Midlife is associated with increased risk for Alzheimer's disease, but people who are heavier as opposed to more frail in late life is protected. Interesting. Yeah.
So just by virtue of one of the things I've always said about heavy people is that boy, if you get that person to lose weight, they're going to be so strong because they've been carrying around all this war. Yeah. Like when I heard Ralphie's name, Ralphie was how big was they say that 455 right? 500 pounds. Yeah. Easy over 400 pounds.
Well,
God, these massive legs. I was like, wow. If you could just lose weight, you'd be a kicking horse people. Like your legs are fucking machines. They're carrying you upstairs. Like I couldn't walk up those stairs. Whoa, what? Ralph used to weigh over 800 pounds. I don't know if that's true. Ralph might have exaggerated that. So it was
like where the skills you have down.
we got down to 3. Interesting.
I've got a dog that lets me ride.
Please check. Oh, it didn't say. I'll just not. Oh, they get working at night.
White. Yeah, he's white. Three white.
Oh my God.
Molly đâu. It's an abortion. Like, trust me, he's going to prove and that it's time and done.
Yo, yo, yes. Here's the thing here. Where your bitch. one of the clear. I just said, oh my god. What's the deal? Yeah. Yo, bitch. You want to be on the rabbi thing? Let's see it. Let's see it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Hell yeah. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Like shit, woman. Third. Third. How's that? Shit, though. You know what? That's a good idea. Huh? And that one's Snapchat. Bullshit. So what you think? Shit. So, are you fucking serious? You're not even gonna make me check my fucking copy. So what are your thoughts on all of this? Uh, 33. I'm like, oh my god. He's feeling fine. Bro. No, I want you to fucking. Are you done? No. Okay. Nobody's going to go. So some people had it. Wait. How many people? Are you fucking me? Oh, it is. Fuck yourself. Oh shit. That's yes. Okay. What if you where's the check? I don't know. What fuck is Candace? Hi. Yeah. Not this. I should like the let's go down. Where's the where's your where's your man?
Like for the last set, I really want to be fresh. And then when I'm hitting these, I'm not fatigued. And it's decreased my soreness substantially. It allowed me to get all the repetitions that I would get in a shorter workout. But I'm never in a point of fatigue where I'm controlling the weight. And I think the Russians use the strength training method, a long time ago. They've realized that this idea of like train smarter, not harder. Is this optimizing for strength or hypertrophy? Strength. Yeah. I mean, hypertrophy, a lot of times, like bodybuilders, if you've ever observed, they'll do really lightweight and extremely high repetitions, like 100 curls with like 15 pounds, because they're just trying to blow out those muscle fibers. But I don't necessarily think that contributes to strength the same way lifting things that are heavier does. Yeah, I mean, I've always heard that lower in the rep range, as opposed to higher in the rep range, tends to promote more strength. And then hypertrophy, you can achieve cross rep range. Right. Now, yeah, I think we now understand. But I wonder how it reconciles with for hypertrophy. I've never been all that strong, so my workouts have been primarily focused on hypertrophy. But I've always thought that while you don't necessarily need to go to failure on every set, you do want to get close to it. Maybe even failure, on the last set seems to promote good gains in terms, at least in terms of muscle growth. Yeah, maybe if you want to get jacked. I just want to be strong, and I want to also be functionally. I don't do anything in isolation. I don't have any isolation exercises. Not a single one that I do. No creature curl, nothing. Everything that I do involves the whole body. Are you familiar with this concept of stretch-mediated hypertrophy that people have been talking I am. Explain.
It's super interesting. So obviously, working through the entire route is beneficial. It should, I think, generally be the default. But my understanding is that most lengthened position under load, you seem to get a lot of bang for your buck, and that's where the benefits of lengthened partials comes into play. But also really kind of emphasizing that stretching position of any move, of any exercise, whether it's like the bicep curl or chest fly or even chest press, making sure that you're really stretching out that muscle. There seems to be a lot of reward to be gained from that. Whereas opposed to that, I think like what's most interesting about it is that we tend to think of most of the gains being achieved when fully contracted. Like we squeeze the full contracted position, for example, of the chest fly.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas this research is starting to suggest is that you actually get more benefit from like that stretch. It's really emphasizing that and making sure that really, as opposed to kind of just doing like this like partial range of motion, like really kind of extending out, and carrying that kind of philosophy on through, every lift. I think there's some thinking that when you're like certain exercises, there might be some risk, incurred with that. Like for example, preacher curls, for example, like I've seen some like horror story videos on Instagram. Oh yeah, snap their biceps. Yeah. Just generally speaking, that's sort of like a big buzz, within the fitness community. Stretching which is
It kind of makes sense because it's kind of the most vulnerable time on the lift. It's like, especially if you have a chest line, you practice, you feel so vulnerable. Whereas like here, you feel like once you have achieved like a certain amount of distance pulling the cables, you get to here, and now you feel pretty strong. And then, you really feel vulnerable in the beginning. Everything feels like I got to get past this where it's enjoyable. And it's kind of enjoyable in this range, like as you're bringing the hands together.
Yeah. I mean, I'm definitely not an expert on the topic. I'm a student of fitness science, and kind of put it into practice as a result. It's primarily, complete the full range of motion, maybe from partial, just a few extra reps. You can go past power. Adding more volume. Provided you're not adding jump volume, you're not just building fatigue, you're actually adding stimulus. Seems effective. I think that's one of the biggest mistakes people make in gyms, that they don't train with adequate intensity. I see a lot of people in my gym. They're lifting weights, and then I see them putting the weight down, but they clearly have 5 to 6 additional reps to do. And they're not lifting weight that's all that heavy compared to that we described when you lift massage. They're kind of just go through the motions of the exercise, rather than actually sending that adequate stimulus to the muscle that needs to adapt or strong or die. And then they wonder why they don't get any results. Exactly. They're half-assed. Yeah, that's what a lot of people do with everything. Unfortunately. And you pay for that, whether you realize it or not. You don't pay in the gym. Pay for. Yeah, 100%. So true. Anything else I want to bring up over here? Oh man, I'm just super psyched to be here, to get to do what I do, to share evidence-based research with people, but in a way that's practical and that acknowledges the limitations of the research that I share and just the general landscape of nutritional science, which tends to be incredibly weak. I think that's not that often acknowledged. That our nutrition studies are incredibly weak. Built on technology, which has many flaws. Well, not flaws. It's good for what it's meant to do, but I think we tend to overinterpret it and we use it to influence others, which I think is not smart or ethical. So far as I get to provide more authentic, high integrity, highly action-packed people, I'm just grateful that I get to do you. I do a podcast, The Genius Life. And I'm super excited for people to watch the film, which I've worked on for the past 10 years. Yeah, I'm super proud of you. Grateful to be here.
I'm grateful that you are a very important resource. And I think it's a great pleasure to have people available to to provide free information for people to learn about all these different ways that they can benefit their health. And it's just so important to have someone like yourself out there that really focuses on it and does a great job of disseminating that information. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you very much. Tell everybody how to see your documentary.
LittleEmptyBoxes.com. LittleEmptyBoxes.com. As of today, you can buy it. We've got some cool limited time bonuses, like a signed poster. But I'm so excited for you guys to see this film. My heart, soul, blood, sweat, so many tears into it. And listen to my podcast, The Genius Life, and The Genius Life, Genius Foods, Genius Kitchen.
And your Instagram and Twitter with us, Justice.
Yeah, at Max with you. I'm so excited. Spell it to me. MAXGAVERE.
Bye, everybody. Good job.
Get a little confident here. I'm so small. This is like a large coffee.
Don't be
I'm peeing right now here. I'm just gonna do the bite and just let it out.
I've seen 3 or 4 times
Yesterday?
Yeah. Pissed into Bud Light cans. He's so disgusting. Oh, yeah. Every time he's here,
I didn't always hear.
he pees in the thing.
I'm trying to get him to move here.
He's not going to. Yeah. He's here all the time. I mean, might as well live. He's here like 4 or 5 times a year.
Yeah, just good enough. Good enough.
He should. He should be here.
He's so funny, man. I love watching him at the comedy cellar. Because he's one of the guys that just fucking goes for it.
Yeah, he definitely goes for it. He's got a lot of trouble.
It all comes out in the wash, though, right? Yeah.
He's just a wild one.
I watch the crowd all the time. I like to see the crowd just kind of where he's working for stuff. He gets messy. I like that. Yeah. They put me and him on at the late shows. So yeah.
What is New York scene like these days?
Well, just say that.
Look at American flag.
This is what it is. Before I moved here, I was a 60-year-old Jamaican woman.
It's just a fun thing to be. It's fun to be in Texas.
Someone the other day on the street said, "Because you look like Kid Rock." I was like,
Yeah, that tracks.
Oh, 2 weeks. Wow. It's like a dream. This has been a weird, including this. It's all a weird dream.
How long have you done stand-up, John?
I mean, I got on stage when I was 17 or 18 in high school. Started doing improv and stand-up on stage. That's almost 20 years.
Oh, wow.
And then I went to college. Yeah. So I was failing out of high school. We did like a big pass. I was friends with the acting teacher. We would drink together. It was cool. Wow. Yeah. We would drink together and smoke. And I thought if I take his class, he's got to give me an A or I can get him sent to jail. But so I took his acting class and I got on stage and he calls me a second. Like, day one, he goes, "This is what you do with your life." I go, okay. Stop drinking, stop smoking. I was like in a gang. I was growing weed. Yeah, I was a nightmare kid. I think I'm just this nice little guy. I was a fucking monster. And getting on stage, I got all that energy out. And that's what I've been doing every day since.
Wow. Yeah. That's cool that someone recognized that, because most of the time it takes one person. Yeah. It takes one person, and that one person literally can change your life. Because you're in this part of your life where you're not. You don't know what the fuck you're gonna do. And so you gives you a direction, and you say, hey, you're really good at this. This is your thing. Oh my god. Yeah. You go home, you're like,
Yeah, he had us first class. We had to dance on stage. He was like, oh, he was a playwright. He'd take the Metro North in from Connecticut and Raven to put on little plays. And I just thought it was the sexiest thing. It was like this guy was like in the 1920s or something.
right, a real artist.
Yeah. And he goes, we're going to humiliate ourselves day one. He goes, it's going to be so bad. So everything we do after this is going to be a breeze. And I still use that to this day with stand up. You gotta get so he said, we're going to go through the silliest dances. And I went home, I was practicing in the background, just sweating, turn around. And I'd get on stage and he'd be like, sillier, weirder. And so you just had a mental breakdown. A little Shakespeare. It was fine.
That's an interesting strategy.
At least break you down and go, you're allowed to fuck up. You're allowed to get messy. And that's why I got a place here, because I went to your club and I saw Brian Holtzman. And I go, wait a minute, you're allowed to do it? Well, you're allowed to say whatever you want.
Well, Brian Holtzman was like a hero of comedians in Los Angeles, but he didn't get good spots. Unfortunately, they put him on really late at the end of the show, and it was a wild thing to watch. We watched like 20, 30 people saying the most hilarious, horrific things, and he just never got the respect that he deserves. I've known Brian for, I guess, around 30 years now. When we first started at the store, we were like young hot shots. He was like this young, haired, stripped back, like really interesting guy. Like same style that he has now. Back then.
I can imagine energy now.
He was the same guy. Oh, his energy has not waned at all. That's why he's so good. You know, like some people slow down. It sucks. It sucks to see. Yeah. You know, because they slow down. You're like, you don't want to say anything to them. Okay, come on, you gotta pick it up. Yeah. Whatever the fuck you used to be, you gotta bring that back. It's
Turn it up.
Yeah, you're a little too casual up there. I won't say lazy, but like, you're too tired. Yeah. You gotta fire the fuck up. I never have lost that kind of fuck it out. That's crazy. But he didn't have a choke, like a real choke. He didn't have like a real, a real awesome spot where he could perform in front of crowds that weren't tired 3 hours ago. So now we're in heaven. Yeah. And people come to see him. They know he is. They're excited. I'm going to see him multiple times. He definitely does. Yeah.
So that was it. I saw him once. I was at the open mic or whatever. I was down doing the Vulcan, I think. And then I tried getting the audition. Adam wasn't there. Flew back, got the audition, then did a couple spots, then did a guest spot on Hulkster's show, and then I was in the car in New York. I pulled over. I'm at apartments in Texas. I just called the guy. Can I move there? I made him an offer that was like insane. Yeah, I'm renting. He literally goes, "You fucking with me, dude?" And the next thing, they took your offer, and that was it. Yeah. And it was like running like a comedy camp. It feels like that when I'm landing here. It feels like David or something.
Yeah, Ari said it yesterday. He said you made a festival. Festival. Yeah.
I wasn't sure if I made the right move, and then I'm on the plane, and it's Roseanne Barr, the next row back, Sebastian Maniscalco, and I'm like behind him. Wow. And I was losing my fucking mind. I go, this is it.
Yeah. Well, whenever you don't know if you should do something, and you'll do something, and you have a little, I don't know, you
I always go.
Do it. You get better at that as you age. You know?
Yeah.
It's like you have to. You gotta fuck up a lot, and you go, I don't fuck up a little less this time.
Yeah. That's also just like taking chances, going for things. It's very good. Everything I've ever done has been good. My whole life. Every single time. Whether it's the first time going on stage, you know, even this. I'm like moving here. Sure. You know, I have a business. This podcast requires guests and people that already lived in LA and this built-in, you know, group of people that are down. It's just like come out here. I was like, this is, and then opening the club is like, this is the move.
Yeah.
This is give you a lot of energy and a lot of stuff going on. Some intention. Really,
You get to practice your hour
yeah,
times a week before the road comes to you.
that's great. That definitely helps a lot. It keeps you so much. Crazy, much better. You feel you travel every week.
Yeah.
It's nuts. Like
I
that's
just started touring this year.
it wears you. Holy shit. It's like getting drunk.
Yeah.
It's like getting drunk and you have a show that night, and then you have another show, and then you fly home and you get drunk flying home because it feels like when you land, like you're hungover.
Yeah.
You're just like, oh, what the fuck
Yeah,
out.
with the heat here, man.
Yeah.
Well, I understand Biden a little bit. Shit in my pants.
Did you? I was telling you before this mayoral race in San Francisco. This might be the end. This might be like San Francisco is a failed city. I mean, there's no better indication of how failed it is than listening to this debate. Listening to these people argue about what's important in San Francisco. This was on the Justin Walker show. Listen,
You know.
Where after seeing last week, you couldn't name any drag queens on your own. I was wondering if you this was an opportunity to redeem yourself. And if you could name 3 LGBTQ advisors on your campaign and 3
the San Francisco was just imagine what, and that was the thing she just sit down on. This is the actual current mayor of San Francisco. London Breed. That's her, right? Yeah, and she's like, name 3 drag queens. Can you make 3 mentally ill men who are dressed up like the most hardest caricaturists?
Like famous or just like Dixie that does the
Yeah.
story out?
Alexis, yeah, Alexis, yeah, she does the show. What the fuck are you talking about?
No, sit back and enjoy. Sit back and enjoy the show. I mean, wokeism just takes on this energy and it gets crazy. Crazy. I mean, look at the sexuality actor. It used to be gay. Gee, it is watching politicians have to recite that. It's so amazing.
Trudeau does that. Yeah. Trudeau has them all down. But my favorite is 2AI plus. 2S plus is like everybody in this gang. It's not a white male.
Yeah, you mean the American flag? That would be a great flag to represent
Racial people of color. Like, there's so many different things. Indigenous. There's two spirits in there, which is my favorite. Yeah. Two spirits.
Why not 3?
Why not 40? And then A, which is hilarious too. How do they They're asexual. Like, how are they in there with the pervert? How are they in there with the freaks? How are they in there with the transgender people? How are they in there with fucking guys wearing leather thongs and G-strings? How does the A's? How are the A's in that? They just don't want to fuck.
My friend came out as bisexual. This guy in New York, and he goes, "Well, I've been so like, am I supposed to feel bad that you fuck everybody? Really?"
He's getting depressed. How so?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean,
It's how are you funding? It also gives you like a position where people have to go. Oh, I'm so sorry.
George Bush was like talking about pride the other day. And I was like, if he was, yeah, it was on some interview. And I was like, if I was president today, having to, the LMFOs, the HGTV, the PB&Js, these are tasty folks. The cousins are translucent. You watch this drive. But think about how much it's changed since then.
He is so reasonable. I used to have a joke about Bush about the Iraq War, and that he was on the back of the room, and their idea was the only way to find out how dumb people really are is to have a dumb president and see if everybody freaks out. Because the only way they know that he's dumb is if they're smart than him. The only way to find out is to put a dumb president and see how everybody responds. And then it's all about the Iraq War and all these things happen.
Is that you?
And then at the end of it,
That's who sex
I don't
is?
think the people wrong.
Sex red.
And they were right. Yeah, they were so right.
Well, act like Biden are the first one. We had an autistic cowboy running the country for years. We wanted 8 years of that.
Yeah, but people don't want it, which is Obama won. Yeah, which is what this country is. We swing hard one way and we swing the other way. And Duncan Trussell said this when they were smashing windows during the George Floyd protests. Duncan said, dude, this is going to be so bad because we're going to have a right-wing authoritarian president. I thought about it, I was like, right. That's really what happens. There's like an overcorrection. One way, like the San Francisco, London breed, this is an overcorrection of discrimination. So there is some discrimination of gay people, discrimination of all kinds of people.
How now?
No, it's still,
It's too complicated because it's like, well, there's that, and then there's, gay guys that dress up as women who want to raise the kids, and then there's those who got the next. My dad came out at 7, so I was raised stuff. Came out as racist, but no, he's gay. I got two dad, mom, remarried, and then my dad with a husband. And so it's funny. I try to talk about this. Like, oh, shut up, straight white guy. This is your lived experience. I'm like, no, it is. It is. I talk about it everywhere. Yeah, people started doing it when I started talking about this in New York City all the time. It was the first time I talked about my personal life because that was crazy. Everyone has a crazy life. What are they doing? Well, they're just like, you can't talk about. You can't. That's their life. You can't talk about what it's like to be a gay person. And it's like, when I was 7, I was hiding with some of my friends, so I was living like a closeted gay guy. I went to insane lengths to hide my dad and my boyfriend. Because back then, it was 1993. That's when it was, that's when it was bad. And I remember guys and guys for what's going on now. Like, you're like a two-spirit, hetero, whatever this shit is. You know what I mean? Back then, it was bad.
That shit sucked.
When I was in middle school, my friend Josh, his mom was gay, and he didn't know this. Nobody talked about it, but
Lesbian mom's a little cooler.
she had the whole thing. Like, she was fast with the big arms, the big lady, she had short hair, always over the house. And like, you go, who's that lady? Oh, that's my mom's friend.
Exactly.
It was one of them. I lived in San Francisco. And so when I moved to Boston, I moved to Florida to Boston. Like, I was 7. Neighbors were gay. My aunt used to play bongos naked. They would smoke pot and play bongos. I was just way cooler. Yeah, I just love the fact she used to be naked with guys. And no one cared. It was just this thing where like the whole neighborhood was gay. So gay was super normal. I did. So my friend was like hiding the fact that his mom was gay. We never really pressed him on it. But my other friend was like, oh, mom's gay. We're like, what are you gonna do?
For men, I think it was associated with AIDS. So I remember I was in the car and we were like raising money for AIDS runs and all this stuff. And I would tell my dad, I would tell him, he goes, my partner. I would tell my friends, they go, why is your dad's partner sleeping? What's his partner? I go, they're working on a case. They're going to be all night, fellas. You know, you hear some banging and moaning, so they're recreating the murder. They're in there. I would come up with this. Probably one of the writer, because I back then it was not accepted.
When did everybody figure it out?
I never told anybody. Yeah, I think I was in college the first time I told somebody, because I was a theater major, so it was like I was safe. Yeah, I was the weird.
And it also
Terrible.
It does. Yeah.
I suggest
Yeah, I'll take whatever I can get now. When you got resting January 6th, give it something.
then you have January 6th. What do you do with that?
Resting January 6th. Yeah. I don't know. I was raised in America. All that bullshit.
It's great. There's no reason.
No,
We should always throw bad people in all groups of people, left and right.
Yeah.
Shitty people on both sides. That's what we're supposed to do. We're not supposed to.
And the history is history. I don't even like the stuff with my dad. I had a lot of talk about that, but I think, you know what? That was my burden to bear. And I have friends who saw my, Jay was bad at that. But they see my dad being a great dad and cooking us dinner. And so their introduction to homosexual was this movie guy. My dad looks like you. He looks like kind of like Bruce Willis. And he's just a normal dude. He's not effeminate. He doesn't do the
It's just interesting, right? There's different groups of gay people. We associate gay with people who behave in a very specific, exaggerated
Yo.
way. Yeah, but
they're the loudest
Zero.
fans on the floats.
Yo, Zoom, get in this Discord, dog. All right, well, that's like I'm doing my best to come on in. So why did Discord.me /Rabbi. Discord.me /Rabbi. In the main meeting. There he is. Hey. What is up? Hop on in, dog. There he is. Yep. All right, he's around. How you doing? Ready to stream every day, every Going back. Come on out. Video. Exact same moment the Georgia Floyd protest broke out in Los Angeles. I haven't understand. So I'm on camera saying this. I've talked to my rabbi, I've talked to my family, that I want to do. And while I'm on camera, you hear all this commotion, and no one knew what was going on, but it started back up. All right. So that's what's coming. And then I had video from. See, here's the thing. I have a lot of because 2020, that's when I started to become a rabbi. Now, I had been in classes only 20. I started learning rabbi because of the pandemic. So a lot of the classes that we had were on Zoom. I don't like them on Zoom. That's not on Zoom. When I started doing where I have access to video would be approximately June, actually, maybe like May of 2021. So that's like 38 months ago. Well, hold on. I have to say about that. I didn't start streaming there on YouTube until ER and so I started streaming on Twitch, YouTube around 2018, and but I had been streaming the whole summer on hard drive. So I would work on hard drives. I have like everybody else. Um, the family around San Jose, and evolution. Yeah, it's a big problem. You know about my robots? You know about my robots? Yeah, you did. Didn't I show you yesterday? No, but I built my own robots that's kick. I haven't shown you this. Oh, kick. Did you see what's point there? With the projector? It's showing you organ podcast right now. Watch. Okay, you see this follow button? You see the follow button? Watch it.
Have you?
Episode 1000, starring Joe Diaz and Content. The only reason why it's better than ours is I have some recent ones. Yeah. It doesn't he basically, tried to talk about other stuff, and he wasn't accurate about it. And Joe Rogan had him back and had somebody debate him, and that much of it. You can't. Terrence Howard. So if he is posting or discording, they just created a clip, and now it's going to spam him. How amazing was that? You just do. You see how this robot is working on the corner? you recognize this as such a big deal? That this is a robot. It's following people automatically. It's reading them. It's populating the clip, which is instant. Hello. Hello. Remember that time that we were talking? That was fucking amazing. That was if you just like to come to the field after that, like to make a hot, did you just like to come to make a hot? Obviously, robotics is not impressive at all. Yeah, I love that. Yeah, I fucking love it. Dude, look, I'll even show you. It's legitimate. I like to smile because I like the stream. I like my life recorded. I think it's really important for the future of society to be able to study it. Yeah. They don't really bother me, so I like this weird before. I mean, in some ways, I like it. I'm trying to think of forever.
Where you going from?
I'm a certified project management professional. So if I ever need money, I just do a project.
And you straight out.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. People want me to, particularly when it comes to social. Yeah, definitely. I think 4 people some projects just by creating media accounts for cryptocurrency. It's pretty much the coolest thing about it. No, I don't necessity. Simple bare necessities. Those simple bare necessities of life. How do I get to that? Well, I just ate. I had pizza yesterday. The chicken at a pizza place? Oh, chicken. It's you know, actually, pizza is my favorite, but I really love chicken. It's amazing. Continental, hot, old, with mangoes. Oh my god. Love steak. Steak is my favorite. If I'm going to survive on food for now, for the rest of my life, I'm going to food to eat steak. sick of it. I eat steak at 50 for years at a time. Only steak. I love that. 2 years, all I did was steak. And um, it was all everything.
He's running down the hard.
I almost of total nobodies. Nobody. Big time creative business and posts. That's how you go viral. You don't go viral by you post something that's interesting and have someone who's much bigger repost what you posted. See, here's the thing. In order to go viral, you have to have your content absorbed by many people. Obviously, that's kind of the definition. So you need a way to communicate that to a lot of people very quickly. If you have a small, it's not going to have the kind of reach that you need for it to go viral. So what you need to do is make an impression on someone who's a large reach, to repost or tag you or do something else, relate your content with their audience. So your audience may be 1,000 people, their audience may be 1,000,000 people. And when you see 1,000,000 people very quickly, it has the right recipe to go viral. Almost every single time, that's how there is another way to do it or other ways to do it. And that can be through inorganically. So small time creator has some really cool content but knows that no one's going to see it because no one sees their content. So we pay companies to promote their content, basically give them automatic likes, automatic comments, automatic reposts, and you can go viral that way, but it's more expensive to do that. These are really the only two. I'm sure there are other ones, but they're if you really need the things we're going to share, most likely it will be done one of those two ways. They'll essentially be promoted, or they'll be promoted by a company, or they'll be promoted by an influencer. Answer your question. What's your favorite? Okay. What do you like in your food? I like. Do you like a lot of? Well, I like China Plus. I can literally eat just about anything. But I like if you ask me what's your favorite pizza, really? But Supreme. all kinds of vegetables and stuff. I think that's amazing. Mustard. I also like white pizza, which is just like cheese. Also like Neapolitan and trying to think of pizza that I don't. Honestly, I've never had it, but I don't like. I don't think I would like anchovies on pizza, but I might. So I'm not putting that down. I hear it's really good, but I don't know. That's the way. Have you had anchovies on a pizza? Yeah, that's like the one thing I'm like not all about. But I'm not saying that I wouldn't consider, perhaps, under the right circumstances. If it were like a gourmet pizza, and I could source with sardines and everything was proper, I might try it. But I'm kind of waiting for that day. I don't know if it'll ever. It was really weird. Joe Rogan and Elon Musk on his podcast. I don't know if it was the most recent time. I think so. They were in Austin and they were talking about pizza. And Joe Rogan was like, "Have you ever had?" Name this pizza with I said sardines. I'm sorry. I apologize. I mean anchovy. And Elon Musk was like, "No, I've never had it." And so they ordered the pizza with anchovies on the podcast and eat it. And we both really liked it. They never know. They're not fun. So how do you like that? Too? You're an amazing person. Everybody loves you. I kind of feel badly for you Zeke, because your hours, you don't get the majority of people from Harry Potter, Obama, anyway. Like, not saying that you don't know them. You've been in this community a very long time, but you just don't have the same hours as they do. Zoo. You don't get to meet or interact with that many people in Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 because your hours. And it's different. There are a lot of really cool individuals in this community. You use Snapchat? Zoo. I think it's nice. I've used it. I've used it a lot. Its interface sucks. Its interface sucks. It's confusing. The interface, like the user interface, UI, basically, when you want to add a new friend, when I search, it doesn't allow you to add like a whole bunch of people. It just shows like one or two suggestions, and it's very difficult to use. When you want to create a group, you can click like 30 people in your group, and then when you want to send them a message, it says like if one of those people is not your friend, it will not let you send a message. And it'll say so and so is not in your friends list yet, so you can't send them a message. So you have to go and manually find them, manually remove them, and then hope that your message goes off. and you press send again, and it can say so and so is not in your group. So, and then you have to go find that name. It's like it was designed by assholes. Like literally, they were almost like, let's make this really difficult to use. Like I get it. Some things about it are really easy. You can press a fucking button and take a picture of yourself and send it to people. I get that. That part of it's pretty easy. But some of the slightly more complex functions of the application are really poor. Like adding people, like creating groups, like messaging. Like it's just strange. Anyway, that's my rant about Snapchat. Now, for normal people, I'm sure Snapchat, but for power users, it sucks. And I can tell you this too. It took them a very long time to get a web interface, and now that they finally have a web interface, it sucks. So I don't know. It's just these companies suck. Everything sucks, and except food and your dog. What was your dog's name again? Yoshi. That's right. Yoshi. That's amazing. I don't know how I forgot. I love that name. Is he named after the character from Mario? That's amazing. Yoshi. Amazing character. Everybody loves Yoshi. That's a really great name. For a pet, because there's Mario's pet. Does Yoshi like to eat human food? I remember when I would ask the question and you would return responses. It was a wonderful time of love. I used to sing about it. I used to sing, "Dude, do you remember when I would sing songs for you about you and ask you questions?" And everyone was like, "Yeah, Rabbi." All right. Zoo. Yo, dog. Remember when you were like, "Hey, everybody, my name is Zoo, and everybody loves me." No, dog. I remember. Everyone remembers. Dog, I just changed my status, and it might be the sickest shit of all time. Now it should say, "Rabbi Rob, living like a peasant." Remember when you posted me, and then you were, "Oh no, I'm gonna go do something else. I'm gonna do the same thing to you." Who watches Joe Rogan?
Well, there's a lot of money. There's heads of immense corporations that have incredible financial control and influence on politicians. This is the reason why lobbyists are some of the richest fucking people in the country. Like some of the richest real estate is in Virginia, right outside of DC. So a lot of it's the amount of money that they pay is important to make sure that their agendas are being met and that their businesses get to grow because of regulations or lack of regulations or tariffs or lack of tariffs or whatever the fuck they're trying to do. That's who's runs things really and makes decisions. And then the politicians keep us in battle in these social struggles. You know, it's like when they have, like Kamala Harris had this guy in a dress with a beard in the White House. She's like, "Oh, for pride myself. Come on in, you're the White House. Like that is to accentuate the social squabbling. It's so people get fired up. Yay, queers in the White House, and then other people, what the fuck are queers in the White House? It's like that. This is a part of the grand plan to keep people not paying attention to the really important issues. And it's just constantly, like these fucking beach balls they throw up, they constantly get thrown up. It's working. Gay marriage. They're going to take away gay marriage now. They're going to take away abortion. They're going to take away this. Guns, the border. They just keep throwing these things in the air. So you're just like looking left and right and looking left and right, and all this is going on. There's all sorts of laws being passed that allow them to look at any computer, any laptop, any phone. You're going to be able to bypass encryption with AI. I was just watching a video where a security expert was talking about that. He was talking about what's the guy's name? Rob Braxman. He was talking about how AI in your operating system. Like once they get AI in your operating system, all this stuff like Signal in WhatsApp, encrypted end-to-end encrypted devices, that's nonsense. That's not going to do anything. They're going to be able to get your information before it's encrypted as you're typing it, before you send it. Everything is going to be transparent. They'll have access to anything anything you have on any device. It doesn't matter what kind of encryption or bullshit you're using. All that's out the window. He was explaining that.
What about Elon's Neuralink chip? Is that, you think people are going to have those?
Yeah.
And they can just go open up, they don't have to say it. They can just think it, open up,
That's going to happen. There's going to be versions of that. And it's going to get, we had, what's no one's last name? Say it again. Arbaugh. You say it? Arbaugh? Arbaugh. He's the first patient we had the other day. And I think the episode comes out today. Yeah, it's not now. And yeah, he's the first guy.
Oh my God. Does he start like wanting it there?
He's very, very smart. Very smart, very interesting person to talk to, completely paralyzed from the neck down. Except a few movements in his hands, and he can kind of move a little bit. His spinal cord's not totally severed, but it's very badly damaged from an accident or whatever. And now with this Neuralink, he can play video games, he can do all kinds of stuff. And he said the cursor goes where his eyes go. The cursor goes like exactly where he wants it to go. So it's like I have a built-in home bot from playing video games. But I don't miss. Like, I can look right at it and I can shoot at things, which is pretty wild. And it makes you think like, okay, well, for soldiers, that's a must. Yeah, absolutely that. And that's, some of the fighter jets, the new helmets that they have on now are augmented reality helmets, and when they're flying the jets, as they're looking at a specific spot, that's where crosshairs go. So the crosshairs, this AR jokes, it's a punchline. I think comedy's probably going to be one of the last places where the actual human experience exists in a pure form. It's one of several reasons why the mothership and people put their phones in the back. Like, get that out of your head. Yeah. Stop looking at that. Just sit down and watch. Huge difference. It's a giant difference. But if we could still have things like that, it'll remind us of what it's like to be human.
The movies kind of going to the movie theater. I stopped.
Well, I stopped during the pandemic because I couldn't go. And I was like, that's way better. If you have a nice TV at home and no one interrupt,
there's something about that kind of takeover. But I remember when everybody had 6 feet apart, so people drove.
And that's what they do. When they found he's like, it was out there. I didn't make up the rules. It was out there.
On the flu, when we didn't even have fucking electricity back then.
Well, it doesn't make sense. It's in the air. It's a respiratory virus. It never, ever in the history of human beings been able to contain a respiratory virus. You can't do it. If a respiratory virus gets out to a certain number of people, it starts spreading to certain populations, it's just gonna, and it also has animal reservoirs. So the one of the things it actually can exist in certain animals. In fact, in deer, it tested a bunch of white-tailed deer, just wild deer, and that's what tested positive for COVID-19.
I'm going back to this. That's 6. They're still 6 feet and 6 feet apart in a year. It's fucking stupid.
It's so stupid, but it was all a thing where people looked for something to make them feel better, right? So even though masks didn't work, even though 6-foot distancing didn't work, if you were out in public and you knew that COVID was a thing, and there wasn't some sort of fake measure that made you at least feel safe, like you have to stand a little bit apart from each other, you have to wear the mask, we're going to be okay if we follow these rules. We took the vaccine, we stand 6 feet away, we're wearing a mask. And so all those things, even though none of those things kept you from getting COVID, 0 of those things kept you from getting COVID. In fact, there's more evidence now that the more of those shots you take, the more you get COVID. There's a bunch of different reasons for that, but I'm not a virologist or biologist. But those things at least have people thinking that they were doing the right thing and that maybe they're going to be safe. Instead of just a freak out of a bunch of people with no masks and a wild disease that we've been told is going to kill everybody.
I saw the clip of him saying, masks they'll make you feel better. And so I thought, okay, that makes sense.
But he said exactly. Yeah, it's not going to help.
It's not gonna help. And then wear one. Then people start wearing 2.
Yeah, he was wearing 2.
Yeah, you got to wear 2 and wear a face shield and put a fucking diaper over your filter.
The wear 2 is just like the woke shit in San Francisco. It never stops. It would go to wear a PPE. It would go further.
Yeah.
If they let it stay on. I wear 2 masks now. I feel more protected.
Yeah, wrap yourself in plastic and just stay underwater.
It's amazing how that guy can gaslight. It's amazing. He does it, and his hands in the most towers.
Oh, I love watching when he's in Congress when they're interrogating. It's all political freedom. It's all misinformation and disinformation.
It's well prepared to gaslight.
But how can people still watch him and go, yeah, we did the right thing?
Even in that audio you were talking about, he said, we make people's lives difficult. They will drop their ideological bullshit and get vaccinated and work. He said when they were quizzing him on this, when they were asking him about this and confronting him with this, he said, that's not what I meant.
Yeah. He's sick. He's
like sick, mad science you possibly have meant other than what you said. Because if you were that guy,
Good job, Robin. Everybody, all night. All day. Yo, no one wants this. Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Yeah, no, it's perfect. It's perfect. It's a pleasure to meet you, man. Hey, you too. Dude, thanks for having me. I have a feeling if there's a movie that they're doing in the
This is
future,
fucking wild
world
shit.
change in 2024, you're going to be in that movie. Yeah, that'd be cool.
Damn.
Yeah, they probably don't need people, but they probably just do movies with AI probably really quickly. You could probably take a really great novel like The Great Gatsby, run it through an AI video creator, and it would just make you the most amazing version of The Great Gatsby. Yeah, that's true. Probably. Yeah, that's just. But if we're talking about historical moments in human beings and in technology, the implementation of Neuralink on the first human patient, that's you. Yeah, I guess so. No, definitely. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I keep thinking about it BCI has been around for a while.
So I've
What is
told you,
PCI?
brain computer interface. So like just implants they've done in people, different ways that they've found. They've given people the ability to like control electronic devices. They've been able to control computers and stuff. There are a couple of these out there that you tolerate. Synchron or something, where basically they go through the artery in the neck, and that they kind of thread something up in the brain expand in a vein up
Well, at least I'm
there,
not
artery
saying
up
I'm
there,
working with
and
it.
they can control the brain through that. So these guys have been around for a few decades,
Really?
so I would say that we're standing on the shoulders of giants sort of thing, but I know Neuralink just has
I don't
something
know.
of its own.
If
And
I could
I know
control
that
it, like,
who owns me.
I want to tell you that if I start anyone out there,
But I think this is, I think everyone
I
knows
could
that
I just said, I don't want to see anybody from there.
if you can pull by the
I don't wanna
progress
see
Neuralink's making.
50,
and
45
they're
little chicks.
trying to
Oh,
open source
but I don't think it's
basically
worth
all of it. I think the whole field is just going to grow.
There he is.
exponentially at this point.
Well, we can only hope so. That really is fascinating. And it really is fascinating how many
I
different
don't think that's right, though.
ways and strategies they've employed to try to connect computers to human beings and brains. So, wait, do you know what year the first one was?
98? Yeah, I think so.
I don't want
I think I was a Utah brain. I mean, that just was, it looks like a
to
chip
have to be
with like little fixed, like threads on it to make it a lot smaller, and it just sat on it. So obviously another open brain surgery, and they put it in there, and it would read a section of the brain motor cortex as well.
Have you seen some of the stuff now where they're using some kind of scan imagery where they can actually see thoughts?
No.
Yeah, they're doing where they think they're going to be able to record dreams eventually. And what they're able to do now is get like an approximation of what someone is seeing and thinking.
Right.
You find that, Jim? Sort of figure out exactly what they did?
damn,
Yeah,
man.
scientists read dreams using brain cells. This is an older one? Oh, okay. That's crazy.
I mean, I've always heard that scientists really don't know what dreams are, and like what is going on, or why we do it. I've heard plenty of people say, like, yeah, we still don't know why you sleep. Like, what's going on with dreams? I don't know if that's changed recently, but I don't know. Dreams are an interesting thing.
MRI scans reveal dreams. Japanese researchers unveiled dreams with 60% accuracy. Using innovative MRI scans, a pivotal Kyoto study showcasing a breakthrough in sleep science. Wow. Wild stuff.
AI.
I think we're close. I think if the simulation is real, it seems ridiculous now, less so than it seemed 5 years ago, but I think 5 years from now it seems likely. I think it's all interconnected in some very bizarre way. I think we're slowly building toward that connection with all of this technology, all of these new innovations, and all of the greater understanding of quantum physics and space and all these. As they build on all this stuff, I think it's going to become more and more likely that this whole thing somehow are real, but not real at the same time. Yeah, either a simulation or like actual reality, like a hybrid.
Oh yeah, that'd be crazy. That's one of the things I'm really excited about with Neuralink is how much we learn just about the brain from this. Like the amount of data that they're collecting. I mean, little things like the fact that all this stuff the dreadful going on with my brain. So one of the reasons that they think it happened is because I don't know. Have you heard about that? Like the vocal out?
Yeah. So basically, explain.
Yeah. So basically, there are 64 threads implanted in my brain with 16 electrodes on each. And over the first couple of months, we saw a lot of the threads start retracting from my brain. So the threads that the robot implanted were retracted. And so we were getting less signals from a lot of them. And they can't see that on like brain scans or anything. So like the threads are still small, not even the size of human hair. But in order to get scan of them, you have to use such a big machine that it would probably just fry my brain. So they can't just go and look at them. So a lot of the data that we have that shows that they were moving or coming out of the brain was literally just whether or not the electrodes on the threads were sending signals anymore, if they were picking neuron spikes. So the threads were getting pulled out, and that led to some declined performance for a while. They fixed that away. But some of the reason that happened, as we think, is because the brain moves more than they thought it would, which is something that was so bizarre to me when I first heard that. I was like, you guys know how much the brain moves? Like, this feels like that should have been something that solved ages ago. I just impressed. Yeah, it's so cool. With like your brain, with your heart. So your heart pulses and stuff, your brain pulses. And stuff. There's blood running through it and everything. So, it's just pulses. And they thought that it moves at about a millimeter range. That's how much it'll move. And they found in my brain that I was moving 3 millimeters. So that's on a scale of 3x times a day. Made a whole Neuralink in the threads to be able to see. So they think that might have something to do with it.
So is that a normal thing? Like, does the brain have a range?
Yeah, I think we'll know more.
This is pulsation of the human brain detected by non-invasive time. The human brain pulses every time the heart beats. Scientists have used the tiny jiggle to reveal new insights about our neurons. Neuroscientists, for that name, Really Rudishauer, PhD, he uncovered a strange new phenomenon about the human brain. So it pulses every heartbeat. So if your heart beats, if your heart's beating fast, if you're jacked up, does your brain pulse fast too?
I'm sure. I mean, I get like, what happens with my heart rate's higher, I get like headaches and stuff. So like I have a lot of things with my body, paraplegic, where like I can tell like I really have my head is really bad. But yeah, so which once we got more study, then we'll really know if for some reason my brain just moves a lot more than it should. I imagine we'll see something around the stove, and then we will be able to determine like a range. If it's a range of 1 meter, say 5 millimeters, or if it's pretty consistent around 5 meters.
So what this implant allows you to do is you can interface with a computer, and you can use keyboard, you can type in URLs, you can play video games.
Yeah.
How does it work?
Yeah. So basically, my implant has like a Bluetooth to the computer, and through that, Neuralink has created an app that is uploaded to the computer, and through that app, it's interface with the computer. What it does is all of the electrodes on the threads are sending neuron spikes, neuron signals, and through so it's all inside the motor cortex. Through my intentions, say if I want to try to move my arm left, right, up, down, I can't really move it. I have a little bit of movement in my hand, but I can't really move it. But the neurons are still firing. That intention is still there. So like those signals are being sent. There's just a cutoff from my spinal cord. So obviously it's not getting there. It's still going on in my brain. The little electrodes are picking up those signals, and there's an algorithm, like machine learning background.
Is that Ralph?
Is,
yeah, Dodge. How are you, Ralph? I'm not around. Welcome. Hello, Ralph. 24/7, 365. I've been doing come out for more than 3 years. Huge fan. Future. Technology. Mind technology. And editing. And technology. You don't want to talk? I'm going to find out as well. We're just watching Joe Rogan. This is the guy. Now he's interviewing right now. It's the guy, the first person to ever hit a nerve. Hey, computer interface. Very interesting. Here we go.
Yeah, you could like move with your nose.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. We haven't tried that. Like, we haven't tried. This is very, very, like it's very new. So there are things that we're working on what we're doing at this point. Like a lot of it is like my right hand stuff. We have mapped a lot of things to like individual fingers, hand movements in general. We've done like left hand stuff, like kick stuff, and it doesn't look like this signals are happening. That also could be just due to the fact that some when they fix that with the next then those things will be much better. And with this message, you could theoretically do multiple things at once. It's not just you map my right hand push control, then you map my fingers, my right hand and my toes, like key control. So I can move the cursor and typing at the same time. Yeah, there's a lot to explore with this.
It's so interesting that it's tied to your mind telling different parts of your body to move. I'm very ignorant to stuff. I thought like you were just using the mind and telling the person to go around.
Yeah, so it's something that is true. So it's something that we differentiate. There are what are called attempted movements and imagined movements. So at the very beginning, I did a lot of attempted movement. Attempted movement is just in a sense like I attempt to move my hand in a certain direction. I attempt to move my fingers, like lift your finger up, down, left, right. I attempt to do something, and then the algorithm will take that and translate it to cursor control. But what I realized maybe a few weeks in was that I could just think cursor go here and it would move. That it blew my mind when that happened. Like I said, everything going on in my brain, all of it still works. All the signals are still there. Like I do something to try to move, and the signal is set. So when I'm attempting to move my hand, the cursor moving, and it's moving basically where I want to, I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. It didn't really shock me. I assumed that those signals are still working. It's just my spinal cord was tearing down. I moved for the first time with my mind without attempting to move at all. I was getting the entire day. I could not believe what just happened. And I think we're going to find that with a lot of things. Right now, we're doing I'm trying to map sign language alphabet in order to text, like write words and stuff. And it's pretty promising. I'm sure there's a video out there somewhere that neurocast of me spelling a couple words with sign language.
Wow, so you're thinking in your mind, or you're trying to get your hands to make the signs of sign language, and then the computer interprets that as the language and types it out.
Yep. And I think the same thing is going to happen where I went from attempting to move my hand to imagining just moving the cursor. I think it's going to be the same way with the texting. I haven't had this confirmed yet, but I don't see why not. I think at some point the computer is going to learn, like me trying to do certain letters. If, like typing it, at some point I'm just going to think that letter instead of actually trying to move, and it'll type it. Yeah, because I think it's like me learning what the computer's trying to do, the algorithm, and the algorithm learning what I'm trying to do. And so over time, it's just going to be completely thought-based. I don't see why it wouldn't get there. From what I've seen just with the cursor control, it makes sense that, as I'm attempting, it's learning, and then instead of needing to attempt, it will just understand that I will.
So you're saying that you were one of the first people to do this, and there's going to be more people in the trial, and that maybe they'll learn like the things that are going wrong first. Can they do yours again? Can they redo it?
Yeah, they could. It was something that when the thread retraction had happened, I was obviously pretty broken up about it. I thought that so like when they could, I didn't have very good control of the person before. It was really hard for me to get the person to go where I wanted it to go. I thought my time in control was coming to an end. But that's really hard. It's something really hard to come to terms with because they just showed me a whole new world. Like all these new capabilities that I had. And it introduced so many things. Before that point, I had played video games for 10 hours without needing any sort of help, and it was hard to internalize becoming content. I know that it will at some point because I'll be out studying. I won't be able to do it anymore. So my first thought was, you guys can fix it. Go in, take it out, put in a new one. And they basically said, we're going to see if we can fix it. See if we can do things on the software side to fix it, which they really do. It works better than it did before now, even with like few threads. So I'm glad we did because they learned a lot. If we would just gone in and take that out and put a new one, they wouldn't have learned the last, like anything they learned for the last 3 months. They could go and do it. They're not going to. I don't think that they need to. I know that the whole point of knowledge is to be upgraded. So at some point they're going to do it quickly and take it out and give me a better one.
Now, what is the extent of your injury?
Sorry. I dislocated my C4C5. And people keep calling it a diving accident. It's really it's sort of like a freak accident. I was swimming in the lake. So I dislocated my C4C5, which they told me was good because I didn't sever my spinal cord. Kind of like my spinal cord bounced in place for split seconds and dropped right back where it was supposed to be. And so I cannot move anything. I have no control or sensation over my shoulders. I got a little bit back. I can move my hand a little bit, but not enough. I can control the joystick. So yeah, no movement or sensation over my shoulders.
Is there anything that looked into what they do with stem cells? Or
Yeah. So I applied for studies for enrollment. I never got asked to be in any of them. Never which is kind of what I assumed would happen with Neuralink, honestly. But I applied for things because I obviously don't want to be in I want to be music. So it would be great if I could get into something and have them fixed as much
guy
as
into some
possible.
shit.
Even if I had more control over my hands and the amount of things I could do would like skyrocket an order of magnitude better in my life, independent, everything.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not taking the trauma. And you familiar with a lot of these clinics, Cellular Performance Institute in Mexico? They do a lot of UFC fighters. They do, like, you can do things in other countries that you're not allowed to do in America. The regulations. But what they're able to do down there is they're going right into discs. And they're alleviating people's disc problems. They're actually making the discs grow larger and heal people with back injuries. And I know I've read things about spinal cord injuries and improvements, but I would love to connect you with them. They, they're the experts on this. They'd be able to tell you what the state of the art in terms of what the research shows and stuff. I don't think you're hurt. It's a healing thing, right? If you're getting some sensation, a little bit better movement, maybe they can do something.
Oh, really? Because I'm in the Neuralink study. I'm not sure that. Yeah. I mean, it would be great.
That would suck to get out of the study too. Both things would suck.
Yeah. I mean,
maybe they would allow it.
Yeah. We'll see. I mean, so much that would help heal. Yeah. No, I just know that, like in the studies, right, like the added risk.
Understandable. Also, it would kind of mess up their control. Exactly. Like what happens? You choose somebody up with stem cells, and Does the brain consume more? Does the fibers come out more?
We'll play with any sort of
Right.
as
Right. Yeah, I get it. Is there a hope in the future of utilizing this technology? How people?
Yeah, that's one of the plans. I don't know if you've seen anything on it. Basically, they do something similar to what the stem cell, a lot of the stem cell research is. A lot of stem cell stuff is, implant stem cells up a level of injury, and those stem cells will migrate basically and create a bridge. Some of them have talked about injecting right into the level of injury. So with the Neuralink, the plan is to implant on the brain and then implant one below the level of injury, and the Neuralinks will just talk right to each other. All the brain cells that are in the brain, wherever it's implanted in the cortex in this scenario, we go straight to the other one, right through your body. And are they're already trying it. They have run in a pig. You can watch the video of it. Where basically they have an implant in the pig's brain, or an implant in the pig's brain in the last, and they in the pig's the pig's not paralyzed or anything, but basically they tell the pig come to this section of they grid off the floor and they put food in the section of the grid. If you're okay with this testimony, then come over, basically, pay the bill for them, and then they will take control of the pig's leg, and they will start playing around with it, make the pig yes, this right here. And so all this right? So, and this is just the beginning of this.
So this was flexor movement saying, and the pig is lifting its leg up unconsciously. So
Yep.
How is the egg package here? It's that is the ultimate fear of human beings becoming cyborgs, is that we're subject to all the problems that our computers and our phones have, malware and spyware.
And people ask me all the time, is it hacked? And short answer is yes. But at this point, at least, hacking just wouldn't really do much. You might be able to see some of the brain signals, you'd be able to see some of the data that is collected, and then you might be able to control my cursor on my screen and make me look at weird stuff. But that's about it. I guess you could go and click through a lot of messages, emails, stuff like that. But I also have to be connected already, so if I'm not connected to my computer, I can get in the brain. So it would have to be a time when I am on it and you are able to edit it. And then
You give it basically a guidebook, right?
It's
Turning up the volume of the game.
I think it is what it is.
It is what it is.
I think if it happens, it happens. It's something that they had to tell me about. They're going to study. This is possible. But
What kind of a piece of shit would they be to hack your brain? Get the fuck out of here. There's plenty of bankers out there selling money. Concentrate on that.
along with mine, something I thought a lot about with doing interviews and stuff is some of the people I've done interviews with, I'm like, are they going to try to attack me to get to Elon Musk or something? Are they going to say things about me? Or try to get you on me, get you something. Everyone that I talked about that was you would have to think this is going to be trying to do that to you. But we'll see. Hasn't happened yet. Maybe something.
Oh, there's some scummy people out there. They'll give it a go.
Yeah.
Especially if they think it can go viral.
Yeah.
It's become in fashion to criticize Elon Musk.
Yeah. I've already had some people who the way that they're handling it, it's just so I don't know, gives me I can tell they're trying to get the same things.
So what do you think they're trying to do? Are they just trying to attack? Here's the thing about interviewing that's that a lot of people don't know. When you're used to talking to people, I talk to a lot of people, I'm used to talking to people, if I just meet them, this is me. If I was at a store buying food, this is me everywhere. I can be me. But just because I'm used to it. A a lot of people when they sit down, they know they're going to be on camera. They've never been on camera before, and they get very nervous. And that's why I like to talk to people before the show, just kind of hang out a little, get you chilled out. I'm just a person. You're just a person. We're going to just talk. It's going to be me. I'm your friend. We're going to have a good time. Some people don't want to do that. They want to do the opposite. So they want to sit there with a clipboard, and they want to like look at you in a condescending way, and it's like a little bit of a power move. And what they're trying to do is make salacious content. That's all they're trying to do. That's their job. Their job is different than a person who just wants to have a conversation and ask questions, which is my job. Their job is to make something dramatic happen that's going to be shared on TikTok. Yeah. You know, they're barely in the news business anymore. What they're kind of in is the clip business, viral clip business. They're filming viral clips. So if they can say something ridiculous, then maybe you'll say something back, and that'll become the gotcha. Oh, he claps back.
It's something like I'm not nervous talking. I never have been. I've never had stage fright. I keep with people. I think I'm pretty good with people. I'm not weird about interacting with others. I think it's because of my mom. My mom's like the friendliest person in the world. So I grew up just being able to look up someone on the street and start a conversation if I wanted to. And so then I can obviously tell things people are interviewing, like what they're trying to get. Right. I like just the way that they ask questions, the tone of their voice.
Yeah.
Like, hey, I'm your friend. Like, open up to me. And it's
it's here.
I know. It's not good.
Well, you know, that's the business they're in. You know,
Yeah.
It's a rubber tire store. You're trying to sell tires.
Yeah.
That's their business. You know, you need new tires. Do I really? No, their business is talking shit and making things. You know, it's a bad format. Most of those media interviews are bad formats because it's a very limited amount of time, and you have to have a clip that fits in between commercials. And also, they're not afraid. They have executives. There's too many people that get in there and just. The person talking to you just be talking to you. They should have an understanding of what you do and how it happened and what this is all about. What this means for future people.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it's everyone's goddamn political right now. It's so weird. They even make it apolitical. It's just so to connect you to that, it's just so stupid. Yeah. What you are is, like I said, I think if there's a movie about the future, one of the very first people that has used this kind of technology, we're learning that these people are getting better at it, and nowadays with AI, who knows what's going to be possible just if you're here. It's very exciting.
It is very exciting. I know a lot of people are really nervous about it. And understandably so. I've heard a little bit of what I said about it. Like, I don't have like good arguments against it. I come and be like, Joe, I'm here to help. Don't worry about it.
I would say that's the computer.
Let me see. I'll show you. It's no big deal. I'm your friend. No, but I get it. At the same time, the way I look at it is like how much it's going to be able to help people. How much it's going to be able to help me. Not the beginning. Like, I know a lot of this is like down the road stuff. You know, what it's going to do to normal people who get this, they're going to be hacked or controlled or something. But for me, I think about how many people who are paralyzed don't have to be paralyzed anymore. How many people with disabilities, ALS, or Alzheimer's, or blind, how many people are going to be able to live their lives? And that's my goal. I know that I feel like people are going to look at me and say, like, I really need to be more concerned about a lot of the things coming down the road. And it's something that I'm trying to think about because at some point people are going to ask, and I don't have good answers for it. Because all I'm thinking about is, I want to help people, and I feel like this is going to help people, and that's what I'm focused on. So,
well, I think your perspective is probably the right one because no one knows what's coming.
Yeah.
No one. And you can be freaked out about it like I am. I'm sometimes freaked out about it. Other times I'm sort of resigned to the fact that this is just the existence that we find ourselves in. Yeah. This is our timeline. We live in a very strange timeline.
and it's happening at a very, very, very rapid rate, and no one has a map of the future. It's not possible. It's just all guess. It's completely. It is like an ant trying to figure out how to operate an iPhone. It's not. We don't have it. Whatever it is, whatever it's going to be, it's going to be, and you're not going to stop it. We are a runaway train. It's just over going to a cool spot.
Yeah, right. I mean, you look at 100 years ago, there's no way to imagine what it would be like.
No. So, and I have a feeling the next 5 to 10 years will be a lot bigger.
Yeah, I mean, that's great.
Yeah. So, well, just once this stuff goes live, it's going to be really weird. It's going to be really weird. But along the way, we're going to solve a lot of the problems. That, I mean, look, if I have, I've had 3 knee surgeries, 2 ACL reconstructions. If I lived 100 years ago, I'd be crippled. Yeah. You know, just how it is. My knees would be destroyed. I wouldn't be able to walk good. And now I can do anything. That's just medical technology and understanding of the human body. Implementation of this kind of device that can allow you to move your body. And as you were saying earlier, you can bring back eyesight. This is something that they really are hopeful for.
Yeah.
Are they doing any of that on animals?
I'm not sure. I know that plan is. Like, they did a talk about it a while ago. Like a show and tell. They basically show how like how the Neuralink works in my brain would be very, very similar. You would just you would like activate certain parts of the brain or behind the eye, the part of the brain within the eye that dictates sight. So if you would activate certain things in order to display what's going on around the world to someone, whatever. Because I don't know. They have done it. Well, they did it with yeah. So there's a video of them lighting up parts of a screen, and they have like basically an eye. And so the monkey will look to different parts of the screen, and like wherever they've lit up, like the brain. So whatever is going, whatever implant they have in the brain, they will light up somewhere on the brain, and then they'll light up all the time, and the monkey will look there. And then at some point, they stop lighting it up on the screen, and they're just lighting up on the monkey's brain, and the monkey still looks there. So yeah, so they know that they can do these sorts of things. And yeah, it's amazing. I know that there are other companies that have done something similar to this, with like giving people, like helping people with eyesight. I know one of them went under. It was just a wild story of basically with implants and things and people, and the company went under, and then the people in the study were like, well, what do we do now? They didn't know if things could like continue. That's one of the things about it. Yeah.
I should mention that the blind sight implant has already worked in the monkeys. Resolution would be low at first, like early Nintendo graphics, but ultimately they exceed normal human vision. Holy shit. Also, no monkey has died or been seriously injured by a Neuralink device yet. By a Neuralink device, right. But they did have to kill the monkeys that they originally did studies on, right?
Yeah, you know, that's about like study and stuff like that.
You have to kill them to find out what they actually done.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Basically, all animals that are in studies at some point get they call it sacrifice. So they always sacrifice.
That's the animals.
Yeah.
Come to the work, guys, right?
But this day and age, it's kind of great. It's really great.
We could have worked on that one.
Yeah, right? A little bit more thought. So yeah, they do that. They have to, like you said, learn something from the monkeys, from the animals that they're testing on. So some of them they will, not live for years. Some of them they'll insert something in and then sacrifice almost immediately to see, because they have to know what it's doing short term. So basically, all animals in the testing get sacrificed at some point. I don't know how true that is, because obviously if they're done with the study that they're going to be like a little bit, it's too invasive. If they don't need to like any part of them, they need to be killed for it. If you're going to study the brain, there's really no other way. So then there was the whole like report that came out of all the terrible things that there are monkeys. I've talked to the people and I got to meet them, the people who were working directly with monkeys. Those monkeys are the best animal facility in the world. Someone like came in and built it. Basically, they're going around now and changing how other labs treat their monkeys, like for the better. So they're going into the world like animal testing, basically. So you're not like treat anyone else better than anywhere else. And they've reported all these terrible things that were happening with animals. It's because all the things they brought up, it was all bad. Basically, anything bad that happens to the monkey has to be, or any of the animals has to be reported and get reported in this, X, Y, Z format. This is what's going on with the monkey. This is what happened. This is what could happen. We had to kill the monkey yesterday. The other things are, the time between, like 5 years ago, one bad thing happens. There's a report about that one bad thing happened. And compile all that, look at all of these terrible things that are going on. But it's
Interesting. It's a tough one because some people don't go on with animals at all. Yeah. And so for them, everything that happens to an animal for scientific purposes is evil. You know, I get it from their perspective. Yeah, I get it. But they call us because we're doing to do things to monkeys that, you know, I feel like a lot of people in the world practice on. You know?
I don't have any ideas.
That's terrible to say. You should do that, but it is something. Very weird.
That's terrible things to us too.
Yeah, they do. You know, or if they live in urban neighborhoods where they're alive tourists, they steal their phones, attack people. Yeah, they're fuckers. Yeah, they can be fuckers.
And I saw a story. He basically person kid's face was he was like out in the Chinese village, and the whole story was about how they were doing reconstructive surgery on the kid and like making him look a bit more normal again. That's terrifying.
These are unbelievably strong. It's the video of a guy sitting on the ground, cross-legged, and a monkey hops on his shoulder. And then the guy's like, it's cute, smiling, and the monkey just decides to take a massive chunk of his scalp, just bites down on his head, and just takes like a football-sized chunk of scalp of this dude's head. It is horrible. Just decided for no reason, unprovoked. You know, monkey lives in a rough neighborhood. We have our life, right? He's not out there just, picking fruit. And this is it. This dude's just here. But this monkey is like, sitting on his lap, like, talking to the monkey. He's like, it doesn't seem like he's bummed out about that. It does. Gee. Ouch. Wow. Yeah.
Brain.
No, not that. That would have to be a chunk of skull, right? But it's old. I mean, that's gone. That's gone. Yikes.
Nothing.
Ouch. Yeah. Right. But yeah, the monkey.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's monkey. I think when you're looking at these kind of scientific experiments on animals, a lot of people are going to have problems. But I wonder through new technology, that's not going to be necessary anymore. If they'll, in the future, particularly with the leaps that are going to be made with AI, I wonder if they're going to be able to just map out a study, like understand interactions between human beings and these devices and be able to map out the possibilities of things. So they're having to do that.
Yeah, you would think so.
Who knows?
Yeah, it makes sense. I feel like at the beginning they would probably need to do like that along with the study on a human. They might run simulations a million times, but in the simulation on how this would interact with a human, but then they would have to go into it to see how true the simulations are, and then depending on how accurate they are, maybe they could just go fully to that. But into being different, then
yeah, I have to think they're going to be able to replace parts with artificial parts too. Like like the eyeball itself. I was just thinking about that the other day, like how complex, like all these little cameras are. Yeah, these little tiny ass cameras. One of these 100x. You know, one of these is 200 megapixels. Little tiny thin thing. Like, what's to say that they wouldn't be able to come up with something that was way better than human eye? You could zoom in, just like a phone, just like zoom in something, like, but have like a real optical zoom.
I just don't think that red.
Yeah, that would be creepy.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
It just seems like yeah, you'd be very weird talking to our two big guys. It'd be weird if you couldn't tell. I would all right.
It's kind of like looking at someone's eyes and then you find out if they're cool. Just looking at these lenses, it's like, are you even in there anymore? I'm just trusting that you're still there. It's like talking to someone with sunglasses on forever. You know, you're in there, man.
Yeah. What are you looking at?
That is a weird thing that we look for the eye expression, the windows.
Soul. Yeah. You can tell, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Something like that.
Yeah.
Like I was saying, it's something people wouldn't tell, which is also something to.
Ooh.
If you wouldn't be able to tell something about us, just with that kind of person,
Right. That's a real part of how we interact with each other. It's like facial expressions. Like figuring each other out just by like how you look, your eyes are looking at me. Oh, man.
Well, it's not like you trust someone because they have like less eyes.
Yeah. They got like little red lights. That's the only way it works. Especially when you're
rapid eye movement.
yeah. Like sleeping. Yeah. I'm not sure that worked. There's some sort of stuff they were trying to do.
One guy who has a printed a camera in it or something.
And it doesn't hook up to his tooth. They figured out a way to allow people to see things through their teeth.
I don't get it.
I'm not. Yeah. That's the time in the world for me to figure that out. They got smart people. I mean, how would they come through the teeth? 3D printed eye. Here's the correct. Yo,
Got a camera.
and he sees through the camera.
Yeah, it's going to transmit. I don't know if it's great.
Well,
That's kind of weird. It's the first step. And they
that guy would recommend this POV porn.
Maybe like in there.
12 years ago.
Yeah, it's not like some sort of proprietary little video player. So what is the next in terms of like how long does this study with tooth and eyes? Doctors in Florida restore a woman's sight by implanting a tooth in her eye. No, but I think that's how they do it. That is the thing. I was saying, like for your teeth, I mean, that is how they do it. Team specialists, University of Miami University of Medicine announced Wednesday that they were the first surgeons in the United States to restore a person's sight by using a tooth. The procedure is formally called modified keratoconus. Sorry. Sharon K. Thornton, 60, went blind 9 years ago from a rare disorder called Stevens-Johnson syndrome. The disorder left the surface of her eyes so severely scarred she was legally blind. But doctors determined that the inside of her eyes was functional enough that she might one day see with the help of this thing. This is a patient where the surface of the eye was totally damaged and wetness her tears. Dr. Victor L. Perez, the ophthalmologist at the Bascom Palmer Eye Institute at the University of Miami, who operate on tooth. So we kind of recreate the environment of the mouth and the eye. What? 3-phase operation started with the University of Miami dentist, Dr. Yo Savatari, who removed this from its mouth and prepared an implant of her own dental tissue for her most severely damaged eye, which used to make a new cornea to replace the damaged one. Doctors found that the same important cheek that would be the soft mucus tissue around her mouth. Oh.
Guy.
Which had a bold
Remember this motherfucker's name. He's gonna be famous. Remember this name? Rabbi Rothschild. But he, this motherfucker's a fucking famous. Crazy shit. No, I don't want to fucking screen. Bitch. I want to fucking superhero. Like, dude. 10 minute day, podcast. Chicken dinner. Okay.
Yeah. No, it's perfect. It's a pleasure to meet you. I have a feeling there's a movie that is doing the future. How the world changed in 2024. You're going to be in that movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. They probably don't need people like that. They probably just do movies with a guy, probably really quick. You could probably like take a really great novel like The Great Gatsby, put it through an AI video creator, and it would make you the most amazing version of The Great Gatsby.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that'd be sick.
If we're talking about historical moments in human beings and in technology, the implementation of Neuralink on the first generation. Yeah, I guess so. Definitely.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I keep thinking about these guys that have for a while. So, brain computer interface. So, like, just implants.
Dude, I forgot this fucker's name.
Different ways that they've given people the ability to control electronic devices. They've been able to control computers and stuff. There are a couple of things out there, the Tolerate, CCOM from up something, and they're basically they go through artery, and they kind of thread something up into the brain and expands in a thing up there, an artery up there, and like control the brain from there. So it has been around for a while, a few decades, I think since like the 90s. So I'm saying giants sort of thing, but I know that I just have some of the out, and I know that with blow up. I think this is a nice comes after this. You should by the progress it's making, and that's the whole field.
It really is fascinating. It really is fascinating how many different ways and strategies are employed to try to connect. So, what do you know? What year the film was taken?
Yeah, I think so. I think that was the Utah ring. And that just was, it looks like a chip with a little fixed, like threads on it that were a lot smaller and just sat on the brain. So obviously another open brain surgery.
Have you seen some of the stuff down there?
You guys tried that here twice? Stop.
Oh.
Yeah, they're doing where
I don't know.
eventually
Why did that? This guy would have to be such a
summation, but someone's keep that, find that, Jim, so figure out exactly what they did. Scientists read dreams using brains.
What's the fuck up?
That's
No
crazy.
way. That isn't true. It can't be true.
You know how, like, what is going on, why you do it. I've heard I don't know why you reach it. That's what I was dreaming. I don't know. It's changed recently, but You like,
Shut up.
no, dreams are,
I don't. You don't
dreams are
fucking
interesting.
believe me.
MRI scans reveal seen
Crazy.
dreams. Japanese researchers unveiled dreams visuals with 60% accuracy using innovative
You're saying you got a
MRI
shot.
scans
What?
and pivotal pivotal studies showcasing a breakthrough in sleep science. Wow,
Don't.
wild stuff.
Yeah.
I think we're close. I think if the simulation is real, it seems ridiculous now. Less so than 5 years ago, but I think 5 years from now, it seems likely. I think it's all connected in some bizarre way. I think we're slowly building toward that connection. All of this technology and all these new innovations and all the greater understanding of quantum physics and space and all these things. As they build on all this stuff, I think it's going to become more and more likely that this whole thing is somehow real, but not real at the same time.
Yeah.
Neither a simulation nor like actual reality, like a hybrid of these things.
Oh, yeah. It's crazy. That's one of the things I'm really excited about with Neuralink. Is how much we're going to learn just about from this. The amount of data. I really think the fact that the stuff with the thread going on with the brain, one of the reasons it happened is because I don't know. I've heard about what's going on.
Yes.
So basically, So basically, there are 16 threads implanted in my brain with 16 electrodes on each, and over the course of a month, we saw a lot of the threads start retracting. So the threads that were implanted were retracted, and so we were getting a signal on them, and they can't see that from like brains. Like the threads are so small, not even the size of a computer, that in order to get a scan of them, you have to use such a great machine that we probably just fry them. So they can't just look at them. So one of the data that we have that shows they were moving from the brain was literally just whether or not the electrodes were sending signals anymore, if they were picking up neuron spikes. So a lot of threads and that led to some decline performance for a while, and then kind of fixed that way. But some of the reason that happened is because the brain moved more than they thought it would, which is something that was so bizarre. But I first heard that, I was like, yes, the brain moves. Like, this feels like that should have been something that was solved, ages ago.
I never thought it moved.
Yeah, and so it pulses like with your heart rate. So I guess your heart pulses and stuff, your brain pulses as well. It's really like so it's just pulsing. And they thought that it moved like pulses at about a 1 millimeter rate. That's how much the pulse moves is 1 millimeter. And they found that my brain was moving 3 millimeters pulsing. That's on a scale of 3x times a day. Made the whole Neuralink and the threads and everything good to be able to withstand. So they think that that's
So is that a normal thing? That like does the brain have a range?
Yeah, I don't know. I think that's gonna
Stiffness pulsation of the human brain detected by non-invasive time. The human brain pulses every time the heart beats. Scientists have used the tiny jiggle to reveal new insights about our neurons. Neuroscientist, try that name. Yuli Rutishauer, PhD, thought he'd uncovered a strange new phenomenon about the human brain. So it pulses every heartbeat. So if your heart beats a lot, if your heart's beating fast, you're jacked up, does the brain pulse faster?
I'm sure. I mean, I get like what happens for me is my heart rate's higher, I'll get like headaches and stuff. So like I have a lot of with my body, my quadriplegia here. Like I can tell, like if I have really high blood pressure, my head just gets like really bad headaches and stuff. But yeah, so brain moves, which is my mind. But once we get more people studying, then we'll really know if for some reason my brain just moves a lot more should. I imagine that we'll see something around the same, and then we will be able to determine like a range that you're talking about. If it's a range of 1 millimeter, say 5 millimeters, if it's pretty consistent enough millimeters, I'm not sure.
So what this implant allows you to do is you can interface with a computer and you can use keyboard, you can type in URLs, video games.
Yeah.
How does it work?
Yeah, so basically, my implant has like a Bluetooth connection to the computer, and through that, Neural has created an app that they have uploaded to the computer, and through that app, I can interface with the computer. What it does is all of the electrons in the threads are sending neurons, signals, and through my intentions. So say I want to try to, move my hand left, right, left, there. I can't really move it. I have like one ability with the hand, but I can't really move it. But the neurons are still firing. That intention is still there. So like those signals are being sent. There's just a cutoff in my spinal cord. So obviously it's not getting down. But it's still going on in the brain. And those electrodes are picking up those signals. And there's an algorithm, like machine learning in the background, that is, taking those intentions, and over time, it is learning what I'm trying to do, and that translates to cursor control. So, yeah. So if I want to try to move the cursor to the left, I move my hand forward, but that's not necessarily what I'm doing. If I want to move the cursor to the left, I could kick my foot, or I could do any sort of like motor action to train it to learn that's what I want it to do to go left. So there will be like a visual on the screen that says like move your hand to the left, and then they will train that with movement to the left and push control. But that it can be like do a little jig, and that'll move it to the left. Like anything that it can do, anything you can do, I mean, it can learn, and you can map that.
So does this include facial movements?
Yeah.
So you can like move with your nose.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Like we haven't tried it like that. We haven't tried, a lot of stuff. It's very, very, like it's still very new. So there are things that we're working on what works well at this point. So like a lot of it is like my right hand stuff. We knocking off things through like individual fingers, hand movements in general. We've done left hand stuff. We've done like foot kick stuff, and it doesn't look like the signals are as good. But that's just due to the fact that some of the threads are different. So when they fix that issue with the next people, then those things would be much, much better. And if that's the case, then you could theoretically do multiple things at once. It's not just like map, say, my right hand push control, then you map my fingers, my other hand, and my toes to like key control. So I could be moving the cursor and typing at the same time with my toes. Yeah, there's a lot. It's so interesting. It's tied to your mind having different parts of your body. I'm very ignorant of this stuff. I thought like you were just using your mind and having the cursor go around. Yeah, so it's something that is true. So it's something that we differentiate. There are what are called attempted movements and imagined movements. So at the very beginning, I did a lot of attempted movement. Attempted movement is just what it sounds like. I attempt to move my hand in a certain direction. I attempt to move like lift your finger up, down, left, right. I attempt to do something, and then the algorithm will take that and translate it to cursor control. But what I realized when it did was that I could just think cursor go here and there. That if that happened. Like I said, with everything going on in my brain, I still works. Somebody's talking about like I think something to try to move, and the signal gets sent. So when I'm attempting to move my hand on the cursor screen, and it's moving basically where I want to, they're like, yeah, it didn't really shock me that it worked.
I assumed that it would, because I was thinking that's still working. It's just not found that it's jacked up. But when I moved it for the first time with my mind without attempting to move it off, I was giddy the entire day. I could not believe it just happened. And I think we're going to find that with a lot of things. Right now, you're doing like, I'm trying to map like sign language, like sign language alphabet in order to text, like write words and stuff. And it's pretty promising. It worked. I'm sure there's a video out there of me somewhere that literally has me spelling a couple words with sign language.
Wow. So you're thinking in your mind, you're trying to get your hands to make the signs of sign language, and then the computer interprets that as the language and types it out.
Yep. And I think the same thing is going to happen where I have found attempting to move my hand to imagine using the cursor. I think it's going to be the same way with the texting. I haven't had this confirmed yet, but I don't see why. I think at some point we're going to learn, like me trying to do certain letters, if like attempting it, at some point I'm going to think that letter instead of actually trying to move it, and it'll help it. You know? Yes. I think it's both like me learning what like the computer's trying to do the algorithm, and the algorithm learning what I'm trying. And so over time, it's just going to be completely based. I don't see why it wouldn't get there. From what I've seen just with the cursor control, it makes sense that, as I'm attempting, it's learning, and then instead of even needing to attempt, it will just understand what I want to do.
So you were saying that you were one of the first people to do this, and there's going to be more people to try, and then maybe they'll learn the things that are going wrong with yours. Can they do yours again? Can they redo it?
Yeah, good. It was something that, when the thread retraction happened, I was obviously pretty breaking up about it. I thought that, so like when they told me, I didn't have very good control of the cursor anymore. It was really hard for me to let the cursor go where I wanted to go. I thought my time in the was coming to an end. And that's really hard. Something hard to with, because they had just showed me this whole new world. Like all these new capabilities that I had, and they had introduced so many things. Like before that point, I had played video games for 10 hours without getting any sort of help, and it was hard to, internalize that all we learned. I know that it was some point because I'll be out studying and I won't be able to use it anymore. So my first thought was, can you guys basically go in, take it out, and then do it? And basically said, we're not at that yet. We're going to see if we can fix it. We're going to see if we can do things with the software side to fix it, which they ended up doing. It works better than it did before it, even with like people threads. So I'm glad we did it because they learned a lot. If we would just gone in and taken it out for the new one, they wouldn't have learned anything they learned in the last 3 months. They could do it. They're not going to. I don't think that they need to. But at some point, I know that there's going to be more like this to be upgradable. So at some point, we'll go in, hopefully, and take it out and get rid of it.
Now, what is the extent of your
I dislocated my C4 and people keep calling it a diving accident. It wasn't really a diving accident. It was just sort of like a freak accident when I was swimming in the lake. So I dislocated my C4, C5, which the therapy was good because I didn't sever my spinal cord. It was just kind of like my spinal cord outside of place for a split second to help it where it was supposed to be. And so I cannot move anything. I have no control or sensation below my shoulders. I got a little bit back. Like I can move my hand a little bit, but not enough. I couldn't control the joystick or anything. So yeah, no movement or sensation below my shoulders.
Is there anything that if you looked into looking at the stem cells?
Oh yeah. I'm
So I applied for studies for Maryland, and I never got asked to be in that with them. I never interacted with them, which is kind of what I assumed would happen in Maryland. But I applied for things because I obviously don't want to. So it would be great if I could get into something and have them fix as much of me as possible. I mean, even if I had more control over my hands, the amount of things I could do would like skyrocket and order of magnitude better. I mean,
Yeah, I don't think it would hurt to try. You're familiar with a lot of these clinics, like the Cellular Performance Institute in Mexico. They do a lot of UFC fighters. Like you can do things in other countries that you're not allowed to do in America because of regulations. But what they're able to do down there is they're going right into discs, and they're treating people's disc problems where they're actually making discs grow larger and heal people with back injuries. And I know I've read things about spinal cord injuries and treatments, but I would love to connect you with them. And they, they're the experts in this. They'd be able to tell you like what the state of the art in terms of what the research shows the stem cells can and can't do.
Yeah.
I don't think it would hurt. I mean, it's a healing thing, right? If you're getting some sensation, a little bit better movement, maybe they can accelerate that.
Yeah, that would be great.
I'll connect you with them.
Cool. I don't know if I'm allowed to. Just want to call it real because I'm in the Maryland study. I'm not sure that.
Maybe you should not.
I mean, that would be great.
That would suck to get out of the study too. Both things would suck.
Yeah. I mean,
maybe they would allow it.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see.
I mean, something that would help heal.
Yeah, and I just know that like a lot of studies, something like that, they might not want to take on like the risk.
Understandably, also would kind of mess up their control.
Exactly.
Like what happens to somebody with stem cells? Does the brain pulsate more? Does the fibers come out more?
Yeah, how does it inflate?
Right. Yeah, I get it. Is there a hope in the future of utilizing this technology to help people begin movement?
Yeah, that's one of the plans. I don't know if you've seen it. Basically, they do something similar to what the stem cell research is. A lot of the stem cell is, implant stem cells above a level of injury, and those stem cells will migrate basically and create injury. Some of them have even talked about injecting the level of injury. So with the Neuralink, to implant on the brain and below the level of injury, Neuralinks talk to each other. All brain signals that it's in the brain, wherever it's implanted in the motor cortex at this point, in this scenario, would go straight to the other one and it would send it right through your body.
And do they have a plan on when to try this?
There are they have a peak, you can also video of it, where basically they have an implant in the pig's brain or an implant in the pig's spinal cord, I think in the thoracic section of the spinal cord, and they have been moving the pig's legs on its own. The pig's not paralyzed, but basically they'll tell the pig come to this section, they grid off the floor and they put food in the section of the grid. If you're okay with this testimony, pig, come over here. Basically, the pig will go in there, and then they will take control of the pig's leg, and they will start making the pig it's ready. So all those movements are pigs make. So, and this is just the beginning, obviously.
So this is flexing movement, saying and the pig is lifting its leg up unconscious. So.
They're doing it all.
The CIA can it's like, I mean, that is the ultimate fear of human beings becoming not that we're going to be subject to all the problems that our computers and our phones have. Malware, spyware.
I mean, people ask me all the time that. And
it's perfect.
Yeah.
It's reaching.
Rogan podcast. Check it out. That's out. Right.
Good job. Experience.
Podcast by night, all day.
You guys hear me?
Yeah.
Our
No, it's perfect. Perfect. It's a pleasure to meet you.
You too.
I have a feeling there's a movie that they do in the future for how the world changed in 2024. You're going to be in that.
I know.
Yeah, they probably don't do people by then. They probably just do movies with AI, probably really quickly. You could probably like take a really great movie like Great Gatsby, run it through an AI video creator, and it would just make you the most amazing version of the Great Gatsby.
Yeah, that's
Probably.
yeah, that's
But if we're talking about like historical moments of human beings and in technology, the implementation of Neuralink on the first human patient, that's you.
yeah, I guess so.
No, definitely.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I keep thinking about it like, BCI has been around for a while. So great computer interface. So like just implants they've done to people, different ways that they've found. It's given people the ability to like control electronic devices. They've been able to control computers and stuff. There are a couple of things out there that you call Synchron or something, where basically they go through artery and they kind of something like the brain that expands in a vein up there, an artery up there, and they can control the brain through that. So BCI has been around for a while, a few decades, since like the 90s. So I would say that we're standing on the shoulders of giants, sort of. But I know Neuralink just has a really good time, and I know that with Elon's name attached to it, it's going to go up a little more. But I think this is the beginning. I think everyone else that comes after this basically is going to be pulled up by the progress Neuralink's making, and the fact that they are trying to like open source basically all of it. The field is just going to grow at this point.
That really is fascinating. It really is fascinating how many different ways and strategies they've employed to try to connect computers to human beings and brains. So, do you know what year the first one was that did this?
98? Wow. Yeah, I think so. I think that was that just was looks like a chip with like more fixed. I think a lot smaller, and it just sat on. So obviously, open brain surgery, they put it in there and read brain motor works, I think, as well.
They're using some kind of scanning imagery where they can actually see thoughts. Yeah, they're doing. They think they're going to be able to record dreams eventually, and what they're able to do now is get like an approximation of what someone's seeing. People that find that figure out exactly what they did. Yeah, scientists read dreams using brain scans. It's an older one.
I mean, I've heard that scientists really don't know what dreams are and like what's going on or why you do it. I've heard plenty of people say like, yeah, still don't know why you need to sleep. What's going on in your dream? I don't know if that's changed recently. Dreams are an interesting thing.
Sleep things interesting. MRI scans reveal what we see in dreams. Japanese researchers unveiled dream visuals with 60% accuracy using innovative MRI scans, a pivotal Kyoto study showcasing a breakthrough in sleep science. Wow. Wild stuff. I think we're close. I think if the simulation is real, it seems ridiculous now. Less so than it's 5 years ago, but I think 5 years from now, it's like I think it's all interconnected in some very bizarre way. I think we're slowly building toward that connection with all this technology, all these new innovations, all the greater understanding of quantum physics and space and all these stuff, as they build all this stuff, I think it's going to become more and more likely that this whole thing is somehow or another real, but not real at the same time.
Yeah.
Either a simulation or like a hybrid of these things.
Oh, yeah. That'd be crazy. One of the things I'm really excited about with Neuralink is how much we can learn just about the brain. Like the amount of data they're collecting. I mean, little things. Like the fact that all this stuff is going on with my brain. One of the reasons I think it happened is because, well, I don't know. Have you heard about the pull out and stuff? So basically, yeah. So basically, there are 65 threads implanted in my brain with 16 electrodes on each. And over the course of a month, we saw a lot of the threads start retracting from my brain. So the threads that the robot implanted were retracting. And so we were getting the signals from a lot of them. And they can't see that on like a human scan. So like the threads are so small, not even the size of a human hair, that in order to get a scan of it, you'd have to use such a big machine that it would probably just fry my mind. So they can't just go so a lot of the data that we have shows that they were moving or down the brain was literally just whether or not the electrodes on that were sending signals anymore, if they're picking up neuron spikes. So a lot of the threads were getting pulled out, and that led to some decline performance. For a while, they kind of put that in a way. But some of the reason that happened is because the brain moves more than they thought it would, which is something that was so bizarre when I first heard that. It was like, you don't know how the brain moves. Like, it feels like that should have been something that was solved, ages ago.
I didn't think it moved.
So it pulses. Like your brain, with your heart. So I guess your heart pulses, your brain pulses as well. Because when they're feels it's just pulsing. And they thought that it moved pulses at about a 1 millimeter rate. So and they found in my brain that it was moving 3 millimeters. So that's still 3x to they had made the whole neural and the threads and everything forward to be able to stand. So they took that in the test as well.
So is that a normal thing? Like, is the brain green?
Yeah, I don't know. I think that's kind of more
Stiffness pulsation of the human brain detected by the human brain pulses every time the heart beats. Scientists have used the tiny jiggle to reveal new insights about neurons. Neuroscientists, Really Rothschild, PhD, thought he'd uncovered a strange new phenomenon about the human brain. So it pulses every heartbeat. So if your heart's beating fast, if you're jacked up, does your brain pulse fast?
I mean, I get what happens with me is if my heart rate's higher, I get like headaches and stuff. So like I have a lot of things with my body, with my quadriplegic. My high blood pressure, my head just gets really, really, like I get really bad. But yeah, so brain moves more than we thought it did, which blew my mind. Once we get more study, then we'll really know for some reason my brain just moves more than it should. And I imagine that we'll see something around the same, and then we will be able to determine the brain like you're talking about. If it's rangeable, or say, or if it's pretty consistent around, I'm not sure.
So what this implant allows you to do is you can interface with a computer, and you can use keyboard, you can type in URLs, you can play video games. How does it work?
Yeah, so basically, my implant has a Bluetooth connection to the computer, and then through that, creators can have that they have uploaded to the computer, and through that app, I can interface with the computer. What it does all of the electrodes on the threads are sending neuron spikes, neuron signals. And through so it's all implanted in my motor cortex, through my intentions. So if I want to try to move my hand left, right, up, down, I can't really move it. I have like a little bit of movement in my hand, but I can't really move it. But the neurons are still firing. That intention is still there. So like those signals are being sent. There's just a cutoff in my spinal cord. So all these things not getting down. But it's still going on. And those electrodes are picking up those signals, and there's an algorithm, like machine learning in the background, that is, taking those intentions, and over time, it is learning what I'm trying to do, and that translates to cursor control. So, yeah, so if I want to try to move the cursor to the left, I move my hand to the left, but that's not necessarily what I. If I wanted to move to the left, I could kick my foot, or I could do any sort of like motor action to train it to learn that's what I want to do. So there would be like a visual on the screen. There's like move your hand to the left, and then they will train that movement to the left. But that visual, like anything that it can learn and can map that. So does this include facial movements? Yeah. So you can like lift your nose. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Like we haven't tried it. I did try it. It's very, very like it's still very new. So there are things that we're working on that work well at this point. So I think a lot of it is like my right hand stuff. We have mapped it on things to like individual fingers, hand movements in general. But we've done left hand stuff, like foot kick stuff. It doesn't look like the signals are as good. But that also might be just due to the fact that some failed to. So when they fix that issue with the next people, then those things will be much, much better. And if that's the case, you could theoretically do multiple things at once. It's not just, you map, say, my right hand cursor control, then you map my fingers, and my other hand and my toes through like key control. So I could be moving the cursor and typing at the same time with my toes or something. Yeah, there's a lot to explore with this.
It's so interesting that it's tied to your mind telling to your body to move. I'm obviously very ignorant to this stuff. I thought like you were just using your mind telling the cursor to go around.
Yeah, so it's something that is true. So it's something that we differentiate. There are what are called attempted movements and imagined movements. So at the very beginning, I did a lot of attempted movement. Attempted movement is just what it sounds like. I attempt to move my hand in a certain direction. I attempt to move my fingers, like lift your finger up, down, left, right. I attempt to do something. And then the algorithm will take that and translate it to cursor control. But what I realized maybe a few weeks in was that I could just think cursor go here and that it blew my mind when that happened for the first time. Like I said, with everything going on in my brain, all the signals are still there. Like I think something, try to move, and the signal gets sent. So when I'm attempting my hand and the cursor's moving, and it's moving basically where I want it to, I'm like, yeah, it didn't really shock me that it worked. I assumed that it would work because all the signals are still working. It's just my spinal cord that's checked out. But when I worked for the first time with my mind, attempting to move it all, I was giddy the entire day. I could not believe what just happened. And I think we're going to find that with a lot of tools. Right now, I'm doing I'm trying to hire a silent bridge, like a silent bridge now, in order to text, like words and stuff. And it's pretty promising. It worked. I'm sure there's a video somewhere that has spelling a couple words, which is wow.
So your thinking in your mind, you're trying to get your hands to make the sign language, and then the computer interprets that as the language and types it out.
Yep. And I think the same thing is going to happen where I went from the text to imagination. I think it's going to be the same way with the texting. I mean, I've had this ability yet, but I don't see why. I think at some point the computer's going to learn that you can try to do certain letters if like it's empty. And at some point I'm just going to think that letter is going to actually try to move and it'll yeah. Because I think it's both like me learning what like the computer trying to do the algorithm and the algorithm learning what I'm trying to do. And so over time it's just going to be completely thought-based. I don't see why I get there. From what I've seen just with cursor control, it makes sense that as I'm attempting, it's learning, and then instead of needing to attempt, it'll just understand what to do.
So you were saying that you were one of the first people to do this. There's going to be more people in trial, and that maybe they'll learn like the things that are going wrong with yours. Can they do yours again? Can they redo it?
Yeah, they could. It was something that when the traction happened, I was obviously pretty broken up about it. I thought that so like when they called me, I didn't have very good control of the cursor anyway. It was really hard for me to get the cursor to go where I wanted to go. I thought my time in the trial was coming to an end, and that's really hard. Something I had to come to terms with because they had just showed a whole new world. Like all the capabilities that I had, and they had introduced so many things. Like before that, I played video games for 10 hours without needing help, and it was hard to internalize that it could all come to an end. I know that at some point because I'll be out of study and I won't be able to use it anymore. So my first thought was, you guys can fix it, you win, take it out, we're gonna do it. And they basically said, we're not at that point yet. We're going to see if we can fix it. We're going to see if we can do things on the software side to fix it, which they have been doing. It works better than it did before now, even with like fewer threads. So I'm glad we didn't because they learned a lot. If you just gone in and taken it out and put it in the rule, they wouldn't have learned the last, like anything that they've learned over the last 3 months. They could go into it. They're not going to. I don't think that they need to. But at some point, I know that the whole point of it is going to be upgradable. So at some point, and hopefully, take it out and upgrade.
Now, what is the extent of your injury?
I dislocated my C4C5. People keep calling it a diving accident. It wasn't really a diving accident. It was just more like a freak accident while I was swimming in the lake. So I dislocated my C4C5, which they told me was good because I didn't sever my spinal cord. It was just kind of like my spinal cord, like bounced out of place for a split second and popped right back where it was supposed to be. And so I cannot move and I have no control or sensation in my shoulders. I got a little bit back and I can move my hand a little bit, but not enough to do anything. I couldn't control the joystick or anything. So yeah, no movement sensation below my shoulders.
Is there anything that looked into what they do with stem cells?
Oh yeah. So I applied for studies before Maryland, and I never got to be in any of them. I never even went back to them, which is kind of what I assumed happened with Maryland. But I applied for things because I obviously don't want to be paralyzed anymore. I don't want to bother people. So it would be great if I could get into something and have them fixed as much as possible. I mean, even if I had more control than that, the amount of things I could do would like skyrocket, order of magnitude better. And my life would be better. My independence would be better. Everything.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it would hurt to try. And you familiar with a lot of these clinics, like the Cellular Performance Institute in Mexico?
No.
They do a lot of UFC fighters. They do, like, you can do things that you're not allowed to do in America because of the regulations. But what they're able to do down there is they're going right into discs, and they're alleviating people's disc problems, where they're actually making the discs grow larger and heal people with back injuries. And I know I've read things about spinal cord injuries and improvements, but I'm going to connect you with them, and they're the experts in this. They'd be able to tell you like what the state of the art in terms of what the research shows the stem cells can do.
Yeah.
I don't think it would hurt. It's a healing thing, right? If you're getting some sensation, a little bit better movement, maybe they can accelerate that.
Yeah, that would be great.
I'll connect you with them.
Cool. I don't know if I'm allowed to at this point.
Oh, really?
Because I'm in early, so I'm not sure that
Maybe you should run.
I mean, it would be great.
That would suck to get out of the study, too. Both things would suck.
Yeah. I mean,
Maybe they would allow it.
yeah. I mean, we'll see.
I mean, it's only something that would help you heal.
Yeah. I know. I just know that, like, model studies, something like that,
Right.
they might not be able to take on like the added risk.
Understandably. Also, it would kind of mess up the control.
Exactly.
Like, what happens when you choose somebody up with stem cells, and does the brain pulsate more? Does the fibers come out more?
Well, how does it play with any sort of
Right. Yeah, I get it. Is there a hope in the future of utilizing this technology to help people regain movement?
Yeah, that's one of the plans. I don't know if you've seen it. Basically, they do something similar to what the stem cell, a lot of stem cell research is. The stem cells got this, implant stem cells above the level of injury, and those stem cells will migrate basically and create a bridge. Some of them have even talked about injecting the injury. So with the Neuralink, the plan is implant one in the brain and implant one below the level of injury, and then the Neuralinks will just talk right to each other. All the signals that it's picking up in the brain, wherever it's implanted with a cortex in this scenario, would go straight to the other one, and you would send it right through the body like a chip.
And do they have a plan to try this?
They're already training with animals. They have one in a pig. You can watch the video of it. Where basically they have an implant in the pig's brain and an implant in the pig's spinal cord. I think in the thoracic section of the spinal cord, and they have been removing the pig's legs on its own. The pig's not paralyzed, but basically they'll tell the pig come to this section. They grid off and they go through the section of the grid. And, if you're okay with us testing on you, pig, come over here. Basically, the pig will go in there, and then they will take control of the pig's leg, and they will start playing around with it, making the pig. Yeah, so that's it. So all those movements are right. So, and this is just the beginning of this.
So this is flexor movement, and the pig is lifting its leg up unconsciously. It's not doing it on its own.
No, they're good at all.
It's the CIA getting you.
Yeah.
That's that is the ultimate fear of human beings becoming cyborg. That we're going to be subject to problems that our computers and our phones have with malware and spyware. And
People ask me all the time, this thing can be hacked. And short answer is yes. But at this point, at least, hacking this wouldn't really do much. You might want to see some of the brain signals. You might be able to see some of the data that it's collecting, and then you might be able to control my cursor and make me look at weird stuff. But that's what I just look through my messages, emails, and like that. But I'd also have to be already, so I'm not connected to my computer or anything. You can't get in your own. So it would have to be a time where I am on it and you are able to get to
you're giving it basically a guidebook on how to ruin your life. It's going to crank up the volume of
yeah, I mean, it is what it is.
is what it is.
Yeah, it happens. It's something they had to tell me about before I come to study.
What kind of piece of shit would be that? Right. There's plenty of bankers out there. Not sure about that.
I really from interviews and stuff is some of the people that I've done interviews with. I'm like, are they going to hack me or something? Are they going to say things about me? Or like, try to get you on the sort of thing.
Yeah.
And everyone that I talked with, looks like they would have to be scum to try to do it. But we'll see how they're maybe,
Oh, there's some scummy people out there. They'll give it a go.
Yeah.
Especially if you're thinking you go viral.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's become in fashion to criticize people on platforms.
I've already had some people who just the way it's just so kind of like it gives me the TVs. Like I can tell it's things.
So what do you think they're trying to do? Are they just trying to impact? Well, see, here's the thing about interviewing. That's kind of a lot of people don't know. When you're used to talking to people, like I talk to a lot of people. If I just meet them, this is me. If I was at a store buying food, this is me everywhere. I can be me. But it's because I'm used to it. But a lot of people, when they sit down, they know they're going to be on camera. They've never been on camera before, and they get very nervous. And that's why I like to talk to people before the show, just kind of hang out a little, get you chilled out. I'm just a person. You're just a person. We're going to just talk. It's going to be easy, man. I'm your friend. We're going to have a good time. Some people don't want to do that. They want to do the opposite. So they want to sit there with a clipboard, and they want to like look at you in a condescending way, and it's like a little bit of a power move. And what they're trying to do is make salacious content. That's all they're trying to do. That's their job. Their job is different than a person who just wants to have a conversation and ask questions, which is my job. Their job is to make something dramatic happen to be shared on TikTok. You know, they're barely in the business anymore. They're kind of in the clip business, viral clip business. They're farming viral clips. So if they can say something ridiculous, and maybe you'll say something back, and that'll become the gotcha. Oh, he claps back.
It's something like I'm not nervous talking to people. I've never had stage fright. People, I think I'm pretty good with people. I'm not worried about interacting with others. I think it's so I grew up just being able to look at someone on the street, start a conversation. And so then I can obviously tell things when people are around me, like what they're trying to guess.
Right.
But just the way they ask questions, one of their voice, like, hey, like open up. And just, like,
Oh, you got double team, girl.
I know.
You got double team, girl.
This is not. It's not.
You know, that's the business they're in. You know, you work for a tire store, you're trying to sell tires.
Yeah.
That's their business. You know, you need new tires. That's what I do. You know, their business is talking shit and making things. You know, it's a bad format. And most of those media interviews are bad formats because it's a very limited amount of time, and you have to have a clip that fits in between commercials. Mm-hmm. And also, they're not free. They have executives. There's too many people that get in there and just. The person talking to you should just be talking to you. They should have an understanding of what you do and how it happened and what this is all about. What this means for future people. Mm-hmm. You know, going after people on this. Everyone's so goddamn political now. It's so weird. Even making apolitical. Just so to get you to that, it's just so stupid. Yeah. What you are is there's a movie about the future. One of the very first people that has used this kind of technology, and we're learning that these people are getting better at it, and now using AI. Who knows? It's possible just in a few years.
Yeah,
it's very exciting.
It's very exciting. I know we're really nervous about it, and understandably so. Yeah, I've heard a little bit of what you said about it, and like I don't have like good arguments. Like Joe, don't let them. Like I'm here to help. worry about it.
I would say that's a computer in your
Yeah,
brain talking to you, man.
let me computer. I'll show you. This is no big deal. I'm your friend. No, but I get it. At the same time, the way I look at it is like how much it's going to be able to help people. How much it's going to be able to help people like me. Not to be able to- Like I know a lot of this is like down the road stuff. Like, you know, what's on to all the people who get this, they're going to be able to be hacked or controlled or something. But for me, I think about it like how many people who are paralyzed don't have to be paralyzed. How many people with disabilities, ALS or Alzheimer's or anything who are blind, how many people are going to be able to live their lives? And that's my goal. I know that I feel like people are going to look at me and say like I really need to be more concerned about a lot of the like things coming down the road. And it's something that I'm trying to think more about. And I don't have good answers for it. Because all I'm thinking about is, like I want to help people. I feel like this is going to help people, and that's what I'm asking. So,
Well, I think your perspective is probably the right one because no one knows what's coming through. No one. And you can be freaked out about it like I am. But I'm sometimes freaked out about it. Other times I'm just sort of resigned to the fact that this is just existence. We find ourselves in it. This is our time. We live in a very strange time right now. It's happening at a very, very, very rapid rate. And no one has a map of the future. It's not possible. It's just all guess. It's completely, it is like an ant trying to figure out how to operate an iPhone. It's not, we don't have it.
yeah.
Whatever it is, whatever it's going to be, and you're not going to stop it now. It's, a runaway train. Let's just hope we're going to a cool spot.
I mean, there's no way to imagine what it would be like.
No.
So,
But I have a feeling the next 5 to 10 years is going to be a lot bigger than that.
yeah, I mean, exponential growth.
Yeah. So, well, once this stuff goes live, it's just going to be really weird. It's going to be really weird. But along the way, we're going to solve a lot of the problems that, look, if I have, I've had 3 knee surgeries, 2 ACL reconstructions. If I lived 100 years ago, I'd be crippled. Just how it is. My knees would be destroyed. I wouldn't be able to walk.
Yeah.
And now I can do anything. That's just medical technology and understanding of the human body. The implementation of this kind of device that can allow you to move your body. As you were saying earlier, you can bring the eyesight to some people. This is something that they really are hopeful for. Have they done any of that in animals yet?
I'm not sure. I know that the plan is they did talk about on like a show and tell. They basically showed how how the Neuralink works in my brain would be very, very similar. You would just you would like activate parts of the brain or behind the eye, the part of the brain, the part of the eye that dictate the sight and stuff. And activate certain things in order to display what's going on in the world to someone, to the back of someone's eye, to their retina. I don't know much about it, but they have done it. They do with, yeah. So there's a video of them lighting up a person's screen, and they have basically an eye tracker in the monkey. And so the monkey will look at the person's screen and like whatever they've lit up. So whatever implant they have in the brain, they'll light up on the brain, and then they'll light it up on the screen, and the monkey will look at it. And then at some point, we stop lighting it up on the screen, and we're just lighting it up in the screen, and the monkey still looks there. So so they know that they can do these sorts of things. It's amazing. I know that there are other companies that have done something similar to this too, giving people, helping people with eyesight. I know one of them, which was just a real story of basically company who had implanted things in people, and the company went under, and then people in the study were like, "Well, we didn't know. We didn't know if things would continue." That's when I was like,
Yeah. I should mention that the blindsight implant is already working in monkeys. The resolution will be low at first with really graphics, but ultimately exceed normal human vision. Shit. Also, no monkey has died or been seriously injured by a Neuralink device. By a Neuralink device, right? But they did have to kill the monkeys that they originally did studies on. Right?
Yeah. Do you know much about like studying?
Yes. They have to kill them to find out what damage.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Well, basically all animals that are in studies have something that have a really terrible territory. I think they call it sacrifice. So they sacrifice.
That's animals. Come up with a new word, guys. Right? In this day and age, fear of safety.
Great.
Yeah. Could have worked on that one.
Yeah. A little bit more thought into it. So yeah, they do that. They have to like learn something from the monkeys, from the animals that they're testing on. So some of them they will, live longer. So they'll implant something in and then sacrifice almost immediately to see because after what it's doing short term, medium term. So basically, all animals in all animal testing get sacrificed at some point. I don't know how it's that is, because obviously a lot of them, once they're done with the study, that they're like, oh, yeah, if it wasn't too invasive, they don't need to like study and part of them they were needing to kill for.
But if you could study the brain.
There's the
For the biggest time of all time.
so, and then there was the whole like report that came out of terrible things that Neuralink was doing. I've talked to people. I got to meet them. The people who were working with monkeys. Those monkeys have the best animal facility in the world. Someone like came in and built it. Like basically, they're going around now. The person's going around and changing how other
Your shit
like
sucks.
labs treat
Elon,
monkeys.
your shit sucks.
So they're going to be revolutionizing all the like animal testing. Neuralink is better than anyone. And then
Read
they
on
like all these terrible things about animals. It's because all the things that they brought about were just it was all bad. Like basically anything bad that happens to a monkey has to be or anything has to be reported. It was reported in this XYZ form. This is what's going on with the monkey. This is what happens when it's happened. We have to kill the monkey, yes or no. But none of the other things are reported at all. None of the time between, like if it's 5 minutes, and one bad thing happens, then there's a report about that one bad thing that happened. And I want that. Like, look at all of these things that we're going through. It's just not true.
Interesting. Well, it's a tough one. Some people don't think any study should go on with animals at all. Yeah. And so for them, everything that happens to an animal captivity for scientific purposes is simple. I get it. I get it. I know they call us speciesists because we're willing to do things to monkeys that we, I think we're a lot of evil people in the world in practice. Anyway, right. That's a terrible thing to say. You can't do that, but an innocent monkey is fine. Very weird.
I mean, monkeys do terrible things to us too.
Yeah, they get provoked. They've been hurt in neighborhoods where they rely on tourists and they steal their phones for food, attack people. Yeah, they're fuckers. Yeah, they can be fuckers. But
I saw a story of a monkey who basically tore some kid's face off. I think he was outside of the village or in his village. And the whole story was doing reconstructive surgery on the kid and like making. That's terrible.
Monkeys are really strong. Video of the guy sitting on the ground, cross-legged, and the monkey hops on his shoulder, and then the guy's like thinking it's cute, smiling, and then the monkey just decides to take a massive chunk of his scalp off, just bites down on his head and just breaks like a football-sized chunk of scalp off this dude's head. It was horrible. Just decided for no reason, unprovoked. Monkey lives in a rough neighborhood. He's not out there just picking fruit. This is it. So this dude's just sitting here. This monkey is like sitting on his lap, and he's like talking to the monkey. He's like, "Oh, Mr. Monkey." Like, it doesn't seem like he's bummed out about the monkey. And watch what the monkey does. Oh, geez. Ouchie wawa. Yeah, that was a skull. No, not your chunk of skull, right? It was the skin. That's gone. That's gone forever. Yikes. Ouch. Yeah, gross.
So that shit sucks.
Yeah. Yeah. Winnie's monkey like form. Yeah. I think when we're looking at these kind of scientific experiments in animals, probably. Yeah. But I wonder through new technology that's going to be necessary in the future, particularly with the leaps that are going to be made with AI. I wonder if they're going to be able to just be able to map out the study, like understand the interactions between human beings and devices and be able to map out the possibilities and probabilities without having to do that.
Yeah, you think so. Yeah,
But who knows?
yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense. I feel like at the beginning they would probably want to do putting that along with the study on a human. You might run say simulations a million times in an AI simulation, but how this would interact with a human. But then they would have to go and do it to see how true the simulations are, and then depending on how accurate they are, they could just relate to that. But it have to be different. And
yeah, to be able to replace parts with artificial parts too, like the eyeball itself. I was just thinking about that the other day, like how complex, like small cameras are. So tiny ass cameras, but one of these can do 100x zoom. Yeah. One of these is 200. It's a little tiny thin thing. What's to say that they wouldn't be able to come up with something that works better than the human eye? You could zoom in. Just like zoom into something, but have like a real optical zoom.
I just don't think you can read this.
Yeah. That's creepy.
Yeah, no,
Terminator Star. Yeah.
Seems like
Yeah, it would be very weird talking to someone with two big guys.
it'd be weird if you couldn't.
I probably wouldn't trust it anymore. It's kind of like looking at someone's eyes and find out if they're cool. Like if you're just looking at these lenses, you're like, are you even in there anymore? Yeah. I'm trusting you're still there. It's like talking to someone with sunglasses on for them. What's going on there?
Yeah.
Look at it. That is a weird thing that you look through the eye. It's the old expression, Windows is to the soul.
Yeah. I mean, you can tell, right?
Yeah.
With your eyes.
Yeah. Right.
Crazy eyes.
Yeah.
Like that. Yeah. You were saying maybe at some point without, which is also something to prove. Like if you wouldn't be able to tell someone had their eyes, like just look like a normal person.
That's a real part of how we interact with each other. It's like facial expressions, figuring each other out just by like how your eyes are looking at. Man,
it's not like you just someone because
not a glass eye.
Yeah.
If they got little red lights moving around inside their head, that doesn't might work. That's to make a little noise. Especially when you're moving them. Yeah. Are you sleeping? Yeah. I mean, I'm sure they work. Wasn't there some sort of study where they were trying to develop an artificial eye? I got one guy back who print that camera and it doesn't hook up to his tooth. I don't know if there's two things I've seen here. They figured out a way to allow people to see things through their teeth. I don't get it. I don't get it. Yeah. The time in the world for me to figure that out. I mean, thank God for smart people. I mean, how would it be through the tooth? Kind of. You printed on it. First time. The director of something like that. Camera. And he sees through the camera? I was thinking I can see that kind of transmitter out of his brain. Oh, so you can see it on the phone. That's kind of weird. Maybe that's the first step. And then I got to look at where's the POV for North. Maybe like the 90s. not new. I know what that's
Playing that.
Yeah. It's not a Game Boy, but it's some sort of a proprietary electronic video player. Yeah. Amazing times.
Yeah.
So what's next in terms of like how long does this study that you're on, one woman sees with tooth and eye surgery, doctors in Florida restore wound cycle, tooth in her eye. No, I think that's how they do it. That is the thing. I was saying like for your team, but I mean that is how they do it. Team specialists, University of Miami Miller School of Medicine announced Wednesday that they were the first surgeons from the United States to restore a person's sight by using a tooth. The procedure is formally called modified osteoodontal keratoprothesis. Sorry. Sharon Kate Thornton, 60, went blind 9 years ago from a rare disorder called Stevens-Johnson syndrome. The disorder left the surface of her eyes so severely scarred she was legally blind, but doctors determined that the inside of her eyes was still functional enough that she might one day see with the help of this thing. This is a patient where the surface of the eye was totally damaged, no wetness, no tears. Dr. Victor L. Perez, the ophthalmologist at the Bascom Palmer Eye Institute at the University of Miami, who operated on Thornton. So we kind of recreate the environment at the mouth and the eye. Three-phase operation started at the University of Miami dentist, Dr. Yos Martin Salatari, who removed the tooth from Thornton's mouth and prepared an implant of her own dental tissue for her most severely damaged eye. The tissue would be used to make a new cornea to replace the damaged one. The doctors then removed a section of Thornton's cheek that would become the soft mucus tissue around her pupil. Wow. Finally, Perez's team implanted a modified tooth which had a hole drilled through the center to support a prosthetic lens. We used that tooth as a platform to put the optical cylinder into the eye, explained Perez. Perez said doctors often use less risky and less invasive techniques to replace corneas with the damage from Stevens-Johnson syndrome rule goes out. Using a tooth might sound strange, but it also offers an advantage because doctors use Thornton's own cheek and tooth tissue. She faces less risk that her immune system will attack the tooth and reject the transplant. Patients getting a cornea transplant from a deceased donor, on the other hand, face chances that their immune system will reject the new tissue. Wow.
Yeah, for some reason I thought they would use it as a replacement for like a vision in some way, but it's literally just a placeholder for like different things like the tissue and different places like I said, whole homes and stuff. That makes more sense.
Yeah, I thought it was that too. I've never seen through teeth.
That doesn't.
No, that makes more sense.
Why can't we for a teeth all the time? Looking at what's going on.
Right. Yeah. All this stuff is it's just mind blowing to imagine where this is going to be in 100 years. And with you, do you have the like if they start doing the range of motion studies of the being able to recreate motion or restore motion, are you going to be available for those studies? Can you do that too, or are you only like locked into this one study?
Yeah, I imagine I'm more into this, but at the same time, I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. You would have to do it with someone who already has the impact in the brain. So I don't know if it'll be a separate mode that they would need, like a different one specifically for like the two implants interacting together. I don't see why that would be the case. Just like the same thing with people who they're going to have to test to see if the surgery to replace the neural is safe at some point. I mean, the whole thing. So they're going to have to do it on people who already have it.
Well,
So I imagine that sort of study might be something I would be involved in if they're planning on something, someone's spinal cord and seeing how they interact and seeing if it works. I don't see why I couldn't be in that. We'll see. It's kind of a fun way out.
How big is the neural implant?
It's about the size of a quarter. And it's thicker than a quarter. And I don't know if it can be half an inch, like that thick.
And does it's on the surface?
Yeah, it's implanted on, so they cut out a chunk of my skull, it's called cranial, and then they left that chunk out and just replaced it with the neural.
They take that chunk and they put it in the freezer so they can put it back
Can you?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't think so. Talking about it. Yeah, talking about it afterwards.
That's it.
Yep.
That's my head.
I was talking about it with my buddy afterwards, and I was like, I should have been asked before I took a school.
Yeah, I don't think they're allowed to give that to people. I think that's like bio waste, something like that. It's like bio. No, it should. It definitely should be.
They get people to test the respect.
Right, but it has to be like or something. Or particular skull formaldehyde.
Yeah.
Yes.
So there's like
How many versions did they go through before they got to the point where they're willing to do on people?
a lot. I saw like from their very first idea of Neuralink through this one. I don't know. I don't know exactly how many they do. I would say at least 2 dozen different like iterations. Yeah, and then like the version I have is like thousands and 1,000 or 2,000 iterations with one. So like they're constantly changing stuff. So like even the next person that gets it, they probably made, I don't know, 1,000 more modifications to it. One little thing, just like if they've seen certain things in my implant, they can improve on. Obviously, they're going to change how meds work. They're going to add more electrodes. They're going to maybe update the battery. They might update a lot of things. They're looking at updating what signal they use from Bluetooth. They're looking at different things like that. So the next one comes in is probably going to be much different, but the same design. They found that.
Wow. And I know in the future they've talked about putting this into people that don't have any issues medically. What are they planning on doing? Like, how are they planning on that? Do you know? In terms of like, is that going to just be offered for like what are the long-term goals? To get the internet on that, so people communicate that telepathically, to get a slow build up to the idea that everyone's going to
I think once it's proved, so like this study is to prove whether or not it's safe and if it works. I think once it's proven, then they're going to get into a lot more what it's actually capable of, and then once it's released to the public, I think people are going to rush to get it, honestly. At least the good people who have been following it at the very least, because once we know that it's safe, people are going to like once that lifted, it's like okay, it's safe. Now we can go through without being able to communicate with people and being able to possibly download information and have it available to you using AI and stuff like that. I'm not sure if that's going to happen. I don't see why it's not at the very least. And then I know Neuralink's talking about opening up a clinic in Austin, basically where you go in and get a surgery, like you walk out. So it's not like my surgery. I don't want to say not invasive because obviously they did brain surgery, but they were expecting it to be something like 3 to 6 hours. We took under 2 hours. It went super fast. There were no complications at all. It was not like obviously invasive in the brain, but there was no damage done in it. So this was the very first time. So once they get this better, more tuned in, I imagine people get into this clinic and go in and come out. And they can chat with other things. It'd be pretty cool. It'd be pretty cool. Again, I'm not here to talk about like the ethical ramifications of that. Like how it's fun to think about, like things that might go wrong.
No,
It's probably something that people much smarter than me should think about should be done. I think there are so many things that you could do with it.
I think it's going to be done no matter what. And if it's not done by Neuralink, it's going to be done by someone in another country. It's going to be done. Technology always moves forward. It never stops over concerns of what could possibly go wrong. Hence the nuclear bomb.
Yeah.
It's not going to stop.
Yeah.
It's just not what we do. We always try to come up with greater things. And if someone does figure out a way to connect human beings to some form of wireless internet or wireless data or some completely new thing instead of thinking it as the internet as we know it, doing these
What
devices,
the
these
bitch?
websites. It might be a completely different invention that uses a completely different type of technology to sync all the information and all the minds in the world together. It might not be as dopey as going to a website. Like going to a website is probably like an archaic way to do it.
Tight.
You know,
Yeah, dude.
The metaverse or something. So, it's where you want around the world.
and then you just upgrade your operating system. Make it well.
Exactly, right?
You sign up for one, the next you know you get some way crazy ideas.
Propaganda will take really
Oh,
Then who's running it? Like that's is it one person and everybody else is a robot? Like that doesn't make any sense.
What the why? I'm sure someone's going to run it.
Someone is gonna want it. Yeah.
It's going to need to be hopefully by that point they will regulate it. But as we've seen with things like AI art, even they're trying to catch up with that. Should we have thought about this before all this was released? Like, I don't really think that could open up.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, they're able to scour the internet for every artist's work and sort of take pieces of that and create art. These artists are like, hey, that took me fucking forever to paint that.
Yeah.
And you just stole it and did a version of it in 13 seconds.
Yeah.
Weird.
Yeah.
And that's just one problem. Another problem is fakes and songs. They made a Drake song that became a hit, and Drake had nothing to do with it. It's not that far away from being out of the barn, where you're not going to be able to ever stop. You're not going to be able to. You can do whatever you want in terms of creating videos, audios, and it'll look indistinguishable from a real video, real audio. They're already going to take this podcast and translate it into different languages without me being able to speak just through AI.
Yeah. I mean, I think they did the same thing with the deepfakes, like you were just saying.
Mm-hmm.
They did it something like Trump. It was like a deepfake of Trump. After a while, it was like, hey, is that right?
Wasn't there was there a football player that was saying some wild shit that turned out to be fake, or a basketball player? Did you hear about this, Jamie?
Which is what you're talking about, but there's a bunch of fake
But-
press.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah, but apparently it was just barely wacky enough for people to go, that was fake. You have to be very sophisticated. If you saw this, I mean, we're getting used to looking for things being fake, whereas 20 years ago, you would say that's real.
Yeah.
I see it. Video, it's real.
It's something that I was actually talking about the other day. I think it's going to be something similar to, how we get from Nigerian princes. Don't open that, don't see them, that's not real. I think it's going to be something that people are able to do, like the next generations, where they look at something on the like, oh yeah, that's good. Oh yeah, that's good. But they're going to grow up with it, so they're going to be able to figure out. But maybe not. This stuff looks so real. I don't know, but maybe they're going to have to be required to do like watermarks or something.
I don't think they're going to be able to stop it. I think we're going to get to a real weird, blurry place. I think the one thing that might help, this sounds crazy, but I think ultimately what technology does is makes things more accessible. It gets you more information, it connects people more. With translation, it's connecting people from different cultures and different countries more. I think ultimately what it's going to do is it's going to be some sort of a mind interface. I don't think it's going to be as simple as language. I think it's going to be a next level mind interface. And it's something through a technology akin to Neuralink or maybe future versions of Neuralink. I think we're going to be able to know what someone's actually thinking. I think you're not going to be able to lie. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I don't think lying is going to be possible, which would be a really good thing. If you're a person right now that lives your life without lying, you know this. This is way better. As a person who used to lie and doesn't lie ever now, I'll tell you right now, it's great.
Yeah.
I love it. It's a good thing to lie. And if you live your life in this manner where there cannot be deception, how much more would we get done? How much more would we understand each other in relationships? And if you're bullshitting, you understand that you're bullshitting by the way another person sees your thoughts, and then you'd be forced to handle those and go, you know what? I'm trying to put this off on other people, and it's really me. I'm the problem. You'll be able to see it. Everyone will see reality instead of these sort of manufactured narratives that people have with this very selective view of memory and the thoughts of the past. And, my boss did me wrong. No, you showed up late. Like, and they fucking hated me. They were super insecure and just shitty around people. It's like, we'll be able to solve a lot of our social issues that seem insurmountable because of poor communication and the lack of honesty, a lack of real, honest conversations instead of just people trying to win arguments.
Yeah, that's great. Until people realize that, maybe you don't need to lie. Exactly. You can find ways to work around having to lie with this thing. If you can't lie anymore, without it helping, people find ways to kind of lie all the time. And then also, if you can hack it and then you're able to lie and no one else is, that's kind of an issue too. In some way, you are able to jail early, so you can't lie anymore. Everyone's going to believe you. They think that you can't lie, and then that brings up a whole
my eyes are seeing right into the film.
Oh,
I don't think you have it.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think there's not, it doesn't exist anymore. I think it goes away. And hence, 3 years ago, that's going to be there. We're going to have actual understanding of all the different processes that are in play, whether for environment, or resources, or inter-country conflicts, whatever the fuck is going on. We have to have a real understanding of it without politicians bullshitting us as to why we're going to do something that won't exist anymore. That would be awful. They would be the ones that would resist it the most. They're like, we have this dangerous mind-reading technology. Like fucking Nancy Pelosi to have a press conference.
I just think that something like that ever can happen. I don't think we have a choice.
China will do it, Russia will do it, everyone will do it. Someone's going to do it. All these eggheads out there that are going to push that, but they're not going to listen to the government. Shut the fuck up. The government is just a bunch of people. The super nerds are the ones who are really in charge of this stuff. Because even we're seeing this with technology and some of these hearings of AI, the people that are asking the questions don't know what the fuck is going on. And I'm sure you saw that with some Facebook hearings and some of the other hearings. The people that are actually asking about the technology, how much time do you have to get into the understanding of this? How much time between worrying about water rights in your district and this and that, all these other problems that you have as a politician? How much time do you actually spend in trying to figure out how social media works?
Probably none. They just have aids.
Right. That's why they have a piece of paper and they're looking down their reading glasses. Now, Mr. Zuckerberg, your phone doesn't go to Google, right? Why is that? It's like grandpas who argue on Facebook. Like they're not going to be the people that control AI. They're not going to be the people that are going to be able to figure out how to stop mind reading technology. I think when mind reading technology comes, it's going to come so fast that it's going to be just like all these other things, like the internet. It came so fast they couldn't control it. Because if you looked at the internet, if you looked at what the internet has done for like a distrust in mainstream media, distrust in politicians, exposing corruption, all the different things that we know about now that are a fact that 20 years ago you would have thought been crazy conspiracy talk. If they knew that was going to happen and make life so much more difficult for them, they would have regulated the internet from the jump. They would have stepped in, took over like China did, took over like North Korea did, and you would get their version of the internet forever, and that's it, and there's no growth, and they'll silence distance. And that's how they would have done it if they had ever known that it was going to be like it is now. I think that's exactly what's going to happen with mind reading software and mind reading technology. I think it's going to happen. They're going to go, no, Jesus Christ. I think, and also, but they're just human beings too. They're going to want that. If they find out there's a technology that allows you to communicate with people in a completely new way, and it's much more fulfilling, and we understand each other much better, we really do realize that we're all one. Imagine with this technology, it ends war overnight. It makes war literally impossible to realize that these people that you're about to bomb are you, and that we're all the same thing. We're all one consciousness, experiencing itself through different bodies and different lives and different experiences, different genes and different parts of the world. But we're all genuinely see things.
Yeah, I don't know. It brings up a lot of questions, like where we would go from here, like how it's going to change.
That's when the aliens have.
Yeah.
The aliens have, we figured it out. Finally.
Yeah,
We were ready.
if that's what it takes to bring aliens down, I'm all for it. If that's what it takes to really get us to face to face, the only thing I keep telling everybody is like I all down for aliens coming, us interacting with them and everything, as long as they're not the mantis. And if they're the mantis people, I don't want anything to do with them. I think that I just don't.
I'm with you, bro.
Yeah.
The mantis. Dude, imagine mantises were the size of a dog. We'd be so fucked. We'd be so fucked. One of the most gangster videos I've ever seen online is like a gecko, and the gecko's trying to eat the mantis. And the gecko walks up to the mantis and tries to get it, and the mantis is like, I'm going to eat you. And the gecko's like, what is happening? So you can see it look at its face. It's like so confused. It's got these fucking giant things wrapped around it, control it, and just starts eating its face.
Yeah. Mantises are like insects themselves. Like, look, really get up close to an insect, like that thing is ugly. I do not like it one bit. Now imagine that. The things I've heard about the mantises, they're not the size of they're like the size of multiple people, and nobody is like, absolutely not.
The mantis aliens I'm not too familiar with. I've seen like a couple things online. How many people have seen the mantis aliens?
Yeah, I know of one story where there was a hunter walking around and it got like dark over him or something. He looked up and there was like a ship over him, and he looked through his scope. He looked into some like this people. And yeah, I would do that. Like that's the one alien story that is like far away from. I hope it's something else.
Well, you got to think that insects have some kind of bizarre intelligence. Because that's, if you've ever seen leafcutter ant colonies when they put cement in them and realize like how sophisticated they are, like, how do you guys do this? Like, how do you figure this out? There's like clear channels where the air can pass through so they can ferment leaves. So they have like a fermentation factory inside their own colony. And the colony is huge. It's so big. And like tiny fuckers built a city underground. There's got to be some sort of intelligence. Now, ants evolved to the point where they developed that kind of intelligence. Who's to say that in a different environment where ants have more access to food, more access to resources, and more competition, that they don't evolve to the point where that intelligence keeps getting scaled up and they get to like a human level intelligence from an insect or beyond? Why not?
They just need some psychedelics or something to really get that brain to grow or environment.
Yeah, right. That's what I have a feeling. I have a feeling that in the future, everyone's going to be some sort of a cyborg, and everyone else is going to be artificial. That there'll be complete life forms that were developed just with computers. Just like computers, technology, whatever form of chips, and they'll put together things that are more intelligent than us, can communicate with us, can work with us, but that's going to be one of those things. It's not going to be one of us, and that'll be a different life form that exists alongside with us. But I don't think there'll be very many people like me. No chip, no nothing, just a person. Like what is that? You're running around with no chip? I think in the future it's going to be everyone's going to have something that enhances them. We already do with our phones, It's going to be something like beyond that. It's going to be so compelling that everyone's going to want to do it.
You're not going to get it. It comes out.
I'm not saying I'm not going to get it. I might get it. I might have it.
Yeah.
Only the person can't read minds. I probably wouldn't want to be the first adopter.
Yeah.
Wait a little bit.
Yeah. That was an argument I had with doing this. Was, do I really want to be the first? Those kind of problems it's going to be, but
for a guy like you, I would say like you're pretty sure it works, and you were right. And how cool is it? The first day, to look like you.
yeah, it was awesome. Civilization 6. I don't think it's heard of it. It's a massive board. It's something I've been wanting to play for a long time. And I was able to kind of sort of play it with some assistive technology in the last few years, but not really. And I played it like all night. I didn't sleep. It was freaking awesome. So, I mean, I grew up in the game. I grew up in this age. So the last 8 years, I've watched all of my friends play games that I've wanted to play. And the fact that I might be able to play some of them, and some of them are still too far out of reach for Neuralink at this point, but not for the fire. In the next few years, I think we'll be able to play anything else. Yeah, I hope so. I really hope so. Yeah. That's
So you shooters like Call of Duty.
yeah, that brings up another thing. Like, I basically have an own back in my head. So that's what we're probably have like different leagues for people like me because it's just not fair. Wow, is it that accurate? It's that accurate. And it's faster. One thing that I found something that kind of blew my mind too is that even attempting to do that sometimes and thinking to like move this, sometimes it's so good that it's moving where I think it to move. It's almost like you think about moving your hand. The signal is basically already being sent before you, like your mind is saying, okay, he's about to move his hand basically. So the signal needs to be sent all the way down and back up in order for you to move your hand. So the speed that happens and a little preemptive. I saw that with the hunter, where it was moving the cursor before I was actually moving. Wow. So with stuff like that, you just need to think for it to move somewhere, and is that accurate? And it's quicker than you can think. So there's no way it's going to, like, no one else is going to do that.
That's gonna be wild. Something like quick. Like a first person, like a fast first person shooter going down hallways and just catching people, shooting them instantaneously.
Elon Musk got a good bit. Wasn't he like one of the best players in the world?
Was he?
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, I think he was like one of the top players in America.
I wouldn't know that. Like, I know he's a gamer. I know he gets to go to the games, especially something that exciting. That's so dope. You man.
Cool up. Yeah. Really cool. I'll just enter tournaments and I won't tell them after. I don't want to do it, I guess.
Yeah, but
If I'm doing it all the time, like,
it'll be kind of cool to play them in a tournament, like a one-on-one tournament, and fuck up like the best players in the world. Wouldn't that be insane? I bet they'd play it. Just insane, for sure. It's like there's tactics and strategies, especially like one deathmatch. You have to know like when the health is spawning and when the weapons are spawning, how to control a map. But that's kind of like a little bit of an advantage in that.
yeah,
But if you just can't miss, I like it. Now, what about video? Has there been any sort of interface that allows you to use like Meta's VR or Oculus?
no, not yet. I don't think so. Like, it's just been under this. Like, they're talking about doing it. And I did connect to this Nintendo Switch at one point. I was on Mario Kart, and that's something that isn't like top or off all the do that on my own. But that's going to be all the cost. It's also going to be pretty different. I think it's something for study they're going to do it just to see what it works and see why it would.
The only thing that I would say is that VR actually requires some physical movement. Like there's a couple games that we have.
Yeah, but if the brain is already interpreting you like motor pictures, the movement of the motor pictures, and you can just think, move this, and then move it in VR as well.
Right, but you're actually moving these handles in VR.
Yes,
You know, you have the handles
so
here.
get an Optimus robot, and then have him put the VR handles, and then you can control that.
He's connected to you.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Everything safe.
Bro, you're going to be inside that thing walking around.
I've always thought, just give me an Optimus robot. I could get one of those like chest carriers. I could just
That's excellent stuff.
Did you ever watch Chappelle's old show that he did? There was a
Chappelle Show, you
the
know?
Chappelle Show.
Yeah, I was on it.
Sorry, I didn't
No
know.
worries.
There was one about stenographers. And it's basically like a little person that they carry around those carriers on like their back. And it's just like a stenographer who's typing down everything you say. And I just want something like that. Like a little just carrying around on his back.
Like a kangaroo pouch.
Yeah.
Live right in the front, so you just leave me sitting there. That's what you want.
Yeah.
Well, like your head or the chest. Yeah. What's this guy doing? Oh, there it is.
And he just reads back.
Oh, what you said. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that would, like, I think the future is going to be very interesting. And I think there's going to be a lot of really wild discoveries that build upon other wild discoveries and stuff like that. I'm sure there's competing companies that are doing something similar.
That's what I'm saying. I think that I'm pretty sure some of the people who have left Neuralink have gone that are started their own little companies or have gone to other companies that are doing something similar. I think Neuralink's advancements now are going to pull other people. I think Neuralink will be for quite a while, but I don't see why companies that haven't been able to keep what Neuralink is doing not be able to do it in a year or two's time. Especially because they're just making everything so open source. And there's people like me out there who are just talking about it like really, that I don't see why other companies will, find something to catch up over time.
For sure. I think with them leading the way, and the fact that it's been implemented and it's been successful, and the fact that they're already improving upon the software and how there's been being able to correct issues with it. What is their timeline? Like, in terms of next being able to use something that allows people to move that couldn't move, restore sight? Do they have like a timeline for the thing?
I don't know. I keep saying that it's only going to happen in our lifetime for sure. I keep saying that it's going to happen in the next 10 years, 20 years, where quadriplegics like me, paralyzed people, don't have to be paralyzed anymore. I have this vision of someone being paralyzed, going into the hospital, getting a blink and walking out like a day or two later, which I think is totally possible. I think it's going to happen a lot sooner than later, especially how fast all this is moving. The fact that this is like successful now, I think it'll. I don't know that it would help me per se, even though I said it's in my lifetime. Part about being paralyzed and quadriplegic is my body is just deteriorated so much that even if they did give me something to like make me able to move again, that body's just so jacked up at this point that I'm not sure it would really help that much. I could probably build it back up to a certain point, but even people who have recovered or have been part of studies where they get some back, their bodies just don't work the same because of atrophy. Like one of my ankles is completely jacked up. It's like twisted the wrong way. I have to use hand brace because if I don't, my fingers will just like curl up basically. And so correcting some of that would take probably some extensive surgery. One of my buddies is like the top ortho surgeons in the United States. So I'm here to get him to go in and fix it all. But it would be a lot, and I'm not sure it would help. And also, I'm doing stuff. I don't know, but that doesn't matter. What matters is that people won't have to be paralyzed in the future. Like that. That's more like there's more.
Well, that's also one of the legitimate uses for steroids. One of the legitimate uses for steroids is people with like muscle wasting disease, people like severely atrophied, and that it allows them to build up tissue better. Yeah, stem cells, steroids, they make you superhuman, bro. I mean, that's kind of a one, especially for playing quick. I can't wait to see that. That's now with the future of this stuff. It's going to eventually get to a point where it's probably like in the beginning, it's probably going to be very difficult to acquire, right? Like very expensive. It's probably in the future going to be much more accessible. Yeah. When do they like? If yours is they complete your trial, they find it satisfactory, they have like a way to do it. When will the average person who is a quadriplegic be able to start being able to use them?
That's right. I know that my study is, like, the main part of the study is a year, and then 5 years kind of extensive, like, follow-up stuff in the study. So once that's done, and however many people, I've seen numbers up to like a few hundred people have it in this 5 year timeline. So once all that happens, and I don't know what like phase 2 is with this, I would say 20 years, but that's me probably also. I have no idea, like what the FDA is going to decide for this. I don't know how many more phases of the trial may happen for that. I really couldn't tell you. But honestly, I'll let you know for sure.
And how did they contact you? How did you wind up getting chosen?
Yeah. My buddy's probably out there having a freaking heart attack. So basically, what happened was I knew that he got hurt, and I was just lying that either, and I got a phone call from my buddy at like 11 a.m. or something. I answered the phone. I said, "What's up?" He was like, early, just opened up their first trials. He was like, "You should apply for this." I was like, "Cool. What is it?" So he explained it to me. Gave me like a 5-minute right now. He applied it. Like I just basically like told him all my information. He applied for me. He spelled my name wrong on the application. Pretty funny because he was drunk at the time. Again, on a Wednesday at like 11 a.m. He was already wasted.
Respect.
Yeah.
Respect to the day drinkers.
Yeah. It was his justification for it is that he was like going to a wedding that weekend. He hadn't drank in a long time. He's like, I need to understand what my tolerance is. So he drank like a whole bottle of Fireball or something like that just to see like how he would be. So yeah, we did all that. And then in like a day or two, they took it. And then I went through about a month-long application process, like Zoom interviews and stuff, and finally culminating in like an in-person interview, in-person like full day of testing, where they did like 8 hours of testing, like different scans, blood tests, urine tests, things like that. And then I was just waiting.
What was it like?
It was cool.
An email, a phone call?
They called me. So the first so I applied September like 19th or something early in the day. A month later, October, I finished all my testing and interviews, and then I didn't find out they had chosen me until maybe the end of November, early December. And even when they said they had chosen me, they said I was going to be like first, like 3 people that they were doing for the first part of the study. So they didn't tell me I was going to be first. They just said we selected you as one of the candidates, basically. And so that was really cool. And then it was sort of back and forth. Do I want to be the first? Do I want to wait till I have someone else? But being first, my wrist obviously, and I have the worst version of the middle that's happening. It's only just so I was like, maybe I'll let someone else get the first, and then I get a better version of the second or third one. But ultimately, being the first is cool. It's something that I just decided to do. And like this is the best way I can have it to. If anything goes wrong, I'd rather go in for me than passing it up and having someone else struggle, having someone else like God forbid anyone like anything bad happen to someone. I would rather it happen to me, and I would rather not pass them and watch it happen to someone else. So decided to do it. I was like, yeah, just let me know if I'm gonna be the first or not. Obviously, I wanted to at that point. And then about a month later, they called and they were like, "We're gonna do the surgery. You're gonna be the first person." I think in December they had told me that it could be, and that we might end up having to be the first, and it could happen as early as like mid-December. And that kind of stressed me out because I was a little worried that something bad would happen and I would ruin Christmas for my family for that good.
I was like, this is right around Christmas and something bad happens. Christmas is going to be ruined forever. Luckily, they waited like an extra month and a half. But it was cool. Like I kept pretty level expectations for the whole thing. I didn't know what was going on with it. I didn't know if I was going to end up doing media or anything. It was something that I told my parents about, but it wasn't something that I really wanted to do per se. I wasn't wanting to like get famous for this. There are a couple things I did want to do, and ultimately that's why I decided to do media. Yeah, it was cool. Those are.
You have a very noble and selfless outlook. Have you always had that?
No, I would say being paralyzed made me just rethink a lot of things from the perspective. I mean, the thing about being paralyzed is there's, especially being a quadriplegic, you just have a lot of time to think. I thought through everything that I've ever done, all the mistakes I ever made. I was who I was, where I was. I realized a lot of things about myself. I realized, that I wasn't the person that I thought I was. I always put myself up a certain way. And going back to my interactions with everyone at the same time, I realized I'm painting a much prettier picture of myself in my head than who I actually was. And a lot of the interactions I had with people, actions speak louder than words. If I was thinking I was this great person and treating people like absolute, dog crap, basically, then maybe I'm not as good of a guy as I was. I realized I wasn't as good of a son as I thought I was. As good of a boyfriend as I thought I was. I wasn't a good friend. So I found the reason why I was doing these things, and I thought about it for probably a few years, just lying in my bed, staring at walls for 8-10 hours a day, just thinking. And eventually I came to this conclusion, partly through my faith, my interactions with God, partly just because I wanted to be better. I wanted to be a better person. I realized that there were things that I could do to help, and this seemed like my best chance.
That's a wild thing to happen to someone. Have a radical shift in perspective that's forced upon you.
Yeah, I heard you say, I was watching, I can't remember who I was watching your interview. Maybe it was the Tucker interview, maybe it was the Terrence Howard interview. I just watched those ones recently. And you were talking about people never having been through anything like extreme happen to them. And so, they're never forced to think certain ways, or they just, I don't know, they never grow in certain ways. Paraphrasing, but along those lines. And I don't know, being a quadriplegic is, I kind of make this joke that it's easier than people think. I just get waited on all the time. I get to lie in bed and watch TV, drink books, and people bring me food and bring me drinks, and people do everything for me. I'm really not doing that. But obviously, it's really, really hard. Being paralyzed, getting all the things I love to do most taken from me. Like, I was a really big athlete. I played every sport under the sun. And then not being able to play sports anymore was one of the hardest things I think I'd ever have to go for. And there were a lot of other things. Not having any privacy. Like having to have everyone do everything for me. Like go to the bathroom, having to take a shower with people, having my parents scrub me in the shower, and my mom help me go to the bathroom. It's not easy. And it's not easy being a burden to everyone around you. And people always say you're not a burden, we love you and we'll do anything for you, but I am. I know it's not something that's going to convince me that. And I understand that they love me and they're willing to do it. But at the same time, obviously there are things that if I could change, I would. And I took it. So I try my best to do as much as I can for those around me. And this is part of what I can do. I've thought for years, like, what can I possibly do to help? And this is it. I think that's like what I want to do. Everything to make things better for people in the future.
That's a beautiful way of engaging with this, man. It really is. And I think what happened to you was tragic, but your perspective is pretty fucking cool. It really is. It really is. It's beautiful to hear. And man, I wish you all the best. I really hope this becomes something that allows you to move again. And I mean, and that they keep improving upon it. And thank you for risking this. Thank you for doing this guy.
Yeah, no worries. People keep saying weird things like, you're like an apology. I didn't see myself that way. I know that people keep saying you're the first, you're like a pioneer. I don't see myself that way at all. I just think everyone in my position, I think that, I guess it's a bit of bravery. I don't see myself that way. I just think that I did it so to show. I did it because I knew that I could. I did it because I knew that I was capable of going through it. I did, became quadriplegic. The other side, I feel good about my life. I feel like I managed that pretty well. I'm a pretty chill guy, so I feel like I rolled with it pretty well. Same thing with me. And like, I never thought of myself as a trailblazer or anything, but it's just cool to be a part of. I'm really happy that Neuralink chose me. And I'm looking forward to having some like cyber.
Yeah, how long before you can link those things together?
I guess we'll find out when we get the next station or the next participant. Maybe in a couple months, and we'll be chatting with each other. I've been, having telepathic communication major the monkey for a few months. No one knows about it, but we talk about that kind of stuff all the time. He's oddly obsessed with the ADHD, but into
I joke because man. You can't crack jokes that way. I don't know if you're telling the truth. You're talking about telepathically? No, I'm joking. I can tell it just your human eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah, those. Yeah. Okay. Well, they're really good. Yeah. If they could develop it, just like artificial intelligence can make images like really fucking close. I mean, they can make an eyeball that just really does kind of like a little bit. Just knowing someone's bullshit. Dude.
Yeah. There's no way I talk to on a daily basis, at least.
Now I'm thinking you. Now I'm going the other way with it. Yeah, it's exciting times. It's very interesting.
Yeah.
The ability that you have right now is limited to computer interfaces, right? What about other smart things? Can you interact with it? Like, could you interact with other sort of electronics?
Not really. It's all just because in order to even interact with the computer, it has to be uploaded with that app. And so that's why or something, you would just upload the app onto it. And it's one of the devices. There's ways to connect to them. So, for me, even with the Switch, it's through my computer still, but then you run the code from my computer through like a converter and then into the Switch. So it's all. I don't think it's going to be that way forever. I think it's going to be much easier with other devices in the future, especially if Neuralink takes off like I think it will. Then companies will start just uploading software onto it, downloading software to it, so that you can connect to it like it's going to be. It's compatible.
Right. That makes sense, especially if the widespread implementation of it turns out to be a real thing. It might be something that someone has to have, like you have to have a wheelchair wrap for businesses. Yeah.
And Tesla phone, I'm sure he's just going to roll that into that. All the robots. He might.
I think when it said that they might ban Apple devices because they're going to use OpenAI. I was like, what is going on? I get real nervous when someone blames nervous. When he's saying that, what he's saying is, I think, that smart enough to create their own artificial intelligence, but they're smart enough to keep artificial intelligence from running rampant through the operating system. Like, I think they are.
I don't trust.
That's good in your head, bro.
Yeah, yeah.
One day
I
we'll
mean,
be able to
give me, if I had skeleton voice in my head all the time, I don't think I'd be dreaming.
Listen, man, thank you very much for being here. Thanks for being you. And let's do this again sometime in the future. You can see what, improvements and how it's going.
Absolutely. As we this thing along, then we'll come back.
All right. Thank you very much. Do you have social media or anything?
Yeah, I have a lot of code. I have an Instagram, so I'm getting into this. So like streaming and stuff. So it'll be good.
You gonna stream?
Yeah, I do. Kind of like a stream, but another stream.
Oh, what? You ever get banned from tech, motherfucker?
I think people would love to see that and hear you talk about your experiences with us.
Oh, nobody watches you. Everybody hates.
It's a pleasure meeting you. All right. All the best. Thank you very much. Goodbye, everybody.
Okay.
Good to see you. Please introduce yourself.
I'm Dr. Aaron Oscar.
All time.
And this is very exciting. And how did this come about? What was the impetus to make this?
I've been studying the physics.
Oh, yeah? Where were you in that class?
University, it was just after the Sydney Olympics. And, it was always something that inspired me.
Where were you in Swab Valley? Where were you in Oklahoma?
In the last year, according to the research commissioned by the World Anti-Doping.
44. The other,
Right.
Exactly. And so,
I want the average American $30,000 a year, and I'm looking, so there's something really wrong in the system. And instead of trying to form this completely site of labor and invent the third way we have from scratch.
the limits is kind of a scam because it generates billions of dollars in revenue, and the people that are there to perform make almost none of that.
That's right. Yeah. Actually, the international committee doesn't pay. So, incidentally, they make it expensive or from the national.
Yeah.
But ultimately, billions of dollars in income Olympics, and all that goes, it gets wasted building stadiums, it gets wasted in vehicles. There's a new this model that inspires us in the future of science in the 21st century.
And you could do it apolitically too, if you chose to. Are you guys doing it by nation? Or are you doing it just like human beings?
Human beings.
I
think the international time is over. At the television, late.
With that?
How it was when Israel was performing and huge protests competition.
It's a very European competition. It's European
Song
contest.
A song contest.
It becomes every year. It makes a very good song.
I actually like it. Let's not go there. I'm kind of a fan. It's a cool thing. But unfortunately, it was super fun and campy. There's actually a Netflix movie about it. Like, not a documentary, but a fun movie. Is this the real thing? It's not real.
She's amazing.
Okay. It's very catchy songs. I don't know what you're saying.
She's crawling around with her butt up in the air.
It's very
I guess.
But there is even a cool Netflix movie about it. But long story short, unfortunately, this was the first year where people were taking
music shooting. Yeah.
West side.
Yeah.
West side. West side.
Country. Yeah, it's the best.
Hey,
Yeah, it's just the
Yes,
countries
sir.
use it as a
horse.
But like, I'm sure you guys have seen Icarus, right?
Yeah,
Horseshit. Roll.
Amazing. And I mean, what incredible, like, circle, like the way it all played out, where he's in the middle of doing this documentary about doing a race naturally, then doing a race in humans, and the guy contacts in the middle of the Sochi Olympics crowd. That guy winds up fleeing the country, spilling the beans, and so he's hiding. Yeah, still in this country, hiding from Russian killers.
Yeah, and that's really, I think, the realities that performance so are 6.3% of men in the Western world that use steroids in their life. 75% of great men are interested in steroids. And so it's a really underground secret television.
Hey, what is
What are the legal ramifications of this? Because we're talking about different drug schedules on the podcast yesterday. And steroids are scheduled. It's Schedule 3.
Just, it's a free substance in the United States. There are 23 countries where steroids and naloxone, including in the United Kingdom for personal use. And so let's first distinguish what is legal and banned. So, the company will say, oh, these drugs are illegal, but they're banned in all jurisdictions. So,
There's a lot of things that are almost
that are banned in the
yeah,
they're not
banned.
scheduled. That means the are a private organization. That
Right. Yeah. So legal.
So like PRT, for example, is a perfectly legal substance. They approved it under supervision. But you use it, you not the company, right? So the vast majority of compounds banned by the World Anti-Doping Agency are actually perfectly legal.
You know, you have seen how a guy that accidentally took something that had DHEA, a real high level guy, Will Roundtree, and he was supposed to be fighting Jamal Hill for weeks. And he found out that there's DHEA in it. He informed the UFC, told them, and DHEA is the kind of one and they banned him for 2 months. For 2 months, so he missed out on like a big opportunity in his career.
So if you go to your local agency, 5% of goods will contain substances that are banned.
25.
Yeah, so these are just this is not black market.
And then, of course, there's tainted substances, which is a real problem because a lot of these substances they use another party that puts them together for them, generally in other countries and China. And these people are also making things, these fats that properly, and then they mix the new stuff in it. Easily contamination happens all the time.
Exactly, and that's the excuse that the Chinese government used about the 23 swimmers in the World situation. So 23 Chinese swimmers tested positive for ANC, which is a heart medication, and they claim that this was because of it. What was this? Just 6 weeks ago. So 2021. But yeah, the New York Times reported it.
But no sanctions. There means that this one took 2 months, 6 hours to do. Well, they definitely did something during Beijing too.
Yeah, well, the Chinese really were doing this intentionally, and the World Anti-Doping Authority, because of pressure from the Chinese state, covered it a lot. That's not my accusation. That's the accusation made by Travis Tiger, who's the CEO of the U.S. Anti-Doping Agency.
Okay, so the premise is let's cut the shit. You guys are, there's been people that do it. It's like the argument for Tour de France, right? Like Tour de France, when they stripped Lance Armstrong, the next person that had not ever tested positive was 18.
And if you look at the 100-meter time, the fastest man in the world, 7 fastest 100-meter runners in history that had to go on by and the only one that's known that 5
Wow. So it's just a scam.
Consistent.
And we've been hearing that for years about sprinters, particularly sprinters in other countries, that they're enhanced. And especially if the national pride is involved and they know that there's ways that you can kind of finagle things and get around them. And you hire doctors to test people and use masking agents or whatever the hell you do. But the UFC, they don't even let them rehydrate with IVs.
The same thing is like if you take more than 100 milliliters of IV within 12 hours, it's considered banned. So
You can't do any IVs in the UFC. Yeah, they won't let you because of the fear of masking performance-enhancing drugs. It's going to flush your system. But the problem with that is like IVs are good. Like, this is really stupid. Like, but if you can make sure that a person is just doing IV vitamins, I mean, if your random testing is effective, you should just do that. Like, don't stop someone from doing something that's going to make them healthier while they're in a business that's about as dangerous as you can get without people shooting at you.
So the solution is not to do drug testing. Like we want to make sure that our athletes are healthy and safe to compete. So cardiac screenings, MRIs, blood work, to measure their biomarkers to ensure that they're within healthy ranges. That's the core difference, right? That drug testing apparatus at the Olympics is about awareness and competition. It's not about the health and safety of athletes.
Here's the question. If you open up the Guinness and say you're allowed to take whatever substances you want at whatever levels you want in order to compete at your very best, how close to redlining does a person get? You know, especially if you're involved in something that requires strength and explosive energy. Like we've had one of the UFC at one point in time had testosterone use exemptions, and you're allowed to get those if your testosterone was at a low enough. The problem with that was not thought out at all. You couldn't even be that tested. Just stay up all night. Stay up all night, 15 cheeseburgers, and jerk off the top, and you're good. You're gonna be at like 200. Oh my God, you're sick, Bob. But also there's another problem is that people that have a history of metabolic steroid use generally they wreck their endocrine system. And particularly back in the day, the early days of MMA was all enhanced. And if you go and watch Pride, for instance, like Pride, which was the big show in Japan, it was this enormous organization in Japan that kind of fell apart. Yakuza was involved with it, and they went bankrupt. So a lot of craziness involved. But at one point in time, they were selling out like these 90,000 seat arenas in Tokyo. It was nuts. And everybody was a superhero. I mean, just giant jack guys beating the shit out of each other. And everybody who went over there will tell you, like the contract literally specifically stated in capital letters, we do not test for steroids. They will encourage you to use steroids. They want you to look good. They want you to fight your best. Like, what care you take? Just go over there, go there.
But it comes down to a fundamental philosophical question. Shouldn't an individual free and informed consent be able to make choices about their own body?
They should. But the question is, when is it not fair? Right?
I think to me, fairness, if it's very transparent.
Right.
What is unfair, think about it like you winning silver in the current Olympics. And I talked to so many athletes, kind of know who's cheating or not. Because if you're very likely to sport, you know what is kind of unnatural or right. So, but they can't say it. There's a lot of politics and music, whatever. So if you win silver, you stand next to the person on gold, and you have a deep hunch that this person is enhanced.
Right.
That is the worst because you're betrayed of your performance because the people on the screen and what externalize it.
Right.
What we are saying is like, I would also look into the Olympics should be very interesting because then it's about a framework that can judge performance. But in our case, people will know that now they can optimize. We actually will endorse people and say what they do, which is the open. And then again, we can contextualize. So both is about like zero or trade diplomatic framework is the real definition. Okay. And from 1996 to 1999, expand professional athlete. And so we went to a manager and there were professional sports leagues elsewhere. And I think the same thing is going to happen in the 21st century. The Olympics are going to be an actual sports competition for
we're going to see the best of I think that's games. There will be the best unleashed human and superhuman will do.
But here's the question: if you guys are successful, what athlete would want? If you guys are successful, it becomes a huge household name, and people watch it, and it becomes exciting, and you make money. What athlete are going to want to do the Olympics for free? Get a microscope at your ass, and people constantly asking you for this and that, knowing that other countries are probably pulling off some shenanigans like China allegedly did.
I agree with you. By the way, the same question is
It's a good answer.
like, I don't want to reinvent well. It's just like and the other thing is, by the way, what I believe humans are wired to want the best. Watch the best.
Yes.
You're not gonna watch something where the best natural player. You're gonna see the best absolute player, even if this player is not. Like again, the future will tell and the consumer will tell. We are super, but it's really the right thing.
UFC was brought up the traditional rules of boxing, and the simple premise that Ryan Gracie had was how do we find the best fighter? And that's just a very simple question. Is how do we find the fastest human being? What is the total potentiality of human spirit and all that?
So how do you get? Listen, there's a lot of backgrounds, right? You need people that have already competed. You don't know someone who's starting out in a sport, right? You have people that have a deep history in sport, they want to, and they can, they're capable of competing at an elite level. And then if they're going to do games, they have to kind of make this decision. Because they're never going to be able to go to sport after that, right?
Oh, they actually could go back to the Olympics and stuff, but they would get
So tested. And if they do start to testosterone, do start taking a bunch of other things, it's going to inhibit their natural ability to do visual arts.
Technically, it was like, but I would say it's usually the Olympics and the mistakes how they were handling athletes. Both participated or maybe they say there's probably also so it's not like really that might be that those sports they say that they can't stay.
So that would have $1,000 a year. The best performing athletes might be making and they're offering $1 price for breaks in the Olympics.
It's $1 million just to break.
Yes, $1 million for the world record, track, and Olympics, right? Freestyle.
So the question is, like, how can I ensure that you're going to get elite level athletes that are capable of performing at like an Olympic level, and they're risking it's a significant risk to them because they'll be openly admitting they're part of the enhanced games, they're openly admitting that they're taking these substances in order to compete at this level, and they don't know if you guys will be around.
So number one, you don't have to take enhancement.
You're right with her.
You're right. Say, hey, I won the genetic lottery, great, and I think I can beat all the next athletes. Great talent.
Yeah, that's fun too, right?
Yeah, and so if you believe you won the genetic lottery and you draw a regular record and get another still come and do it, right? Some athletes say, I did not win the genetic lottery. I want the chance to be strong by narration. This is how I think we're building our mission in the 21st century. And what did the mission do? It showed us that we were so much more capable as a human species, right? With fresh using science and technology to overcome our limits. This is exactly what the Games is about. Sure, but we're not going to
That's pretty cool.
That's pretty robotic. Getting a bunch of guys juiced up, running really fast. But still, yes.
World record is maybe not going to the but like it's something people aspire to do.
Well, it is. So we'll know for sure that people are doing something, whereas before we just suspected. I remember when Ben Johnson and everybody's like, oh, I can't EVT. But then you find out that Carl Lewis was taking stuff too.
I think everyone else was glad. I think final was,
They probably all were.
Yeah.
You know, Bruce Jenner took a thing. And by the way, one thing is that we don't even need to speculate if Hess won it because we didn't come to the costing club, so we don't have a directory all the way to the enhanced games together with these companies. So they're big casting call or give more than 1,000 professional athletes. Many of them were in the Summer Olympics applied to be in the documentary. So the question, this is an appealing proposition. So what about the pressure from countries, like different countries that have elite athletes that compete in sprinting and whatever? I spoke to two head of state notice. One is very close friend. Every week he's like, I can't wait for this to happen. He's one of our they're into. But I think for one they spoke, I don't think there will be a lot of pressure because again, what is sports for them is a way to show their pride. And if you have national pride, then you're the fastest person in the world. Right. If that's with enhancements, like so yeah.
And it's also part of national pride. It will be a part of national pride to be the most technologically and scientifically advanced society.
Yes.
That has the engineering and intellectual capability.
Right.
It's actually what is interesting. Like when you I did your I have my investment firm, so I'm both the investor and this group founder. We both actually calculating with much quality. It's actually a good one because it's driving missions. So I'm always doing always going too smooth because people in fact like people don't know they don't know this. But like the feedback we're getting from like 14-year-olds to a head of state.
Well, it's also everybody knows that athletes are taking this. They've been doing it forever. You know, before you started, there's actual a lot of people studied the difference between certain fighters that were at an incredible high level before you started, and then their physiques melted down. When you could see the difference, this is a giant difference. But they were all passing drug tests before. But they're considered drug tests by the athletic commissions on the day of the fight, which by all accounts is an intelligence. It's just whether or not you're taking proper steps to come.
You just gotta know.
And everybody knew that was the case.
Yeah.
And so instead of going their way, they went the way of just crawling your butt everybody's ass. And they do it. USADA was doing it in a very intrusive way where they were fighters on the day of the fight.
And it's because USADA is not accountable. Right? The International Committee is not accountable. You know, it's a really important question about how the structures international and who appoints the members, the international. No, right? Other should be like member countries. And maybe the athletes should elect members. No, the IOC is a club of your university. Formed in 1896. It just elects itself. So it has no external accountability. It's not regulated by any governments. And so that means that it just separate rules however they want. They've got the right the athletes for over 100 years.
Yeah, that makes sense. What are the sports you guys are going to showcase and what are that sport?
Yes, so there are 5 key sports: track, swimming, combat, gymnastics, strength.
Then for combat sports, you can have boxing, wrestling.
So, and MMA are definitely
MMA. Really? That's interesting. So MMA, if you're going to have people being intense in MMA, that will significantly limit their ability to compete in other organizations. So how are you going to get high-level fighters that are not going to compete in Bellator or are not going to compete in the UFC? Or how are you going to do that?
well, I think the entire MMA is really moving away from the traditional drug tests. Right? It's it's done. They're gonna-
No, they just moved to drug-free sport, which
Yeah.
is just a better organization. Does the exact same thing. They're doing the exact same thing, the exact same thing, including peptides like DC 157, which people argue feel like this is ridiculous. This should be illegal. But what they said is the problem is state athletic commissions test for DC 157. As long as they test, some of them do. As long as they deem it illegal, we have to illegal. So, I mean, soft tissue injuries is what they're recovering.
Yeah. And so, in terms of athletes, there's such a line. The difference in terms of with MMA and combat sports is there's no objective goals. So, the solving for a fame question,
Right.
a performance question.
Right. To be one of the things that doesn't. So, have you talked to athletes about that? Combat sports athletes?
We've had, we had 15% of the athletes were in the combat disciplines.
Really?
Yes.
So guys at the end of their run.
Yeah, that's where performance enhancing tips are very appealing. You shoot from in your career, you're sort of 30, 35 years old. People say, you're out of it, you should retire. They're saying this is now with the emotional maturity that you have in your 30s,
Right.
you're making the play in your 20s to come back to compete at a high level.
It's also wisdom. It's not just emotional maturity. It's like accumulated time, accumulated time in different scenarios where you just know what's coming next. You don't have to think about it. It's programmed in your system. So they're all kind of. Well, that is interesting. It's like I don't know how much you guys know of MMA, but one of the great eras of MMA, Pedro Belfort. Do you know about this? Okay. It's legendary in MMA because he is the best example of a veteran, a guy who was an older guy. First fought in the UFC at 19 years old in 1997. And in 2000, like 2004 or 5, that's when they allowed the testosterone use exemption. And Vitor looked like an ape. He became a Rothschild from South America. Like, the way and he's like, my first time, what the fuck? This guy. He just looked, he had no heart. He just looked insanely jacked. He was knocking everybody out. Fearless. But because of the testosterone use exemptions, and then there was some controversy about it, they had tested him one time when he was in Brazil. They had tested him one time when he was in the United States. He was off the charts. Like, you're not supposed to have that much testosterone. This is insane. And so then it started controversy, and then ultimately they got rid of testosterone use exemptions. But he was the perfect example of a really elite fighter who, became older. His body's kind of failing him, and he did a lot of steroids when he was younger. And so his physique looked kind of soft. And then all of a sudden, he looked like a freak. Just a real freak. Yielding to people and knocking everybody out. It was like he went on a run for a few years. He was just unstoppable. It was terrible. And everybody knew he was enhanced. But good Lord. Then he was off of it. 2016, 17 is him on. So 2012, high in the sauce. And then 2017, was in 2000, all his muscle went away. His endurance went away. He's ended with just a shot years of doing, whatever else.
And what I would caution about that is having the highest quality clinical and scientific supervision. So the problem about the curve is that as far as it does, it's very easy to access to both doctors, bodybuilding.
What did you guys tell you? I got you.
Yeah, it's also on Instagram. So, what we're trying to do is a very rigorous scientific and medical process to ensure that we gather high quality clinical data and we share it within the scientific advisory board that doctors, at Harvard, very establishment make very serious.
And when you do this, you have combat sports, and then you have wrestling.
I'm not sure about wrestling. we're still open. There's nothing is increasing participation are down, the television are down, so it's an economic decision because one of the core things of the Olympic Games is expanded to so many sports, so much content, it's so expensive to run, and so sports it's always what we use with the highest television, with the lowest.
But you're having sprinting and all these other games too, right? The wrestling is like, isn't it the original? It was the sport.
Yeah, but we are inspired into the process, but we don't want to fall back in history. Right there, it must be every 4 years, right? We must have these certain sports, and our games are going to be every year because that gives an athlete highest engagement with their fans. We believe that we are the invented degrees, but of the future.
So you'll have boxing. The only worry I have is that giving someone substances would allow someone more. It's different. Like, the person gets so, but it's a discussion, right? If someone runs faster because he gave them something like, maybe reputation is getting hurt, whatever. But if you give someone something and allow someone to beat someone more, isn't it the overall discussion? Because we're treating the books, right? That's the real discussion.
Exactly, but I think the real discussions are food discussions where you have a real discussion, but like the same ethical.
Yeah, right. The other one is that maybe it's actually safer for the athletes if they're asked. Maybe they can recover better. Maybe they can take punishment. Maybe they do get hurt in a fight, they recover better from the fight than they would naturally. There's a good argument there as well.
Certainly, what is appealing to older athletes is recovery.
Yes. I mean, it's a significant thing for guys as they get into their 30s, if they're still competing as a professional. They realize that I don't recover as well at 54, even though I'm still in my athletic in terms of ability to perform. Their ability to put in work in the gym is not the same, and the way they feel the next day is not quite the same.
I can tell you, I started the whole process. I always, when I started a company, I want to feel it myself. Here is really what I'm talking about, is just like, so I'm going through the asking process, investing myself, and it's unbelievable. Like, I feel 20 years younger in like recovery, I can train every day. I wake up in the morning, I don't feel stiff anymore. I'm like, oh shit, this is how I was in the 20s.
Yeah, it's really strange that that's looked down.
Yeah, I can't really understand it. No, I can't really understand it. It's like, I think it's a natural right. Like, you want to be the best at any time in your life, and it should be easy. So easy with best. I'm not saying that you should be jacked, that this is aspirational. It should be every single person's position.
Yes.
What makes you happy, what is aspirational for you, whatever you are, you should get out to do. You're a grown up, and it's that's what was my sort of limiting factor. I don't know if you know, we're so important to bring psychedelics back. It's the same sort of discussion in the medical world. It's always you have to be with the doctor in a sort of formed environment, but then it should be up to you because with performance enhancement.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think another aspect of this whole thing is what you said initially. We all know that the Olympics are dirty. We all know that anyone who's seen Icarus, if you haven't seen it, I really recommend it. It's amazing. These funded, sponsored programs have existed forever, and they've just been doing weaselly things, trying to avoid protection, and they get caught all the time. And it's not as simple as like everyone just really wants to find out who the best is, and they're on the honor system. Everybody is honorable. No, it's like they're taking things. Everyone's taking things. They're all hiding things.
But imagine the scientific potential all of that was came out of the oven because of the same compounds that allow individual athletes to run faster and higher are the ones that will allow us to be younger, faster, and stronger for longer. And that's a admirable aspiration. You can look at President Jr. He's doing polls when Joe Biden and and he's very open.
Yeah, open their hands to works out with jeans on, which is odd, right? Jeans thing is so weird. Like,
That's one important point. I think a lot of people always put advancements into just the mouth, which is, by the way, I think is a very legitimate, because I'm doing it for them. But like, if you look at all the people, like encyclopedia, like a Rabbi or whatever, it is a problem for many people. We take it as normal. Yes, it is normal that you lose. And I was like, no, we can do something. The guys at 70, 80 years completely change. They have functioning muscle system.
Yes.
Like you're shying away because it only got cold windows in their 80s, 90s, stooping way. They're extremely good anabolic steroids with a very good medical use case. Take Anavar. Or these kind of compounds. Like they have very good
West side. Gangsta,
don't
gangsta.
give it to them. So I spoke to so many doctors, if they still there. But the doctors are like, these are rotational versus giving an 18-year-old anabolic steroid work. I only believe
person.
this would make it much more livable. By the way, small doses, like, so I'm very passionate just about, like, we hope will be a crystallization factor for societal change, how we look at how we the decision back to people again, if they want to the right and at the current state of the art. So it's like, what is the point of having all this knowledge, everything functional ways? There's absolute ways to enhance the way your mind performs, your body performs. And you chalk it up to that, you start to like, well, what about fashion? Yeah, so that's the other thing. You know what the legal definition is? No, I don't. So it's a fascinating camera that always film. So in the 1920s, the Carnegie Foundation commissioned a sociologist from Johns Hopkins University, Professor Albert Fleck-Smith, to go and study medical education. And so it used to be that people could call themselves a doctor. Really? Yeah. I missed the book. Yeah, I just read some books and finished it. And after the first report, it was decided by state legislatures that they would regulate what it meant to be a doctor and what medical education is required. And the definition of medicine, as a result of that, is that medicine is about the treatment and cure of disease, making sick people less sick. Right? If you walk into your doctor and you say, I'm a healthy 39-year-old, but I'd like to be extraordinary, they say, I'm sorry, medicine legally cannot help.
well, wasn't this the reason why Pro-Vigil and New Vigil, when they first came up with those, I believe they came up with them with the idea of them being a performance-enhancing substance. But then they didn't have a way to prescribe them, so they used narcolepsy. Yeah. It's interesting stuff, right? Because it doesn't make you speedy, but it's like,
I think it's like, by the way, I always think that at university, right, because that's the real mind or intellectual enhancing drugs, because it doesn't make you jittery, whatever. By the way, stack it with nootropics. Yes. A little thing. Yes.
It's the one that's more enhanced.
Okay,
So that's about a stack.
But but it's a good example. Like, why do we say for students who have always bad if you try it fast? Like, and why is it a substance? Which is, by the way, wildly studied upstairs for decades. Every single neuroscientist in my team, in the neuroscience sector, I talk to, it's like, this can be taken safely. And they put them out. It's like, why are we like shying away to discussing that this is a good thing? Like, I don't understand it.
Is there a large body of research on long-term use? Yes. Yeah. Enormous. Like, first because I take it. Yeah. I looked at it. You want right now? Yes. I can. Great. Like, so, but really, like, because like we have this whole sources. Like, we are we're the largest investor in neuroscience program. So I have all these studies I have. And I went to everybody because people always mix it up. They're like, when they talk, they're probably going to push this to a venture. It's like, I'm actually a huge hypochondriac. And I'm always worried I do the wrong thing. So meaning I put in a lot of effort before I take something. So I went to some of the biggest neuroscientists in the world and discussed modafinil. And everybody just had those 6 to 8. Everybody was like, but I'm not only modafinil, I'm not doing function about it, but it's a good example where I really don't understand how not at least give people a choice. Again, we're like, I want to do it. Yeah, I think you have the choice. Just like you have the choice to drink alcohol. Yeah. By the way, we just language. You might have you been on the show. Like, my good friend is Professor David Knott. You know the name? Where's he from? From the UK. If you pull it up, like he wrote a whole book. It's my favorite sort of take on society out of drugs. He wrote a whole book about the risks of drugs. Because the interesting thing is, we all throw in around the word drugs without definition. But I see that then I talk to people about modafinil, for example, or psychedelics, and they sit in a glass of wine and look at me and like, oh, this is very risky. And they're like, tell me, what is risky? People don't have an answer. So what David did, he defined what actually risk is. He made a real risk score. Simply said, can you die when you take it? Can you die when you take too much? Can you become disabled? Can you have long-term damages? Can you become addicted? So he, for the very first time, defined, by the way, never tested, undisputed risk score for substances you can take. And then he applied this risk score to most, not sugar, but like most legal and illegal drugs. From alcohol to heroin to psychedelics. So the outcome is that in a comprehensive risk assessment, the most risky the number one is up. And by the way, it was never sort of disputed. The number 2 is heroin. And then comes everything else that's per user. So they just get on a total societal
Papers that published in the Lancet, which is the top medical journal. Jamie, you want to pull it up? It's called Harm on the UK, a multi-criteria decision analysis, published in the Lancet by Professor David Knott. And it has this amazing chart.
By the way,
thank you. And yes, so item most extreme, the highest individual social
psychedelics. So by the way, I urge every listener, because that's a little bit my passion, is like to make people at least aware. You can decide by the way that you drink alcohol. I'm not saying ban alcohol. I just think people should be aware. Isn't it crazy why they do it? Yeah. So it's all about education and awareness. Good job. Alcohol and heroin. So by the way, but I want to tell you this, that actually got me in political trouble because one magazine wrote, which is by the way the wrong takeaway, said, oh, the drug advisor from the government said heroin, take heroin, alcohol, whatever. Heroin is the second worst. So mushrooms. So and by the way, that chart is a very emotional thing for me because I presented that chart in 2013. And yes, I'm going to have nerves right now. I don't know what else. I'm from Bavaria. I decided when I was 14, I'm never going to touch it. For societal become the village where I was like, I get drunk, I'm going to steal it. That's right. And like, in 2013, we like, people saying like, it's a drug, whatever. To be here, reading up, this talk about so I was reading all about psychedelics in 2013, 14, and then my first psychedelic trip in 2014, which was hands down the single most meaningful and important thing ever done in collapse. It's a great happy person. So I
like, hey, look, there was quite very exciting that psychedelics should be available. So we started to go psychedelics. That's something we can discuss in further. That's why 1970 was sweeping psychedelics out. And I think it was one of the biggest crimes ever of the pandemic, because if you think about it, like all the data that we great as the publisher to go using the word slave deliberately to kill them for oppression inside. Because I can think about it, the government of 1975 chose pure politics to discredit the community because they were going against the Vietnam War. That took away one of the most potent groups of drugs. Look at how prevalent actually is. Say the number of opioid addiction, depression, suicidality. It's only taken away experts like yourself showing companies on the play. They don't have those. Like there is no recourse. It's taking over therapists. But it's shows that the world is outside. Again, to pure
Oh,
the best
how do you live in?
maps is before.
Hey, dude. Where you? I'm at Rothschild. We watched Joe Rogan. No, dog. How you live in, Tim? How'd you hear about me? Watching Joe Rogan. Oh, yeah, hey. What's going on? How you living? Dude, well, enjoy. We're watching Joe Rogan. He's got some people on there talking about the content. You go, baby. Hey, have you ever played this game, Hunter Star Freaker? That's right. You did right. Okay, no big deal. Here we go. This is Jordan.
August 11th or 9th. But the advisor of my book, hearing which was probably recommended from Jones and the Austrian Express. It was a big offering. But the reason is also to be a little bit self-critical, like for the academic industry. Because I'm a huge believer.
This is
Maybe the biggest event academics. But I also realized that 95% of it was really know that. I was very open with the psychedelic therapy, sort of life enhancing advice here, like embarrassed of that. But like, I just realized 95% of it
it's
are stuck with this misinformation. So the only way this was sort of what some people said conservative. They said, you should like more like liberal. But I said the only way to reach psychedelics back into the medical world is to substance very rigorous, very scientific way. Showing proof it, of course, it's belief, but how to prove it. But that was a weakness because that was they never had huge funding, so all the data an example like that for people resistant depression who were suicidal. The active emerging why? Because it's about to spend all the money. It was like people will try to cause of mushroom. Yeah, so it wasn't healing or psychedelics. Because I have this personal connection, I can't take my personal conviction and say, everybody should
especially because I need to do some very scientific right. So yeah, that's for sure. Yeah, I think next year. I also did. There's still hope for the FDA. They still because they can. So they go into cleaning that advice and orders. They go into cleaning pressure of that makes it but if you push the thing, push the system, they just take care of. So nothing else. What's going on with interesting because at this point, 24 states, is it 24? 24 states? 24 states and then discussion which is you have 24, you have half the country, literally in states that are saying you can take it here, you can buy it here, you can sell it here, we'll tax it. And the federal government still not working. And then next will be those some states. I think they take a break that suicide or generally psychedelics and cannabis should because it's kind of the same so-called coming one from the other. But if you look at it, every sort of psychedelics are very good outcome. So if you look at humans have very all of these psychedelics that can choose psychedelics this with the therapist sort of therapy session about here's where I would say about that. First of all, you can take psychedelics and microdoses and it's great. There's great benefits in microdosing psilocybin. Great benefits in microdosing like tremendous benefits. And I think if you're looking at the idea of audio also, marijuana is not a psychedelic. All that would say means what happens when cannabis psychedelics or the difference between THC and 11 when you eat marijuana, it produces a completely different liver. It's called 11 hydroxymetabolites. It's 5 times more psychoactive than THC. And I see works in the end because it's very psychedelic. Eat edible. Is extremely psychedelic, especially close your eyes. Like some wearing silent darkness. Those rivals. A lot, especially in the tank. Which guys, psychedelics, drugs, I'm not sure. There's a great history of people using them in those tanks. Really, we take care of them. But I know a lot of people who do high levels of edibles, and they get in the tank and they have
So it's our first
I
car.
think that's also part of the problem with people in creation of taking edibles. Because you really probably shouldn't do that all the time, especially at high doses, because I think it causes schizophrenia. I think it has in some people. I think it causes fragile minds to shatter, especially if you have underlying conditions or propensity, or family history of schizophrenia. It's probably not a good idea for you, but I don't think we should just dismiss marijuana as being different than the other drugs. It's just a drug that is more likely to be consumed microdose. Okay, so I just want to be. I didn't put up I'm just saying. No, something different about it the same way. We were opposed to talking about mushrooms. These mushrooms are a mechanism of action. Yes, it might have the same similar things, but I. If you, by the way, pull up the part again of the risk sort of thing is that you fill up stairs and produce the his hands. I know people with LSD. Team following up that sentence if somebody says that. And literally for like 2018, every single person we could find online, we contacted, said, I have any side effects. First question is always, what have you done? 100% of people with negative things say, oh, I've taken and I've taken alcohol and took a lot of cocaine. People never takes these things. When I'm arguing for is going to find the basis for never study which tells you that makes alcohol suicide. So don't do it. Right? Studies which is you take suicide. What is happening? So I always and then just know what I really know. Because you said it actually. You said because I can give you and see whatever we want to prove. They are really good. I want to say, I think it's increasing concentration, like all sort of the anecdotal evidence. They try to study doesn't show a therapeutic effect. But look, what I'm saying, if you give it the thing you're gonna like, but
How do you like it, man? Good morning. How are you? How's GPT working for you? How is GPT working for you? Oh, I love it too. It's amazing. All right, so
How many social media accounts have you signed up to? You know what to do. I don't have to tell you anymore. You know what? I don't have to tell you anymore. That's the plan. You do what you need to do. You register for those accounts. Then when it's done, let me know. I'll show you how to create some pretty easy content, but it will help you to advertise your business. And then here's what you do. You can do. You can provide for someone. Do exactly what you did for yourself. You can look, I'll create your social media for $100. And then you build up a nice social media. You put all this stuff in there in a spreadsheet. Then after you get pretty much. Excellent. I like your hair shower cap. I like it. You look cool. Good. Well, you do what you need to do. Register for the place. Let me know if you need any help. Take care, buddy. That's Alex, everybody. Alex, Alex. Shout out to that.
how we can keep people more healthy for longer and help them to cross themselves if they want to. Yeah, and I come from the point that aging is a disease that we should be able to treat, cure, and eventually solve. But that's not what medicine is about. So legally, aging is not a disease. So a doctor cannot prescribe you medication against the clinical indicator of aging. Aging is a normal biological process and is just accepted by the field. And it wasn't until 1997 that osteoporosis was considered a disease. It was prior to that just considered a natural part of the aging process. And so I think with the revolution here, we say medicine is not about making just the sick people less sick. It's about improving the quality of all human life so that we can become superhuman. And at the time in which we live, an era of artificial intelligence where the machines are upgrading, we need to upgrade our own biology to be competitive.
Well, I think in that case, I mean, especially looking at Ozempic, these drugs are used off-label, the fact that they're incredibly profitable, and the fact that they are being used mostly for people who just want to lose weight and whatever, that's really probably a good sign for the future of how these substances are at least allowed to be used.
Exactly. And at the first Hands Games, athletes will break world records. You think so? I think so. And I'll get that up for a second. When that happens, everyone's going to say, what is going on and how do I get it? Yeah, because it's no longer going to be scary. It's no longer going to be unknown.
Right.
It's like Armstrong, after coming back from cancer and winning the first Olympics, went out and said, you know what, I'd like to make my sponsor EPO. EPO made it possible for me to go from being a cancer patient to the best life possible. Everyone in the world talked about EPO. Right, but he didn't do that.
No, he didn't.
No, not everybody. No, but talk to your doctor. Talk to your doctor.
Yes.
And so why will world records get broken? Actually, okay. According to my scientific team, they have been about 5% of the performance of the athlete. However, most of these world records are enhanced in some way or another. The same world record, tetraplegia, and so it's actually the best. But actually, in the full open enhancement, I'm not trying to make a test, probably that's about 1%. But it also goes into the economics on the end of the athlete. Most of the things are stacking costs that EPO or $50 per dollars. So by being able to pay the athletes and create a fair economic arrangement, allows them to focus on their training. Right? And then a third dimension is actually a really simple one. Have you ever been to the Olympics?
No.
Okay. Go to the athletes' village. It's a dump. Right? They have these cardboard beds, these paper thin walls, it's noisy, everyone's having sex all the time. You just put the athletes in 4 seasons, give them a nice bed to sleep in. They'll be more focused, they'll have a good night's sleep before the big race.
Interesting. I didn't know that. So they make the athletes stay at the athletes' village. It's just real loud and crazy and partying.
Yeah, that's right, because the vast majority of the athletes who go to the books have no chance of it. Right? They're just there for the party. They're just there for the party, and you have all these beautiful young people. What do you think is going to happen?
Right, they're all athletes. Hormones out.
They did some days ago where they said just go to single beds in order to avoid people having sex. I was like, in university life has a single bed avoided where people have sex. It's one of the most dumbest ideas.
That's hilarious. That's like just saying no. That's such a dumb idea.
Yeah.
People have sex. What are you talking about? Paris Olympics, first intensity ban for athletes is stocking up on 300,000 condoms. They went the other way.
It was then 2 plus 50 years. The other one was more hilarious. A single bed. But then all these headlines, this was amazing. I was that blowjob before sports is actually increasing your testosterone. Yeah, so yes. Like I was like,
Why is this a blowjob?
I don't know, but I was like, it's like it's good.
Giving or getting?
Getting.
Okay. Well, why would that? I don't understand why that particular I had a sex was doing.
I ran with it. I was like,
I know. I had a laptop. I'm ready to get Exactly. It's not because I did. Yeah. Screenshot. Yeah, that's it. Start arguing. So now we have how many sports?
5 sports. So track, swimming, combat, gymnastics. Those are the 5 core sports that we identify that have with a lot of things. Build special state. So I love cycling. That I myself need a facility for it. Track.
Oh, it's like around the
Yeah, like 2,000 people. Pretty neat sport. Sports at the Olympic Games. The total number of set professional, semi-professional participants is very small. So things like rock climbing, skateboard, huge participation number 36.
So people are going to be heartbroken that synchronized swimming is out.
Yeah, curling.
Curling is really as fun as all the time.
Yeah, and curling is participating by 1,000 people worldwide. And that would be if people on people that synchronized swimming, because it's like,
Ooh, right. Synchronized
bringing
swimming.
you in.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yes. So you know that classical musicians use beta blockers. Professional musicians have used beta blockers.
No.
Right? So beta blockers are banned substance on the doping code. They wouldn't be allowed to be the it's used on mass by professional orchestra musicians.
It's interesting. I wonder why professional orchestra musicians would find that helpful.
I think the head is more stable. It's like
Interesting. Because I wouldn't think that they would be, especially in a large group of them, they'd be working together, they practice. I wouldn't think they'd be that anxious.
I don't know how you're performing on stage anymore.
I performed on stage in Madison Square Garden. Yeah. I mean, musicians use beta blockers as performance drugs.
Video game players.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah. That's interesting. I know they're illegal in archery events.
And here we go. There's a Chattanooga Symphony Orchestra, right? That's just openly talking about using band performance enhancement.
No, try it. That's how it works. That's how it works. In the article, you're like, what's this?
After consultation.
Yeah, I went to feel good. Hey, buddy. I'm going to do something dangerous. See what I feel.
Upgraded good quality from the pharmacy.
Well, that's how this is the conversation that I had yesterday. I had Freeway Ross on the podcast yesterday. I don't know if you know who he is, but he was a drug dealer that was illiterate, that was at one point in time selling as much as $3 million worth of cocaine a day. And he was supplying, it was all done through the CIA, allegedly, to supply the Contras versus the Sandinistas in Nicaragua in the 1980s. He went to jail for it, had a read in jail, became a lawyer, figured out his case, was tried and prosecuted wrong.
Wow.
Yeah, incredible. And, we talked about the problem is you're never going to get away from the demand. The demand in the United States is immense. So you're fueling drug empires in Mexico. So you're fueling the legal organized crime because you won't come to terms with the fact that audio climbing and the rights of an individual to choose to do whatever they want, especially in light of what is legal that is incredibly damaging, like alcohol. And that if you just made it legal, I mean, you would have a real problem. You would have a lot of people getting addicted, trying it, they wouldn't try it, but eventually the dust would settle. And the concept would be you would have to mitigate all these potential future problems with counseling, with treatment, and with education, but you would severely limit the amount of adulterated drugs. You would change a lot of that. If you made sure that the supply was clean, you're getting it from pharmaceutical drug companies, and pharmaceutical drug companies could profit off of it, and you would just have a percentage of that profit.
Tax.
Yes.
And tax externality. And you have discussed it about social externality. Addictive substances. We never talk about the two most addictive substances. This is food and sugar. Which have done so much damage to our society. Do you know who raised top explosives?
Kellogg's?
McDonald's and Coca-Cola.
Oh,
Right.
Reedy's.
Yeah. Read the social history of the Olympic food. McDonald's and Coca-Cola. Both of them built their brand on sports marketing. But selling the most dangerous, most addictive, most damaging food ever developed to children.
It's what's now.
Also, I always say that when you remember the chart we looked at, heroin versus heroin. Next time you go to the airport and you see all these shops which say alcohol, tobacco, whatever, just think for a second it would say heroin. How messed up is that? And like, it's not just for like, it's also children. Like we just bringing them up for like dangerous substances or into them and like marketing them.
It is fucked up. Yeah, we're very similar. There's a lot of things that we've got going on, and there's a lot of perceptions people have that are just locked in their minds. They don't want to move on these old people. They don't want to really trust the deep data. They don't want to change their feelings about things.
How do you think is the best way to change perception?
Conversations over a long time. It's not a quick fix. Nothing's going to fix. Nothing's going to change things. But young people coming up, podcasts are doing that because these conversations are available for the first time. Like not just available, but available to millions of people waiting for that. The mainstream media was, and these conversations get shared, and then they put clips on Instagram and YouTube, and they start passing them around and listen more. And then, I used to think this, but now that. And the more conversations you have with intelligent, educated people that really understand what's going on and can give you the data and explain it in a logical way, you realize, well, this is an intelligent person that has an informed perspective, and it allows people to sort of reevaluate. And I think faith in institutions is at an all-time low, and faith in institutions that give out health advice is at an all-time low, because we now know about the sugar industry that drives scientists to lie about the dangers of saturated fat. We know about drug companies that lie about the side effects of their drugs and hide data. We know about all that now. So we're a little less likely to believe the mainstream narrative of a lot of things we just accepted as fact.
That's right. And disruption and social media is a powerful force in ways. And 2 years ago, it was basically impossible for us to talk about prevention and drugs.
Yeah.
Right? You would just be canceled. And we launched and started to have a conversation with the opportunity to open. And now so many eminent scientists and doctors rejected data. It's not that dangerous.
Yeah.
It's worth having a conversation. How will this affect our society? How will us build a better future? Right? And this is only distribution, which we have, which is not regarded by institutions.
Right. Well, you might have missed it. Like steroids were also it's almost so like very low risk. It's like
Can you put that chart up again? One of the things that was interesting in that chart is just like what percentage of people use these things? What kind of data? What first of all, what is that one? Buprenorphine? Buprenorphine? What is that? We're using that. What is that? Synthetic opioid. Oh, interesting. These two pain and opioid use disorders. Okay, so it's
people like
interesting.
So they didn't give her substance.
I also saw a methadone. That was interesting. Equally as effective as moderate doses of methadone, because buprenorphine is unlikely to be as effective as more optimal dose methadone, and it may not be treatment of choice for patients with physical dependence. Okay, so it's to treat people that are physically dependent. Was kratom on that list? No. Interesting. That is. Yeah.
Butane.
Like lighters? People are sniffing lighters? Cannabis is in there. Jesus Christ, cannabis is really high. No.
Based stuff, I'm guessing.
Drug specific mortality. Scroll up again so I can see what it says for drugs.
If they go by the color and the size and
Drug specific mortality. Okay. Yeah, national damage. Oh, that's all color coded.
yeah, so the way the survey works is that it looks at the overall harm and it's broken up into two sections, one to the user and that's physical, psychological, and social. And to others, the physical, psychological, and social damage.
The drug related mortality, drug specific damage, they're all injury, crime. I see crime. Oh, that's active. Is it just people that are high that do things?
Great boxer.
Yeah, but they're like, what does that mean? Like, test them? Were they high when they committed the crime? Or are they just testing positive for marijuana? Stays in your system.
It's really like you commit a crime or get it, or is it some crime associated with taking it?
So, for example, are you doing crimes while you're on it?
No. It's like, are you robbing a gas station case with your cannabis? Clearly, no one is robbing a gas station for that.
Right, but a lot of criminals take marijuana. So I don't know if some people like put that in that same thing. It's interesting. Cocaine and tobacco are like neck and neck, and amphetamines are above that. It's below tobacco. The 3 points. The cannabis is only below amphetamines.
And the steps that this is a really high quality, incredible study in the Lancet, which is one of the top medical journals in the entire world.
Very, very interesting study. We need more of that. You know, I mean, we need to be informed. We need data, and I firmly believe in personal autonomy. But again, I just don't think adults should be able to tell other adults what to do and not to do. If they're informed, if they're educated, know what they're doing, you should be able to do whatever you want to do. Just like you can go bull riding. I don't encourage you to go bull riding, but if you want to go bull riding, you're allowed to go bull riding. So tell me why you can go bull riding and not smoke a joint. Makes sense.
So I think about this in the context of space exploration, right? Going to space has a 1 in a 19 chance. Jeez, right? Yeah. But 1 in 19. Yeah. But does that mean there's going to go to space if we don't? Yeah. So like you about the Apollo program, burnt down the astronauts to be stuck with the Apollo program. So we have not gone to the moon. Right? What we have lost in our contemporary society is so many ways different things to take risk, thoughtful, positive risk. And this has always been something I've been so deeply passionate about. Is the people who succeed in life, the people who push society to a new level, people who improve themselves and their families, they're willing to take positive risk. Yet our society is so dominated by a safetyism and a safetyist culture that we're not willing to take any risk.
We're also, as we've highlighted, our desire for safety is not accurate. We're not like we're targeting what's actually dangerous for us. We're not being honest about what we know about food and certain substances that people are using and taking in their food, and just what happens when you have a bad diet. It's one of the primary factors for all-cause mortality. The shit diet.
Yeah, absolutely. Arguably, yeah, and you know, I was coming here to the United States and just consuming the available food makes me feel ill, right? What are you consuming? Maybe you can, like People here, yeah. I don't think you blame it on America. People over here didn't know. Oh, yeah. Everyone's sugar. Yeah. Chilani, in this one grocery store in Whole Foods, I wonder. In New York.
Because they want it to be delicious.
Yeah. Don't eat it every day, man. The idea is, I'm all for all those things existing.
I don't like the marketing. I don't like the marketing for kids. Like the thing that drives me crazy is like sugary cereals, which when I was a child, we just thought cavities. We didn't know it was going to fuck up your health. No one knew that sugary cereals were actually really bad for you. But I like them. I don't take them. I don't eat them. But if I don't think you should stop someone from having Captain Crunch.
No, I don't think it's delicious. I don't think it's
Just I don't think you should stop someone from having tiramisu at a restaurant.
but I think it's about accurate disclosure. Right?
Yeah.
And informs that the food pyramid clearly written by special interests.
Yeah.
Right. And guided, their decisions for Americans for 50 years in the wrong direction.
Yes. And to many people to this day, it's still gospel. And it's really crazy. Very bizarre how few people actually know how you should really eat and what's actually bad for you. And just the ubiquitous use of seed oils, like seed oils, they're crazy.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that that's not something that someone's clamoring to get off the shelves. They don't put the brakes on that.
Well, my theory of social change is very simple. Change only happens when someone puts a suit on and goes to work every day trying to solve it. Until I decided to go to an office in West London, hire people and say, we're going to normalize performance enhancement, just celebrate performance enhancement. There was no one dedicated full-time to doing it. I doubt that there's anyone dedicated full-time to matter. There's no big secret.
Well, there's a giant industry that's profiting off of it.
Yeah, but business. I think that's the power of capitalism. You're doing it as an activist, like you're doing it. We're going to build a multi-billion-dollar sports franchise or the game, but I think anything positively influence society. So we need to find a business model where a team can say, buy educating materials, like it's always the hardest thing. Like capitalism, profit models are the best driver for positive change. Or usually say that the best driver for change, unfortunately, sometimes also corporations, negative change.
Yes.
Like we can combat it positive change also.
As people have access to accurate, the problem is capitalism also works to try to subvert accurate information, try to distort things or increase the profits, which is also the giant issue. But today I think that's more difficult to do than ever before just because of new media, people have the internet, they have access to information. As long as that information is not being curated, which is also a problem. It's a problem what is allowed and not allowed to be distributed.
And I think that's what podcasts are as compared to consumed written content. It's so easily manipulatable and doesn't have that fifth dimension. As I am in the New York Times, I don't actually think about the person who wrote the article, right? Versus I listen to it and say, I listen to him every day. I built an emotional relationship with the presenter, and if they do something to break that trust, I'm not going to do anything. Right. So versus New York Times can they can lie.
Still go, well, what the fuck is going on in the world? Just sort of tell me.
Yeah.
With a twist.
They just come back. I don't have any idea. But somebody will come back. Because the product is changing.
Are you guys, how are you going to deal with transgender athletes?
Great question. And the reality is there are, I could not get engaged with a transgender athlete with potential to make a brain. It's such a female sport. And if there is a person who wishes to compete in enhanced games, it's right me. And I'm going to set up a game with every athlete who goes to compete against. Create a fair and balanced.
But is it fair and balanced if you allow the biological male ever to compete with biological females, especially in light of the enhanced games proposal of allowing people to take performance enhancing drugs? Because because you'd have to make a very clear definition of like what is a transition to athlete. Like how long would you have to wait, and what are they allowed to take? If you're going to limit a biological male's ability to take testosterone or force them to take some sort of testosterone blocker in order to achieve a certain requirement, that kind of goes against the ethics or the ethos of this in the first place.
Well, so I think you actually made it in the inverse way that I would. Is the actual question to ask is, so, you know, I'm gay myself. The language very precisely here, because I know it really matters. I have a transgender condition. Yeah, it's kind of a person born in that transitions to being a woman, physically active, as an insurmountable biological advantage over a natural man. And I accept that argument. However, what is meant to be proven is, does an intense woman have an ability to
with a biological male, there's also allowed to enhance themselves. A biological male that's transgender. So a biological male, for lack of a better term, the lack of people correct, you're allowing them to compete with biological men. You're allowing them to take performance-enhancing drugs. You're allowing them to compete against women. Like, full stop. Yeah, that's what it is. Why not just say you have to be biologically female to compete with a female? Biological male to be male.
Yeah, so one version of our investors just proposed to us is that we have an XX and an XY category, right, into because the reality about gender transition at the moment is still very, not even beta stage technology, solid stage technology. It doesn't really change anything on a global level. It changes people on the surface level. And so let's assign things based on zonal status, right, without having the labels of male and female with a very precious thing or man and woman, which is manipulated by both sides. It's actually a scientific question. Are you XX or are you XY? Well, I mean, you can do that with everything. I think it's but one thing I also think it's very like, but also like it's interesting point there earlier is that in all the borders of people we had, there was no person identifying as a gender. So I also think that might be with the whole headline portion on a very professional level. Yes, there are some activists on both sides who I think try to make a point almost in sports, but these are not the people who compete for good data. So we also think for us, it's what Aaron was saying, like, we really welcome the discussion. And it's the great thing about sports. Think about things very clean slate, without any prejudice in one or the other direction. Yeah, so that's why it's so it just shows that at level now, they can compete against us, which is an Olympic level, up to us. And we want to hear the perspective, but they have the best, and then we always but you're still with a biological male that you allow to enhance themselves so that they can perform to the highest level of their ability physically. So if you're taking a biological male who's transitioned to a woman, but now you're allowing him to take EPO, testosterone, filling the blanks of IQ, whatever you can do. You're not, that's a biological male, full stop. And I'm really saying like how many of those descriptions you just had already said really high level of I just think it's much less. Tom. Thomas, record retention. I don't believe so. Well, that's a woman. I guess I am. No, as a woman. Not a man, not even close to a man, but as a woman, yes. What's happening in the country? Jamie? You want to point time has one major event. I don't believe that Thomas is supposed to go back to the dude. But correct me if I'm wrong. NCAA women's events. One women's events. So right now, I want you to now imagine Leah Thomas on testosterone, all sorts of performance substances. And this is her
sides and then allowing this person to compete as a woman.
Yeah, and so does her.
Yeah, but it's not a biological man. Competitions are biological females. And you have to change the structure of their body, the hip structure, you have to change the size of their lungs, the size of their heart, different cardiovascular capacity. Everything is different. And especially if you're allowing the whole idea about a transgender athlete competing with biological females is that it's supposed to be even because this person is on testosterone blockers and on estrogen and they've lost all the muscle mass and they're basically a woman. This is the argument of the activist groups. But the problem with that is the structure of the body is different, the action time is different, lung capacity is different, heart size is different. There's a giant difference between males and females when it comes to athletic.
And I think that's why the XXX1 categorization makes it a lot simpler and is a resolution issue. But this is where the entire global sports apparatus is unable to adjust to scientific change. And this is just the beginning, right? So we're talking about things like CRISPR gene editing is going to be on the cards, right? So think of this from intellectual mythology, right? There are children who are being born today who are being CRISPR edited by their parents. So it's a one-way street. They can never reverse it. They never consent to that procedure. And they are, in theory, there's no way to stop it. They've never consented.
Right.
Should that person be banned?
Well, it's a good question. I don't think they should, but I think that it's going to be the likelihood in the future is that most children, at least in like first world countries, are going to be edited.
Yeah. And so then,
And then you get
you can check.
But I mean, that's what it is.
Yeah.
I mean, when you do that, fully grown adults,
Then if we think about where most of the competition goes, where in the rich countries, right? Rich people are enhancing themselves, their children from birth. They look at the rest of the future. And transgenderism is actually just the vanguard of transhumanism issue, right? Where eventually bestiality implants in our brain, we're going to have gene editing, we have the most amazing technology, right? You know, if the Olympics are stuck on this ancient Greek, Corinthian values, modality, and they're not going to adjust to modern technological methods.
So we want to be like, that's a conservation, like, thinking out of the announcement. It's like that we're going to be the continuous sort of showcase where human advancements can go in the next 20 years. Talking now about performance of medications, but like maybe in 10 years, we're going to have the first people with a chip and everything. Maybe like it's going to be, there's going to be continuous sort of pushing the boundaries in a way where we will showcase science positively for humans. By the way, fun fact, because we always refer back to the Olympics, they did allow performance enhancement very open if you go to all the ancient documents. So what do they have back then? So they didn't have a lot. That's what they actually did a lot of stuff which was purely so that they could sort of because the pain was a big thing. They actually believed interesting in that both testing very worried. But it was a weird thing. So apparently there are some documents who mention psychedelics, which I'm not really sure why it was out. They mentioned it like sort of go into all these documents like potions and it was very, very archaic. But like the notion was do everything is possible to it. And so that's kind of the issue goes back to you said sorry, it was okay, so it, basically, and I didn't that the original clothes, and then the woman pretended to be a man in the Olympic Games, and found out so that they stated all the it was not because she thought she could win, it was more like it was a woman, and it was a story. It was yeah. Another problem is
when you add testosterone to females, you fundamentally change them. So you don't just change their ability to perform, you change the way their voice sounds, you change, you can make them sterile. It has, when you're adding exogenous testosterone to women at a very high level, it has pretty profound changes.
As testosterone men do, right?
Sort of, but they're still men. Yeah, right? And it's thought of as being a positive thing. You know, I'm sure you're aware of these women for records still to this day have been broken. And these women were just kids, no pun intended. Because they were trying to win. And so they, you know, there's been some movies that are forced to do this in communist countries. And, you know, devastated. They became infertile, you know, developed all sorts of problems, ovarian cysts, all sorts of things that were connected to the testosterone at very high levels.
Yeah, and the lack of other scientific research to develop compounds for performance, specifically for women.
Right, you wouldn't stop them taking testosterone, right? Right, so like, let's talk about how that's if you had a female combat sports athlete and you allowed that female to compete with them, but allowed that person to choose to go and go in there for sports and looking like Randall Silva in those pictures or Vitor Belfort in those pictures that we saw. That's, you know, then you're saying to these women, in order to compete, you have to stop being a woman. You have to essentially transition, which is what happens to trans men. When you take a woman and you give them testosterone or beards, they become trans men, right? That's part of the process. It's what's happening. It's not reversible. But when you do that to women competing with women, those women are going to be more effective. They're going to be stronger in weightlifting competitions. There's going to be no comparison. If you have combat sports, you're going to have more speed, more violence. It's just you're turning them into men, essentially turning them into trans men, and just to compete. It's a little bit different, right? Because we look at, I mean, maybe it's a society standard. It's not, though. If you look at it in terms of like when someone looks at like Chad, you know, guys who look work out, very few women look at like a female bodybuilder who's got a pop called shadow and say that's the ideal physique. But isn't that an individual choice? It is an individual choice, but all women in the enhanced game have to make that choice to become that.
I actually think there's also an economic pressure, right? So if you're an athlete, particularly in the era of NIL, right? In the era of payment license, what's happening in NCAA, right? Selling their brand, right? For an athlete, male or female, their physique and their brand are attached to it. And so if a female athlete says, you know what, I'm going to take tons and tons of testosterone, she may also be compromising her economic ability for her by not the visual brand that is amenable to the market. But even easier, like we forgot to mention one thing at the beginning. We still have that development and sort of create number one, it has to be FDA or any other agency globally approved medications. Because again, we discussed it at length, it's all about data, knowing what you take, what's the risk of it. Second, you have to have a doctor, which we will require to be popular. Who is your doctor? Think about a Formula One team where you say he's my chief engineer. So this doctor will have public pressure to not go too far because people will know your doctor.
Yeah, we're talking about the status points here to win. You just have to go a little bit further than everybody else and have an advantage. But certainly, but just that it's not a limited factor. You need to find the doctor who's a technically a doctor who's going to hide in the shadows. Who's like, I'm responsible for whatever this athlete is thinking. It's just thinking through sacred measures on how do we sort of make it in a way that people are sort of doing rational decisions. But the third one is anything, by the way, in life, which you take too much of has side effects and has bad ones. If you take 20 vodka shots, you'll be dead or 30. There's a number of alcohol you're taking to that. So it has
alcohol has a lethal toxicity at a certain amount. So when we go to the thing is like for many of the things we just discussed, is like if you take too much of it, even if you get 1 point out of it, you're gonna damage your body. There's always for anything. Testosterone, right? How we regulate it is we're gonna do a full health check, which we look external. It's very simple. We should do it. Do it on the site. Our doctors be conscious. One of the most important thing is an MRI of the heart. Because, for example, a lot of anabolic steroid, if you abuse them, so if you take too much, squeeze out the last amount, you're going to have a heart damage somewhere. Then you're going to get disqualified. You will not let any person from the field who has a health damage. That's going to be interesting. So embedded is the limiting factor. So if you're a woman and everything you describe, I hear you, but I can tell you, I'm not a doctor, I can go into exact answer, but if you describe the woman as taking that much testosterone, and whatever, she's going to have damage to her body and her mind. And she's not going to, and that is then that they don't do it, because then they would do it behind the scenes. So on the right, that would be disqualified. What's the testing involved in CrossFit Games?
I believe that CrossFit Games does not have any.
That makes sense. You seen some of them gals? Some of the gals are like giant six packs, huge shoulders, and
That's the way bodybuilding is.
yeah,
That's what they
yeah, they're really good. All athletes registered in any CrossFit Games competition are subject to drug testing at any time during the year.
We don't do it.
Including directed, unannounced, out of competition testing for any reason. CrossFit Games drug testing policy aims to prevent use of
2002. Look at it. I asked the question before 2002. That's 2022. Yeah, 2022. Yeah.
What drugs ban? Stimulants, anabolic agents, beta blockers, competition drugs, diuretics, peptides, anti-estrogen, beta-2 agonists. Interesting. We don't so permitted with prescription use and therapeutic use exemption through inhalation only. Okay, so okay.
So this is the primary use that's going on in the Olympic system. There are exceptions. And the whole different statistics say 2% of all people are asthmatic.
Double digit, of course.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. 2% of the population is asthmatic. But a third of all swimmers claim to be asthmatic. They have hard steroid. Asthma, or are they faking asthma?
They're faking asthma.
Yeah. Right. And these therapeutic use exemptions I look at the case of the British cyclist who had a therapeutic use exemption for asthma, forever. This from teammates.
So how do they diagnose asthma?
Great question.
Not a physician. Like the one just says you like I think this is was athletes with asthma required to show proof of airway obstruction with tests. 25 their inhaled medications, which are otherwise marijuana during competition. Is there anything they can take to obstruct their airway? Or can they just, what does it mean? Is it like how you blow on things? What did you like thinking?
I think it's quite.
We would generally have been working with some of our colleagues as if we hired chief cardiologist of FIFA. Is like one of the ways to cheat with the Olympics is that you let people do tests, these kind of stuff in their home country.
Well, also, look how it's described here. A long-term study would help distinguish between athletes with asthma who self-select to swimming and those who have asthma as a result of exposure to endurance training practices. That's interesting. So, like, that the idea is that you can limit your cardiovascular system from extreme training. Intensity of swimmer training long hours spent in water may expose swimmers to more chlorine products. Whoa. Compared to divers or otherwise just the first time breathing. Oh, so that can cause that.
It could be that swimmers do have the risk because like their training environment or living environment is fostering it. And also could be that it's almost like these both.
That's one thing that I didn't consider because like chlorine's bad. And you're probably getting a bunch of it in your mouth. And if you're swimming it, you're also absorbing it through your skin. Like I always think, no, it's worse or the egg. Right. Well, listen, gentlemen, this is all very, very exciting. And, I love the idea of it. I love the potential, and I think it really is going to change the conversation about what these substances are, and what the benefits of them are. And you're frankly exposing the lid on so-called amateur athletics and what the real big scam is with the Olympic system. It's just like a giant money grab that these poor athletes aren't getting any of. And they're dedicating their entire life to looking that they become famous. Meanwhile, I used to make so much, and I was making so much. The whole thing is, it's not a good system, and I think your system is flawed. I really, really hope this works. When it comes out, tweet about it, tell people. I don't even know how to say this. I think people say, I think you are. But that's I'm really excited. Let me know when it happens. Come back on right before it happens. I'll talk some more, and we'll find out like where you went with all these ideas. Thank you very much. Oh, if anybody wants to know more, where should they go? What's the best place to enhance.org or enhance on Instagram? Okay. Or I want to tweet that. So let's get find out. Okay, so tell everybody your C for Christian _ and you. Good for you. Okay, what's your Instagram? Okay. All right. Bye. Bye, buddy.
Experience.
What's happening? So good to be here. This is awesome. Man, comedy, mothership. You had a good time? So good. We're relaxed up there. And everybody was amazing. I went up to say hi afterward. And sit down with somebody. My last name is Larker. So I have a Larker. And she does piano music. So it's my home. And she's up there. But her grandfather is somebody wrote MASH. Yeah, the screenplay. Oh, wow. Yeah, so somebody really good. Yeah, all right. So it was fun watching the show where she knows Ron White's going to come up. That's why he came up and said, so everybody, so much fun. I live in the back, turn it off. Yeah. We need more of that. Yeah. It's hard for people to not be distracted these days. Everyone's distracted. It was so noticeable. Yeah. And you're looking down, and you just goes that has their phones out. Mm-hmm. And that look out that balcony, and you're somebody got a chat everywhere. He goes on the movie, just lit up phones everywhere. Now it's crazy. That's what I was saying. I wish they did this in movies. The phones are cool. They do a lot of cool things, but man, it's a massive distraction. I'm working towards this thing off. Yeah. Hand it off. Yeah. Cool. Somebody else. Me. Hand it off. Oh, really? I don't think I'm going to be there for 3 years. What about texting? I think he's still remember the Blackberry. It's like, yeah, David Tell was in here and he was texting. He has a flip phone. He texts with his flip phone. I'm like, what are you doing? It makes the beeps too. So it's like, I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Yeah, I've never been doing that. I never did it.
They just kind of figured it out, but it was like, what is it, 3 letters or symbols on each thing.
Yeah.
You're pretty good.
Yeah, you can get pretty good, but it's slow. It's slow. I mean, that's what can happen when people start using the letter U instead of U and the letter R instead of AR.
I can't do it.
Do it? No.
Okay, I don't think so. Got to be your text.
Especially you. You're
Yeah.
an author.
I gotta have promise in there. I can't have it you. That's
Right.
So it's noticeable when people send it to me. I'm like, yeah, little guy's the worst. That 13 years old. Yeah. All they do.
Yeah. They abbreviate things too. I always have to ask my kid, what the fuck does that mean? IDK? I don't care. Or I don't know. IDC is I don't care. IDK is I don't know. Figure that out. Like, they have a whole bunch that they use all the time. But I have to like think, yeah, what are you saying? I know. Sometimes I really.
I'm like, I talk to him, what does this mean? And it pops up, and then I just go,
That's it. Yeah, I just get that, bro.
I saw some, like, it was like a mom texting her saying that she's texting her 13-year-old boy is like texting someone who's about to break up. It's like, hey, how's your day? And it's like, okay. You know, like, something like that. You know, it's totally true. It's totally true. But I have to go back to the office. I'm not there yet. It's still in my office.
Yeah.
Other things have my mobile office and all the mobile socials and everything else, interaction with people, like everything goes.
You just have to. I think my middle ground is having a real smartphone. But just, just know when to put it away, know when to leave it alone. Are you good with it? Yeah, I'm good with it. Yeah, pretty good with it. It depends on if I have a day off. If I have the day off, I'm not going to do things 6 hours. Watching YouTube.
You really?
Yeah, if I have a day off. Because if I have a day off, I purposely decide to do that. Yeah. If I have a day off, I do. I never have a day of nothing.
Right.
I have a day of archery, working out, then nothing.
Mm-hmm.
But those days are fucking awesome. The nothing to do day, oh my god, I appreciate those so much. Whereas, yeah, I'm not going one. I never work every day. I've done it. I've done it a few times. Like, I have to go on vacation or stuff like that. Make a bang up a bunch of episodes. I'll want to do 5 a week, and then at the end of the week, I don't want to lose enthusiasm. Because I feel like there's like a balance between discipline and enthusiasm. I've got to find out where that is. Like, if I lose enthusiasm, then I don't have as much excitement. And like, whatever I'm doing is not as good, right?
No, I understand that. You ever feel that you have that? Like, I can't tell, on the outside. And no one can. And then watching an episode or listening to an episode, I can never tell if you're feel off.
I feel it could be coming, and I don't allow it to come. I remind myself, unfortunately, about how happy I would be to be able to do what I did if I could. And I just throw myself in that state of mind. Right. But then also, day off is necessary, right? Have that day off, so I can chill out.
Will it really do something with family? Like,
Family? Yeah. Just really did Father's Day thing, like kill zombies. You ever do the sandbox and all that? Oh my god, it's my favorite. I fucking love it. Yeah, this is a game called Deadwood Mansion, and you put on the VR helmets. You're trapped in a mansion that gets invaded by zombies. You have a shotgun, just blasting zombies. Okay, nice. Fucking love it. You go someplace for it? Yeah. It's like a place called Sandbox VR here in Austin. And there was one in Brooklyn Hills. This is a game. This is what it looks like. That's crazy. Yeah, it is fucking dope. And so, yeah. It's like, and these zombies come running at you. And when they grab you, you have a haptic feedback vest. So you can feel it when they're grabbing you. What? Yeah.
what's a haptic feedback? Like tightness or you feel
It like zaps you. It's like a buzz on your chest. It's really fun. That's awesome. Oh, I love it. They have a ton of games there too. It's not just that. They have a Squid Games one. They have a Star Trek one. They have one where you have duels with people. Mix weapons.
That's wild. It's not just for kids.
No, it's for everybody. Yeah, obviously I'm a big kid, but I fucking love it. I had the number 3 score ever in there at one point. Some sound right there. Why do you have the shotgun? That's straight up. Yeah, just a lot of coffee. There you go. Just laser on it, so you know exactly what you're shooting. And, you know, just hit that shit. So, they probably do. They have a that's one of them. I know there's one, like I said, there's one in the Woodland House that we used to have right down the studio in LA. Yeah. Is there one? Nice. All right. Yeah. You got another guy down there. Got it. Yeah. It's cool. That's good to know. Yeah. It's it's really scary. It looks like. Yeah. They drop out of the ceiling. Yeah. The ceiling breaks open and a cut of zombies fall down in front of you and they just run at you.
My little guy like that. He's 13. He loves that stuff, and he loves like roller coasters. There's a in Salt Lake now, pretty big place, but it's called the Cable. Go with them. I'm not a big roller coaster person.
I watched too many Instagram videos. And those things go sideways. Yeah. People go flying off of them.
Yeah.
No, I'm gonna be that. But he loves it. So,
Yeah, I don't.
I get that people like those girls, but they don't appeal to me.
No.
I used to do them a lot with my kids when they were younger, especially Disneyland. Disneyland, you know, they're pretty good. They really don't very rarely have a phone. Yeah, so their trust. Yeah, the safety record's pretty awesome.
Yeah, we did. Left California, go to Utah, and we thought, okay, we're going to do this last kid-centric thing. All these amusement parks, because my wife and I are not really amusement park people, just surrounded by everybody else sweating, everything, long line, crying and whining. So, yeah, we did that.
If you want to find the hazards of the American diet,
It's bad.
there's so many people on scooters because they can't walk because they're too big. It's so terrible.
Yeah, sorry. That was the only time we were going to be able to look places. No.
It's fun. It's fun for a day just to eat churros and dip it. Just have a good time. But you know, you have to like allow yourself to just fuck off. You guys can fuck off that night. Today we're gonna turn off.
That's right. I'm energized to get back into it.
Also,
I saw that last time we talked, and it's still been because it's plugged in. Whenever electrician plug that thing in, it's let's bear once it's like this glass thing on it. Yeah, but it just gets yeah. So we need to have
who made your song? You gotta get some of those songs just to hours and serious. So that I guess it's
yeah, it's just gets not even there's a little thing that has the rocks. Just takes the altitude. I think it needs some sort of an adjustment for altitude. We're about just shy of it.
Right, but it's a long time. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, you just and look at those guys from Service on us. They'll just walk out here. You just need a you have a home. It's HUUM. Because then the heat of that fucking thing cranks. Same thing we have in here in the studio. So,
So that's it there. I used. So I was hearing you talk about archery, so that guys before the archery challenge, they came out and put up 22 targets, 3 targets all around. So
nice.
Good for it. But days off don't exist yet. Right. You just make time to get out in the morning, and just walk that course.
When you're cranking out basically a booking year, plus you're also working the Terminalist TV series, that is a lot of work.
It's like nonfiction comes out in fall of 1983. They were very spotty, so that's a whole terrorism and capture the lessons learned on that event, so that hopefully we can lessons tend to relearn things over and over again. So I try to just do my part and see what I can do with this 1983 bombing. It's getting out of my mind when I was a little kid. Usually Time Magazine, I remember those in our kitchen table. I read the newspaper in the morning, for the news, watching the news with my family at 5 o'clock to 6 o'clock. And I mean, there's some U.S. foreign policy shadow, still in its shadow today. But yeah, 250 U.S. members and 58 French paratroopers. It's the biggest loss of life for Marine Corps, even before II. So it's the second event in history. information. But did that with the surprise finalist, military historian James Scott, amazing guy. So we've been working on that for the last 2 years. And that comes out in September. But it's going well.
How do you collaborate like that with the historian? How does it work? Do you send him stuff what you're working on and feedback? How does it work?
So I had the idea. I want one person. This guy James Scott, amazing guy. There's 500 books out there for the U.S. delivery, and just I didn't know him personally, and doesn't really have a social media presence, so I didn't really get to know him that way, and just use his work. And it'd be amazing to collaborate with this guy on this project. And so I reached out. Luckily, he wanted to do it. Amazing, such a great guy. So thorough. Do something that's like here. If you make a mistake, you say fiction. Right. But in something like that, every single quote, obviously, you have to attribute that to the right person in the right way. Photographs. Attribute all those to the right people in the right way. Buy them, put them in there, likeness that Harvey needs to do. So there's a lot more to it on that side. But I didn't have any experience with it. So he's got that part. So it's an amazing experience. We kick off the whole year. So amazing with nonfiction every year. As soon as I started down that path of research, I realized it's like a every 2 year type of a thing. It's just so much organization, so created out of your head. Obviously, you have to interview all these people. You have to go and then follow up with everyone, and you have to input things that people said, or all these things. So there's a lot more to it than I thought from the outside.
How many hours a day? Like, because I would imagine, particularly fiction, you have to avoid burnout, right? You have to be enthusiastic. You have to get the best out of your mind.
Yeah, I'm so fired up. I feel so fortunate to be doing that. And so I think you might work, but you're putting hours. For this one, it took a lot longer than mine. Usually, books are about 30 minutes shorter than 115,000 words. 115. This one came in 150. So I kept thinking, oh, it's going to be done December 1st, January 1st, February 1st. I just kept pushing.
This one, that's what it's got more.
Yeah, that's this one right here. So it took longer than I anticipated. That's just because the story dictates how long. They're trusting you with their time. They're going to get that time back. So that's something I take extremely seriously. So my heart and soul goes into everything.
When James Reese continues to get older, are you going to let him get older? Are you going to go
James Bond. I think I'm going to do it slowly, maybe age him slowly. So we'll see. We'll see. It's one of those things you have to think about. Some authors, like Steve Hunter, Daniel Silva, have aged their character in real time, but that's a plus-year series, and especially if they're out there kicking ass. Yeah, so you start that there when they start, you're out there now. Yeah. So it's a good thing, especially if you want to keep kicking ass. So,
yeah. I'm talking about Green Man.
Right.
Same thing. Same go jail. So I think that's the way to go. Yeah, that's already a precedent that people accept it. It should be 1,000 years old. How the fuck is James Bond still putting ass? And they got a new James Bond?
We'll see. So what they did with that one, too, they asked me after what they did. Spoiler alert if they haven't seen the last movie. But it ends. It's very violent. It ends. But interesting way to a successful series of all time. But I think you go back and you do those as period pieces. Where you go back, you start with the first book, you start it in the 50s. It was written, and so you got post World War II here in Great Britain.
Oh, yeah.
So in the books, he's driving an old Bentley, and it's from the 30s. So it's written in the 50s. So it's not the Aston Martin. So you do that, do it true to the book. That time.
Not really today with CGI, with AI, what they're able to do now.
Yeah.
Tyler Perry was building a $100 million studio, and he stopped production when he saw Sora, which is an AI program that almost renders spectacular. You seen it? You heard about it?
Is that like 3D camera in Australia?
No, Sora's generated video film with Japan. It's Tokyo in the snow. It's crazy. I hope it's not real. Because it's like it's got people checking their bag, their watch, tying their shoe, like normal stuff. People, and you're looking at it, you're like, this is not real. And apparently, it's generated very quickly. got payments now. So this is all AI. So snowy Tokyo City is bustling. Camera moves through the bustling city street. This is a prompt that made AI create this. Following several people, like look at this. It's crazy. This is fake. You would think, oh, someone got a camera. Robots I mean, these videos that they can make now are incredible. And again, this is open AI's text to video model. Sora. And news AI, but
I didn't read the strike last year because there was an actor strike also, and there's like as well. So I don't know. Yeah, I was making sure of that. But I don't know what it was.
yeah,
Where did it end up?
I don't know. They don't have much to negotiate with, unfortunately. There's an inevitability with this kind of technology. It's like, would you write books with a feather? No. Would you write all the books with a feather? No. So like, if I wanted to buy a book from you, I'd have to commission you, and you'd have to write out this new book, Red Sky Morning. You'd have to write this out in a feather for every customer. Yeah. Fuck that. You'd never do that, right? Well, that's the thing with AI. Like, instead of having people act out movies and having like real scenes and everybody's on set at 6 a.m. and that's the thing of the past. I really think it's the thing of the past. What they can do now. What is this one?
On 3 out.
There's a bunch of different AI programs as well. It's not just the OpenAI Sora. There's a bunch. Microsoft has one. I mean, and then these graphic engines, the Unreal Engine 5, fucking insane. They have these graphic models now for video games, and Unreal. That's what's called, right? Unreal Engine 5. Unreal Engine 5 is fucking bananas. So this is for video games. So video games now look almost indistinguishable from a movie. There's this tiny hint of what they call the uncanny valley. You can kind of tell it's not real, especially if you're looking at the human faces.
Yeah.
But Jamie will show you. Like this.
That's great.
Yeah, I go crazy. I can't do it. Yeah. I'll be playing it all day long. I've read
Are you another podcast?
No, I probably have a podcast. I have a very addictive personality with things that are difficult to do. Yeah, I find like as long as it's something physical like jiu-jitsu, you can only do jiu-jitsu 2 hours a day, at the most. After that, your body just breaks down. Yeah. You can only play pool something, but you can play video game all fucking day. You can just jazz you up so much. There's such an adrenaline rush. You're so locked into it. And then when I shut them off, I always feel like shit. So this is Unreal Engine 5.4. I guess this is the newest version of it.
What? That's wild.
Look how crazy that is. I mean, this is a video game. So imagine playing a video game. And this is the type of graphics that they can do. Again, this is just today. This stuff is moving at an exponential pace to the point where, 5-6 years from now, we're going to be experiencing this, but in VR. You'll have like the meta headset on, and you'll be experiencing this probably on an omnidirectional floor. There are these omnidirectional, Google that, the new omnidirectional floor. Do they? Yeah, so the omnidirectional floor, the way you walk is the way the floor moves. So you stay in like an area that's like the size of this room. So you stay on the center, and everywhere you walk, the floor walks with you. So you aren't actually walking, but you're not moving anymore. Did you get one? Yeah, for sure. Look at this.
What?
Yeah, this is bonkers.
No.
No. So everywhere you go, that's actually a lot smaller than this room. Also correct. That's really small. That's like the size of this table. And so you get on this thing, and the game will take you down corridors and alleys, and you go across fields, and you'll be able to visit. And I'm sure eventually what they'll be able to do is have different terrain, like you'll have like a textured terrain, or maybe even elevation. Go up like a treadmill. Yeah, you definitely can. I mean, I remember when I was dancing Dance Revolution or Evolution? Evolution or Revolution? Revolution? Dance Dance Revolution is this game kids started playing in arcade and everybody started losing weight. Because it's a dance game where the floor lights up like blue, you step on blue, and then there's like different things that you're supposed to do. There's a pattern on the screen that you can roll, and you get a score based on how well you keep up with the steps. So all these people were like playing a video game, but they're burning an insane amount of calories. People was like 50, 60 pounds playing this game, which I support. If there's a game that can make you healthy, fuck yeah, that's awesome.
Then you get tired, maybe sit down on the couch and go to the other one, or you just sit there and then creating this he's moving the country forward, he's making
well, also, they just announced the former chief of NSA is going to the board of OpenAI, which is freaked a bunch of people out, including Edward Snowden. Freak you out, Jamie? Yeah, it's big smile, Jamie. Well, I would imagine they would want to get involved in something like that. I mean, I don't know why they wouldn't. I mean, I could put on my conspiracy tinfoil hat thing and say, oh my God, what are they trying to do? But Edward Snowden eviscerates OpenAI's decision to perform NSA direct drones for this willful, calculated betrayal of the rights of every person on Earth. Honestly, I would agree with the NSA. Let's imagine National Security Agency is an important thing in this country to have. If you're having these fucking eggheads that are developing the next super being, which is essentially what they're doing. They're going to develop, whether it exists in a physical form or only exists in a computer, it's going to be far smarter than us within a matter of a few years. And so, just for national security concerns, you probably would have to have someone go and be there and go, what are you guys doing? And report back from the inside. But you kind of have to have it. I mean, just to know what they're doing, you can't give them the power. These unelected people, you're going to give them the power to work to a god. I mean, that's. I want to get rid of this phone.
I know. That's the whole thing. That's the whole thing around this match. Just like you said, I mean, where the technology is increasing at an exponential rate. And so we think 20 years now, it's probably going to be here essentially tomorrow.
It's going to be very, very quick. Apparently, what we're at now is ChatGPT 4.0 or 4.0, and the next ChatGPT 5 is going to be exponentially more powerful, and that's the pipeline.
Some iteration part that we're already just with social media. 10 years, I mean, Twitter X is similar to when it started essentially, and it's not just to buy a new detergent. Like they too much of a commercial like that. Behaviors are manipulated by these algorithms and whoever is writing these algorithms. That's what I so imagine if there's with AI that you're going to latest update to our phones, just get some sort of crazy AI thing to them.
Yeah, and I have an Android. I have this Samsung now that I'm switching over to. And this one does a lot of AI things. It translates conversations in real time. It'll summarize websites for you. So if there's a website, like James Webb Telescope found some new galaxy, like you can this fucking gigantic particle. Give you a summary. It gives you the summary. It's accurate. Oh yeah, it's really cool. And it also tells a lot of wild shit. Like you can circle the picture, like you see James' sneakers, like, oh, that's pretty fresh. You circle it, it'll just send it right to Google and shows you where you can buy them, things like that. It tells you what it is. Objects, show like French press. Oh, it's nice stuff. What do they call French press? It'll like just circling, take a photo of them, make a circle around it, go through it. It's pretty crazy. It's like,
wow, maybe I should give it instead of trying to stay away from it, maybe I should embrace it and have to put the people kind of circle it and do whatever they do.
I think you're always going to want fiction. I think people are always going to want fiction, and they're also always going to want to have things that someone has created. I think that's a part of what people enjoy. Yeah. So,
I guess the artwork on all this here is from that real person.
I feel like I just took a photo of the French press.
And there it is.
And it's giving me links to how to buy a French press.
Man, crazy.
Dude, this is a complete next level.
So is that freeing up time rather than having to go French press? Search.
I mean, maybe it is freeing up a little bit of time. I just, that's what I like.
You love all that. You embrace new technology.
I do, but again, you gotta know what it is. It's like I like whiskey, but I don't drink it every day. I drink a little bit of whiskey every now and then. Right? I take big days off. I like to stay healthy.
So your personality, you can get addicted to video games, and that, but not to other things like whiskey or whatever.
No, I don't think so.
It's not the same. They're like
I'm too health conscious. You know, I could never get addicted to a drug. Although I am addicted. Sure.
Yeah.
A couple of days, I took a whole day off caffeine and read documents on the internet, and like at the end of the day, I was fucking pounding headache, right? Yeah. Great. I haven't had one of those in a long time, which is because I haven't stopped drinking caffeine for long. Yeah. But when I used to write back in the day, I used to buy these sodas. There were these bizarre sodas that this liquor store had that were filled with caffeine, like insane amounts of caffeine. But they also had like hot sauce in them and cool colors and flavors. Like they turn my tongue dark. It's skull and crossbones on the labels. They're just cool. I remember this is like in the 90s. I bought them just for fun. I was at a liquor store and I saw, what is this stuff? It's a crazy soda company. I don't even think they're around anymore.
Yeah.
I bought shit.
Probably illegal. You know.
Probably. I mean, I don't know what the caffeine amount, but it was
And you just tell your brain like on late night.
I back down to writing a script. I'm just trying to write a script.
Okay.
And, I also find common late at night too. It's just like caffeinated when I'm writing. I don't want to be jazzed up, right? You know,
I just think I think I'm not being interrupted. It's like 10 a.m. Still, it's like 3 or 4 in the morning. I put so many all-nighters for this one.
10 a.m. to 3 in the morning.
3 in the morning, 6, 7. I can just on a roll. So I keep going. Deadlines. I don't rush anything to hit that deadline. That makes sense. I want to be the best way I possibly can. I want to get to a certain number of words or deadlines. Never respect my audience too much for that. So it's got to be the best way it can possibly be, but that means a lot of late nights. So that goes back to the phone. Somebody having other people do some things so that I can focus on the writing. Maybe in hours that are a little more.
I think you'll ever get to a point where you say, you know what, in order to do a book the right way, I have to do it every 2.5 years.
Maybe that was like the Normandy conference before every year. Yeah. You didn't know what was going to come next year, the year after.
So the pressure that comes from, does it come from the publisher? Does it come from you? You like make hay when the sun's shining?
I think maybe there's a little bit of that, but I think it became what was expected for recurring characters. So Clive Cussler, maybe was one of the first to start doing it with the Dark Fate series that he started. I think first was back in the 70s, early 70s. He passed away a couple of years ago, but he started doing them frequently. And then the top 90s every 2.5 years. And then we get up to the late 90s. You have Daniel Silva book a year. You have book a year. And so it became something that was normal. And now people expect it. So I think that's more than anything else.
Yeah, people get hooked on a character. They want a new book every year. Like Rainey does a new Rainey every year.
So that's kind of the audience expects. And it's a timeline that you can hit. 2 years would be difficult to do.
That's the thing. Yeah, just do 2 a year.
It's I think you get a little, maybe, like John Grisham, some kids out of the house, that sort of a thing.
Right.
And all of the other things.
Trying to avoid the right
podcast. Your words. Yeah. But yeah, I think you can get to that stage where you're not doing a podcast, you're not doing social media, and you're not writing a blog, you're not updating your website, you're not doing those things, but you learn to write and all the kids around the house. And you already have established a readership in the 80s, the 90s, early 2000s, when there were less distractions. We didn't have all these video games, didn't have social media, didn't have YouTube, didn't have on demand, any movie ever made you can have anytime. So that's essentially what you're competing with books that people read less now. So if you have that base established back from the old days like John Grisham, so you get 2 John Grisham books every year, every now and again. Michael Hall, but they're not doing the other podcast. They're not doing scripts.
Yeah, especially when it's scripted. The amount of time, how much time does it take? How much time do you have to spend working on the
I was looking about it in Hollywood, so I was learning about which crap would be involved in all the show would be involved. So essentially, I'm learning, seeing how this adaptation to film works. And now, after that, a few-year process, now the value of this time. So this time, I'm involved in casting, which I wasn't before. So it's involved in all the casting, all the creating the show, David and Julia, outlines, going to the open house. Getting those things going.
That show is as close to the actual book that you probably ever without
that's the thing. You know, we got upset that there was missing the scene or that scene, these characters get together or that sort of thing. No way.
Krishness.
Oh, yes.
You feel like
Oh, that's nice.
right, so you never have to wonder if you have a clipper.
Fantastic.
Shout out to Foundation Cigars.
Right. Oh, look at that. It's your own cigars. I love it. And they're good.
I was very skeptical when I first made it. I'm like, sorry.
Yeah, that's I did a whole cigar lighting scene in this book. One of my favorite chapters, previous books, was James Reeves talking to Caroline Hastings, who's the matriarch of the Hastings family. It's just a conversation. So it's not nothing blowing up. No one's getting their head chopped off at the top. Like that. It's just a conversation and passing on wisdom. I did that again. It's got with the matriarch. And so it's Jonathan Hastings talking to James Reeves. And he was rolling a cigarette at school. But he had done it back in Africa, back in the day. And then doing a cigar. Hastings' brother. What was that?
Yeah, people get real fortunate on the light of my cigar. I have had conversations. I've done it the right way. I've done it the other way. I can't do it. I'm too stupid. It's like the same way I feel about wine. I'm not ever going to be a wine connoisseur. I like a nice glass of wine. Someone tells me what the good stuff is.
Yeah.
I'll drink that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. My friend Matt is like a real wine connoisseur, though. He has like a cellar in his house, and he puts on his freedom glasses when he goes over all the different vintages. He knows exactly what the fuck he's ordering. I asked somebody to get the.
Yeah, that's what they do.
What's good?
It's a wine in these. I like to do that. We've even Fleming did it. My mom is my seventh book, so there's a lot of the references to Bond. Some that like most casual watcher of a film will get, and some that probably even most hardcore won't get. So there's something for everybody that I put in here. But for the 007,
Damn, that's an accomplishment. 7 books. That's incredible. Tell us think about how many hours it is sitting in front of the computer. Do you still use a laptop? I would encourage you to not.
I need to not.
Yeah, you know why? For the keyboard. Yeah, the keyboards on MacBooks suck. Yeah, I do most of my writing. Even when I write, I either write at home on an Apple with it's a really nice keyboard that's got trigger travel and ergonomic and separated, or I have a ThinkPad. I don't know if you ever use one of those Lenovo ThinkPads. The keyboards are superior to the Apple ones. First of all the keys have like a little dip in them, so your fingers settles into that little valley. Then there's a lot of travel. It's like 1.8 millimeters. One of the things I have is 2.2 millimeters of travel. So as you're typing, you're feeling it. Some guys go so crazy that they want a mechanical keyboard.
Yeah, not there yet. I do have anyway. Somebody sent it to me. A typewriter. He's on it. For option before COVID. So when the guy that started Newton's but he's also a manager and yacht drawing. I'm pronouncing his last name. But it's like he was like my word shaker and those types of circles back in the day. And so we had all of his enemies. It went for auction. He passed away. So I have anyways. So I typed Hemingway quote on it when it arrived, and I let it sit. Of course, the kids walked by and like, it's pretty cool. So I had that right there. But and after we talked about this, and so on another computer, like minutes, I got it. But it wasn't Apple. Like Apple got everything is cloud and computer. They just got me.
It's not that hard. It's not that hard. Just relearn it, and then once you learn it, you're happy to do that. I have a lot Apple Notes, it's on my computer notes. So like if I have an idea for a bit or something like that, I can say it in my notes, and then when I go on my computer and I just press the notes, it's there.
You get better at that sort of thing. I have notepads everywhere, yellow stickers everywhere. Yeah, it's just
You don't have no, for some reason I just don't. There's something. The best thing about the phones today is that you can talk to it. You know, like you can. On both, like the Apple one and this one too. You just open up a note, and then when you open up a note, when you're writing a new note, you go down there and you press the microphone. And if you press the microphone thing, it just lets you talk. Like,
it's not, yeah, I do that. I send myself a mail of an email account that I just send notes to. Else to. Where you do this? Yeah.
Jack Carr's a bad motherfucker. This is the 7th book. Thank you. Look at that.
I do. Close.
They blocked out bad motherfuckers.
It's already controlling you.
See? The thing about Androids, though, is the thing about Androids, though, is like they have so many options of things you can do. You can customize things so much more than you can on an iPhone.
Okay.
If you're a person that's already busy with yourself, you're probably not attracted to it now. It's just too much. But like I've watched like 10 videos on this phone just trying to figure out what different is. You can use it split screen mode. You can watch 2 different things at the same time, 2 different websites. You have an email on the bottom while you're watching the video at the top.
I don't know.
It also has a stylus. Oh yeah. Not only does it have a stylus, but the stylus doubles as a remote control. So like if you want to take a picture with the family, set up the phone and then you hold on to this, so you like that. Press the button and take the picture.
And that has a better camera.
I wouldn't say it's better. I would say it's just as awesome. I mean, there are people that defeat things. The Apple camera is amazing. I still have this iPhone 15. It's fucking great. Don't get me wrong. And one thing that I really love about Apple is works with Apple TV. So the best remote for Apple TVs are on.
Really?
Yeah. I'm learning so much today. Synced up. So if you have Apple TV, you scroll down like this and you press the button right here and it shows you the remote. It says choose TV, you choose the TV, and then you control the screen with your remote. So if you want to like look something up like YouTube or Netflix, you type it. Instead of looking for the button, it's like old school texting.
All right.
The worst. Right?
It's horrible.
This is great. You just type it on your phone, and then also you can slide back and forth to wherever you want in the movie. Yeah, it's the best remote.
All right.
The remote is the best.
I will try the best. The other stuff I don't know about, but I will try that. Yeah, I do all that stuff. I'm always like my wife will be like, what's the password? What's the password? Attached to your email? It says, can you find this movie on another thing? Like, right. I'm not good at all that.
Yeah, that's always an issue.
There's a lot going on. That's why I like to take a breath, go upstairs. But I do need that other computer. I'm feeling it for the first time. I'm feeling it in my hand.
The thing is, if you use like a cross-platform processor, like say if you use Microsoft, if you use Microsoft Word, you can access Microsoft Word through your phone. You can access Microsoft Word through a laptop, a Windows laptop, a Mac laptop. It doesn't matter. You can access it. So you have a Microsoft Word account.
Yeah.
And so then if you store things in the cloud, or you store your script in the cloud, or your book in the cloud, you can access it from anything you want.
Yeah, it's so bad.
That's not difficult.
We're essentially the same age. You're so good at all this stuff. I'm like,
Katie's better than me, and Red Band's better than me.
Yeah, it's a lot. Hold on. Competition.
Red Band's super nerd, though. They're both super nerds.
It's a lot, but I need to do something. Another computer for typing, but I've won this just for writing. So a computer just for writing.
That's
get a new. This might not be so smart. I get a new one for every book. Really? Yeah. Just a clean piece of paper. It's a blank slate, and I start again. I know that's not necessary. Today you could probably make a new screen or minimize everything or do it a better way, but I can't.
Yeah, no, that's a good thing to do. Like, rituals are good, especially for creative.
Yeah.
You know, that's a big part of Stephen Pressfield's book.
Stephen Pressfield?
Yeah, with the War of Art. Yeah, summoning. It's about discipline, focus, dedication, but also summoning. And then part of that is like this ritual, like showing up at a very specific time every day. Like this, and if you do that enough, the ideas will come to you. Yep. It is true. Yeah.
Obviously, if you don't do the work, you're never going to get where you go.
When I first read it, I felt like Pressfield was using the term muse as like just sort of that maybe it's not a real thing, but treat it as if it's a real thing that works that way. The time and focus that you put, it will over time. You will get creative ideas. As I'm getting older, I'm not convinced that I was right, that it's not a real thing. I have a feeling that this is going to sound so weird. I think ideas are unrecognized. This is what I think. I think creativity is a very, very strange thing. Like, what is where do ideas come from? Where's a great song come from? Where's a great concept come from? It comes from your mind, right? Your mind pulls it out of a lot of things, like the life experiences, current state of depression or happiness, all the things you've read, your whole life, some sort of things you're pulling creativity out of. But there's a thing that enters into your mind sometimes when you come up with an idea and you're like, that is not from me. That's not from me. I know it's just popping up, maybe it's just as my ignorance of the synapses fire, but I'm not sure. Because my thought is, everything that exists that I think I've created came from an idea. Like all cars, all houses, everything is an idea that we got, and then we worked at it and manifested it into form. And if the universe has a driving force, when it comes to intelligent life, that driving force seems to be creating things. And I have a feeling that ideas themselves are almost like a life form that injects itself into human consciousness and then encourages and guides people to do things, to make things. And then they appear, and those things encourage more people to make more things. And I think it works that way with music. I think it works that way with comedy. It works that way with literature. Pretty much everything. Everything that's really good encourages more people to do those things, and then more things happen, and better things get made. And I think that's how these things will themselves into existence. They do it through our minds, like a spiritual. I don't know if I like that word. Go out with heavy chicks. I do pretend to be spiritual. Try to get there. Yeah. The spiritual hippies are being girls. The guys are 80%. But yeah, whatever that word means, it's something. That there's something more to it than this sort of reductionist view of what an idea is. It seems as a word for truth, and we have evidence. I have the proof. I think the world is way stranger than we think. And I think our existence here is way stranger than we think. I think people have been wrestling with that forever. And for me to just think, oh, the muse is just this like very concept that you give to the results of hard work and dedication. No, I think hard work and dedication are important because you summon the muse. I think the muse is a real thing. You come to this over time. Yeah. I just don't know. You know, I mean, the muse wasn't a real thing. It moves like a fucking. That's true. It really does behave like a real thing. And when you're living your life right, it seems like it rewards you. It rewards you, like both mentally, emotionally, physically. Like there's a guiding force. It's just we don't know how to tune into it. And I think that guiding force also exists creatively. I think there's a guiding force in terms of like the things you do. Like you're living your life right, and you're doing things you're supposed to do. You're good with your friends, disciplined,
Close as shit.
to a certain point in your life, like you know, like there's some guiding forces that are not exact. They're almost like a radio signal that you're tuning in. You can't quite get them. It's like kind of there, but you kind of have a sense. It's not saying everyone's hyperreactive. It's not that clear. It's just this very vague things like
Yeah.
Give me
I
out.
thought about it. I thought about it my life. I did a book a long time ago, and I was called The Bridge in St. Louis Ray. It's about these people that are on this bridge collapsing. And she's in South America. And the stories about why are these people that said it's 7
This?
more or less, but regardless about that number of group of people, why were they on that bridge at that time when it collapsed? And it's just an interesting thing to think about. And I thought about it again in Iraq back in 2005, 2006 time frame. Anything could have been an item. And you're going down the road, anything, a dead donkey on the side of the road, whatever, anything disrupted dirt, whatever. It could be an IED thing. So we got there. You're worried about that sort of thing, or I can just accept my job as the officer, and my job as the best leader and operator I can possibly focus on the mission and focus on the guys and crush this thing. And that's what my focus needs to be. Whether that thing's an IED, that's as we're going. They're doing that thing. We have some technology that's helping counter some of these things. There, of course, the enemy though. That technology, that's more it's adapting. The enemy always adapting to you. You're looking for gaps in defenses, you're trying to capitalize on them, but they're clever. And they know exactly how to counter things. They adapt in turn. We have to adapt to that. So I decided to resign myself as far as that stuff goes. So I can focus on the mission, be the best leader. So it's an interesting thing.
it is, and it's interesting hearing that from you because you're talking about it in the most extreme environment that exists, which is war. And that in order for you to be completely focused, you kind of have to give into that. Assume the way you're able to do your job. And then also, if you're not completely focused, it could wind up costing you or your teammates' lives.
That's the same reason while I was in, all I focused on. And as we're bringing guys down range, maybe there's a snapshot somewhere, maybe not, but if we're taking guys down range, out of the angles on the front, whatever's going to happen down range, after Afghanistan, somewhere around the world, after something goes that way, I'm wondering if you did everything you possibly could have done in preparation for that event, best operating decisions under fire, so that's why on the weekends, people going around the country on the civilian side of the house, so I can be out there, still training rifle on the weekend. Always working out, always reading military history, always reading about Iraq, Afghanistan, so that I was not field. Something that I was very aware of. Thinking about the guys when they came home. Also, all those things I just talked about, things can still go sideways. You just know that those prepared. So,
And margins and far and those hard things in a training could be the difference.
Exactly. Like how are you to say, I don't know, I look at it today, I need to write a book. That work out. Whatever it is. I mean, just think about it, searching terrorism. Guys.
What makes your book so special that you have experience. This isn't just something you're dreaming of and you've done research on. Your real life.
One of the most important things I've ever seen in